everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Welcome to Novels Wonderland, Hunter x Hunter, Transmigrated with Character Extraction System. Chapter 221 to 275, HHES, Chapter 221. 909 words. This would likely provoke the opposite reaction from the Zodiacs. They were all elite hunters chosen by the chairman, none of them wanted to. This would likely provoke the opposite reaction from the Zodiacs. They were all elite hunters chosen by the chairman, none of them wanted to be manipulated. Perry Stone hadn't anticipated that Cheadle would announce Chairman Netero's death at the meeting's outset. The sudden news silenced the meeting room. But anger quickly followed, as Netero's death was, strictly speaking, partly Loki's fault. The discussion regarding Loki's fate began. Jing remained silent. Mizaistum, Kanzai, and even Botobai, having fought Loki, declared that such a dangerous individual must be eliminated. The reasoning was simple. Intelligence reports indicated that the Hunter Association currently lacked the means to restrain Loki. Therefore, even if captured, imprisonment was impossible, leaving execution as the only option. The lack of debate surprised even Cheadle. But the chairman had high hopes for that brat, Cheadle interjected, unexpectedly defending Loki. He went berserk after the chairman's death. Morel and Nov said that if not for his incredible strength, despite his injuries, forcing back those dangerous creatures, they wouldn't have escaped. Kanzai scoffed. Even so, that doesn't excuse his crimes. Mizaistum agreed. Massacring hunters, attacking the Hunter Association, killing Zodiac members, injuring Chairman Netero, his role in the chairman's death is undeniable. Jing stood, drawing everyone's attention. Before the chairman's injury, I performed a special treatment. This statement was met with puzzled looks. Weren't they discussing Loki? Ignoring their confusion, Jing continued. Strictly speaking, it wasn't treatment, it was a slow suicide. Before anyone could question his actions, Jing revealed, it was the chairman's request. The temporarily recovered chairman could unleash power comparable to his peak. The room fell silent. Netero at his peak, the world's strongest nin user. Kanzai stammered, really? Jing smiled. I can assure you the chairman was stronger than ever, not weaker. Stronger than ever, not weaker. This meant Loki had defeated Netero at his peak in a direct confrontation, a brat who'd only awakened his nin a little over a year ago. He had surpassed Netero. Silence fell, expressions were varied. Perry Stone, rarely surprised, stared at Jing. Jing smiled. So you really want to kill a brat who performed a miracle for humanity? If he fulfills Chairman Netero's hopes, then the gate to the new world awaits us. The new world referred to the Dark Continent. Everyone present knew of its existence, and every expedition had ended in failure. Netero had forbidden expeditions during his tenure. A new world lay before them, and the key was in their hands. Should they destroy this key? Not a single Zodiac member lacked interest in the Dark Continent. Even so, that brat's crimes. Mizaistum began, her resolve less firm than before. Loki's value was too significant. Jing interrupted. What crimes? Was eliminating the Phantom Troop wrong? Why was he wanted? This question stunned Mizaistum. He destroyed a building, killing innocent people. Did you see it with your own eyes? Jing countered. No one answered. The Phantom Troop, backed by Meteor City, were already highly wanted criminals. Their crimes were far worse than Loki's. The Zodiacs understood the unspoken implications. Kanzai stared at Jing. Then why did the chairman personally order Loki's arrest? Cheadle, realizing something she'd overlooked, spoke hesitantly. Perhaps the chairman wanted to channel Loki's anger towards himself, minimizing his hatred for the association. Kanzai fell silent. If this was true, Sayu's death also made sense. Kanzai and Botobai had sensed Loki's lack of killing intent, only Sayu had used his ability first, prompting Loki's lethal response. Even when Kanzai was restrained, he wasn't killed. Loki only showed ruthlessness to those who sought to kill him. Those who attacked Loki after the warrant were all killed. It wasn't a crime to kill someone who was trying to kill you. The Zodiac's hostility towards Loki lessened, but complete acceptance remained impossible. Jing, what's your opinion? Kanzai asked. Jing sat back down, glancing at the grim-faced Paristan. In my opinion, dealing with Loki can be postponed. Isn't the priority dealing with the suddenly appeared unknown creatures? Unknown creatures? What's to worry about? Kanzai scoffed, his dismissiveness echoed by the other Zodiac members. Nothing to worry about. Creatures that Morel and Nov, hunters the chairman respected, found terrifying. That's not worth worrying about. Morel and Nov had described the creatures as powerful, but the Zodiacs didn't find them threatening. At most, a nuisance, surely not more dangerous than Loki. Their expressions remained unchanged, filled with disdain. Jing sighed. Loki's strength, after defeating Netero at his peak, is undeniable. We might not be a match for him in single combat. Botobai suddenly spoke. He's unconscious. We have time. Jing nodded. But even in his rage, Loki couldn't kill them. Are those creatures really so easy to deal with? This caused Botobai to frown sharply, his face paling. The others' faces also paled. A Nin user in extreme emotion could unleash power several times their normal strength. Loki's power was already terrifying, in a rage, it would be far greater. Even accounting for his injuries, his power at that moment wouldn't have been weaker than usual. Cheadle understood the seriousness of the situation. The unknown creatures were as dangerous as, or perhaps even more dangerous than, Loki. Who in the association could handle them? A comparison __________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________h For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Chapter 222, HHES, Chapter 222. 799 words. Who in the association possessed Netero's peak strength? Even Jing and Botobai couldn't be considered equals. He was the world's strongest N. Who in the association possessed Netero's peak strength? Even Jing and Botobai couldn't be considered equals. He was the world's strongest Nin user. The word strongest brought a name to everyone's mind, a name that was difficult to accept. Ignoring their thoughts, Jing offered his assessment. I've received intel. The creatures might be designated quarantine species. Chimera ants, Jing stated. They're predatory, symbiotic creatures that acquire genes through consumption. Before Jing could finish, Cheadle stood, resolute. Immediately organize an investigation team. We need to act swiftly. Inside the nest, the queen struggled in pain. Neferpitou, guarding the entrance, looked back. Poof stood in the distance, watching her. Yuppie approached. Sacho Kobayakawa Elsai, a 2-star information hunter, was responsible for most of the Hunter Association's information releases and verifications. After the Zodiacs acknowledged the urgency, Sacho Kobayakawa received orders to investigate the Chimera ant situation. Nov and Morel were temporarily assigned to guard Loki, forbidden from leaving the association. Nov's 4-dimensional apartment was the ideal confinement location, with Morel protecting Nov to prevent anyone from freeing Loki. Inside the apartment, Pakunoda and Baze sat separately, a large hospital bed in the center where Loki lay, hooked up to a respirator and various life support machines. Nov regularly supplied food and water. They had a special phone, capable of contacting only specific numbers. Within the 4-dimensional apartment, there was no day or night. They had no sense of how much time had passed, only that it had been a long time. When can we leave? Baze finally asked Pakunoda, breaking the silence. Pakunoda shrugged indifferently, seemingly unconcerned about their confinement. Pakunoda, aren't you even slightly eager to leave? Baze pressed. No, Pakunoda replied flatly. Baze was at a loss for words. Pakunoda, observing Baze's frustration, mused, don't worry, we'll leave soon. Baze perked up. Why? Pakunoda looked at Loki, lying quietly in bed. Because of him. Baze didn't understand. We don't even know when he'll wake up. The Hunter Association only stopped the bleeding, they haven't treated him. He's surviving solely on his own strength. Remarkable tenacity, isn't it? Pakunoda chuckled. No matter how tenacious, without treatment, he'll die, Baze retorted coldly, surprised by Pakunoda's amusement. The Hunter Association's reluctance to treat Loki shows just how afraid they are of him. Pakunoda stated, gesturing to their surroundings. If they weren't afraid, why wouldn't they let us leave? Why wouldn't they treat him? They'd captured a criminal. Even if he deserved death, basic humanitarian treatment should precede sentencing. But the Hunter Association lacked the courage to treat Loki and risk his awakening. Loki was too powerful. Baze shook her head, a wry smile on her face. It's true. They're afraid of an unconscious man. His mere presence, even unconscious, instilled fear, a fear so profound that they wouldn't even risk his awakening. They'd imprisoned a monster but needed to keep it asleep. Time flew by. A day after the Hunter Association dispatched Sacho Kobayakawa to investigate the Chimera ants, he and his team lost contact. The loss of contact of such a skilled investigator highlighted the creature's danger. No information had been transmitted. The Zodiacs in the chairman's office received this news with grim expressions. Sacho Kobayakawa failed. Mizaestum Nana exclaimed. He and Sacho Kobayakawa were close friends, he knew his abilities. He was a skilled investigator and a strong fighter. Yet, he'd lost contact before transmitting any information. Shortly after losing contact with Sacho Kobayakawa, the association received intel from a hunter at the border. Over 50 hunters had entered the area in the past month, but none had left. They were likely dead. Including hunters, over 100 individuals, some non-users without licenses, and others with considerable combat strength, had entered the area, all presumed dead, with little information emerging. While reviewing the entry list, Jing saw Kite's name. The other Zodiacs gathered around. Kite, your apprentice. Jing, can you contact him? A phone rang. Cheadle answered under everyone's gaze. My name is Killua Zoldyck. I passed the hunter exam this year. I have important information for the association. The name Zoldyck caused the Zodiacs to frown. I'm Cheadle, currently acting chairman. Tell me the information. Killua, seemingly recalling the Zodiacs, immediately began speaking. Chimera ants, comparable in size to humans, have landed and they can use none like humans. Cheadle, after hanging up, looked at the others with a grave expression. You heard that, she said, her voice heavy. Chimera ants can use nen. A normal creature invasion wouldn't warrant such concern, but creatures wielding nen changed everything. Peon stood up from her computer. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Chapter 223, HHES, Chapter 223. 1009 words. Peon approached a whiteboard, picked up a marker, and began sketching. I've briefly reviewed the Chimera and intel, Peon announced, and I. Peon approached a whiteboard, picked up a marker, and began sketching. I've briefly reviewed the Chimera and intel, Peon announced, and I've discovered something. Peon swiftly sketched a Chimera and hierarchy. Chimera ants, despite their predatory, symbiotic nature, still have a queen. Below the queen are the squadron leaders. A squadron leader commands multiple legion leaders. Each legion leader commands approximately 10 chimera ant soldiers. Peon paused, glancing at the others. Up to this point, their social structure mirrors that of ordinary ants, all serve the queen. Resuming her drawing, Peon continued, but it changes. The queen's purpose is to birth the king. The entire chimera ant colony's collected genetic material will be perfectly combined in the king. Peon added 3 circles to the whiteboard. Once the king is born, the colony's mission is complete. The king leaves the nest, and before that, the queen births the king's royal guards. Putting down the marker, Peon surveyed the whiteboard. That's the gist of it. The simple diagram clearly illustrated the chimera ant's social structure and hierarchy. However, everyone's gaze fixated on the king. Unlike ordinary ants, all the chimera ants' efforts were geared towards the king's birth. Now, with human genes incorporated, the soldier ants already possessed human characteristics. Legion leader level ants could use Nen. Therefore, a king, combining the strengths of humans and other creatures, would be incredibly powerful. After examining Peon's diagram, Kanzai turned to Jing. How strong is your apprentice, Kite? Jing replied, he has the potential to be a Zodiac member, I'd considered recommending him. This implied that Kite, while not yet at the Zodiac level, was very close. Killua's earlier report indicated that ordinary squadron leader level chimera ants could skillfully use Nen. Several squadron leaders working together could push Kite to his limits. The chimera ant that instantly injured Kite was likely a royal guard, ranking above squadron leaders. This analysis suggested that ordinary chimera and squadron leaders possessed near top-tier Nen user strength. The royal guards far surpassed top-tier Nen users, likely exceeding even most Zodiac members in combat ability, excluding Jing, whose skill was exceptional even among the Zodiacs. Kite's strength provided a reasonable estimate of the chimera ant's overall power level. The Zodiac's faces fell. Top-tier Nen users were rare in the association, let alone those surpassing them. As previously discussed, even Loki, who defeated Netero at his peak, had evaded his enraged attacks. The chimera ant's strength was at least on par with the chairman's. Among the Zodiacs, only a few could match the chairman, Botobai and Jing. Yet, the king had 3 royal guards, and the king himself would undoubtedly be stronger than his guards. In the animal kingdom, strength almost always dictates social hierarchy, the chimera ants would be no exception. It seems that even if we Zodiacs deploy, victory against these ants isn't guaranteed. Kanzai admitted, though reluctantly. If even the Zodiacs couldn't guarantee victory, how should they handle the chimera ant threat? Treat that brat, Jing suddenly declared. Immediate objections arose. No, that brat is dangerous. If he wakes, we can't control him. Cheetle looked at Jing. You want to use him against the chimera ants? Jing nodded. Having defeated Netero at his peak, that brat's combat strength is arguably the strongest. With him, dealing with the chimera ants will be easier. They're just ants. Has the Hunter Association fallen so low that we need a brat to solve our problems? Kanzai countered. Even with the Zodiac's combined strength, victory wasn't assured, but resorting to a brat seemed excessive. Jing looked at him. Chairman Netero's body was likely consumed by the queen. What kind of king will be born from a chimera ant that consumed Netero? This was a question Kanzai hadn't considered. What would happen if the queen consumed Netero's body? Everyone exchanged glances. Chimera ants possessed predatory, symbiotic abilities. After a long silence, Cheetle spoke cautiously. Perhaps we're overestimating the chimera ants. They're just ants, after all. The Hunter Association's most skilled medical team was summoned to Nov's 4-dimensional apartment. 5 or 6 medical personnel gathered around Loki's bed, awaiting orders. Cheetle, Pariston, Jing, Peon, Gel, Kanzai, Cluck, all available Zodiacs, were present in the 4-dimensional apartment. Morel and Nov stood guard over Pakunoda and Baze, along with several association hunters. This was the Zodiac's second time seeing Loki up close. The first was during his attack on the association. Cheadle pulled back the bed curtains, observing Loki. Even unconscious, his nen was potent. Up close, the strength of his aura was undeniable, even in his comatose state. Loki's numerous scars, already scabbed over, crisscrossed his body like centipedes. He'd endured this without treatment. What incredible tenacity, Cheadle thought, marveling at his resilience. The other Zodiacs were equally astonished. This was Jing's first time seeing Loki up close. Such severe injuries would have killed Jing without treatment. This brat, however, had persevered. His tenacity explained why, after Cheadle's order to keep Loki alive but unconscious, the medical team only stopped the bleeding. Pariston coldly observed Loki. As expected of the chairman's chosen brat. He doesn't even die under these circumstances. Cheadle pointed at Loki, addressing the medical personnel. If we treat him, when will he wake up? A medical personnel considered this. He should wake up immediately. This child's vitality is unprecedented. With minimal treatment, given his constitution, he'll regain consciousness quickly. The medical personnel looked at Loki like a wild animal. Cheadle was surprised. Consciousness immediately. Humans could possess such incredible vitality. Cheadle glanced at the hunters. Restrain him. Jing glanced at the hunters, who nodded at Cheadle. One produced an antenna, attaching it to Loki's neck. They were manipulation-type nen users, similar to Shalnark. Cheadle nodded to the medical personnel, who immediately began treatment. Soon, Loki's breathing _________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________:_ For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 224, HHES, Chapter 224. 788 words. Strength gradually returned to Loki's body, strong, steady breaths filled the room. All eyes were fixed on him. The treatment wasn't simple. Strength gradually returned to Loki's body, strong, steady breaths filled the room. All eyes were fixed on him. The treatment wasn't simple surgery. The Hunter Association's medical team consisted of 5 nen users with healing abilities and advanced medical skills. Loki's condition visibly improved, his aura growing stronger. Soon, the medical personnel stepped back. Cheadle asked, "Is he all right?" "Yes, it's finished," one replied. Seeing Loki still motionless, Cheadle inquired, "Why isn't he moving?" The medical personnel sighed. Despite his remarkable vitality, he's not a machine. He needs time to recover. As if on cue, boom. A powerful burst of nen erupted from Loki, sending the instruments surrounding his bed flying against the walls of the four-dimensional apartment, shattering them. Jing stepped forward, shielding the others from the nen blast. Such power upon awakening. An eerie red glow suddenly erupted from Loki, intensely bright. Morel felt a familiar unease. Loki's aura was the same as before, filled with boundless killing intent and rage. Was he still in a berserk state? If he's still berserk, we leave immediately. Morel's warning alerted the Zodiacs. They sensed the intense killing intent and rage emanating from Loki. This astonishing killing intent pressured everyone present. Though there was no wind in the four-dimensional apartment, the air currents moved with incredible speed, making it difficult to open their eyes. As Loki's aura intensified, Jing grew increasingly surprised, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Old man, you really unleashed a monster." Netero hadn't been joking, he'd truly released a monster. The red glow vanished. The turbulent air calmed. Loki on the bed twitched a finger. The moment Loki moved, tension gripped the room. Cheadle looked at the manipulation-type nen users she'd summoned. "No problems." Though surprised by Loki's aura, they were confident in their ability to control him, even someone so powerful. They nodded confidently. This reassured some, but Jing doubted they could control Loki. The difference in power was insurmountable, no ability was absolute. Even if controlled, a sufficiently powerful individual could break free. At that moment, Loki opened his eyes, his gaze unfamiliar, taking in his surroundings. The pain shooting through his body caused him to frown. His face was pale, his expression weary as he surveyed his surroundings. He noticed the zodiacs. He paused, then began to move. "Don't move," Cheadle warned. Loki's voice, raspy, replied, "I just want to sit up." He sat up with difficulty, leaning against the headboard, wincing at the pain in his scarred body. The chairman's final attack was powerful, Loki murmured, a faint smile on his face. Despite his weakened state, Loki's aura remained strong, showing no sign of weakening. Maintaining optimal Nen control with such severe injuries demonstrated terrifying mental fortitude, a level perhaps only Netero had achieved before. Now there was another, Loki. Even motionless, Loki commanded attention. An injured monster was still a monster. Cheadle stared at Loki's aura. With such severe injuries, an ordinary person would be dead 100 times over. Yet this brat persevered. His aura is already at its peak upon regaining consciousness. Even Cheadle, who harbored some resentment towards Loki, had to admire his mental strength. "Why didn't you kill me?" Loki suddenly asked. Cheadle's eyes narrowed, his voice felt like a predatory gaze. The others' expressions also shifted. Jing stood beside Cheadle, providing a sense of security. "The chairman didn't want us to kill you." "Only because of the chairman?" Loki asked, looking directly at Cheadle. Cheadle, inexplicably compelled, answered. The other Zodiac members stared at her in surprise. Loki smiled. "Why save me?" Cheadle gritted her teeth, forcing herself to remain calm. "We need you against the Chimera ants." "You were investigating them before," the chairman interrupted you. Loki simply looked at her. "The chairman was killed by a Chimera ant. You went berserk afterward but failed to kill it. Eliminate the Chimera ants, and the Hunter Association will drop all charges against you." Dropping all charges, something even Netero couldn't do. Were the Zodiacs making such a promise? Loki's eyes flickered. It wasn't impossible. Resolving the Chimera ant issue might allow the association to drop the charges. But Loki didn't care about charges. Cheadle's offer held no appeal. Loki shook his head calmly. "Charges are irrelevant. You can say whatever you want. Class S wanted criminal, ordinary citizen, I don't care." Cheadle hadn't expected her most compelling offer to be meaningless to Loki. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 225, HHES, Chapter 225. 932 words. Cheadle was about to speak, but Jing cut her off. "The Chimera ants killed the chairman. Doesn't that matter to you?" Loki's eyes widened, eh? Cheadle was about to speak, but Jing cut her off. "The Chimera ants killed the chairman. Doesn't that matter to you?" Loki's eyes widened, and he glared at Jing. "It doesn't matter. He would have died at my hands eventually, even without that fight. He wasn't long for this world." Jing narrowed his eyes. He noticed too. Cheadle, furious, retorted, "The chairman was your teacher. Until the very end, he hoped you would inherit his will." Loki looked at Cheadle impassively, his gaze questioning. "Does that mean I have to avenge the chairman?" Cheadle, trembling with rage, threatened, "If you don't accept my terms, I'll never let you go. Do you have a choice?" Loki glanced at Nov. "Do you really think you can hold me, even like this?" He chuckled coldly. "Even injured, you can't contain me." "Oh really?" Cheadle gestured to the manipulation-type NN users. The three NN users simultaneously activated their abilities. Loki's body stiffened. Manipulation type. NN constricted his neck, controlling his body. Loki realized he'd felt something on his neck earlier, but hadn't paid much attention due to his other injuries. They'd implanted an antenna beforehand. A clever tactic. Loki looked at Cheadle. "Is this your trump card?" Seeing Loki controlled, Cheadle felt reassured. She stepped past Jing towards Loki. "Even without this, you can't leave. This is an independent ability space. Without a key, you can't open the door. No attack can break this space." Standing by the window, Cheadle looked at Loki. "One last chance. Accept my terms." Loki remained silent for several seconds before speaking. "Even if I accept, what's to stop me from escaping once I'm fully recovered?" They needed Loki against the Chimera ants, but couldn't keep him perpetually controlled. Once released, who could stop him? Even if Jing was strong, Loki might not be able to defeat him, but escape would be easy. The other Zodiac members exchanged uneasy glances. Their expressions towards Loki had shifted. Cheadle's eyes flickered. Jing smiled faintly. "Since the chairman believed you could inherit his will, we'll trust his judgment one last time." Past experiences showed that Loki kept his word. He'd made a similar agreement with Kite, sparing him even when he could have easily killed him. Given the chairman's hopes for Loki, and the urgency of the situation, Cheadle was gambling. This trust made Loki uncomfortable. He stared at Cheadle for a long time before smiling. His mission was to deal with the Chimera ants. Facing the three royal guards and the king alone, even Loki wouldn't be so reckless as to fight them all at once. Even if he won, it would be exhausting. Cooperation with the Hunter Association was the best approach. Loki looked at his controller. Mangekyo Sharingan. Suddenly, crimson eyes appeared, 3 black dots rapidly spinning into a triangle shape. The manipulation-type NN user's eyes widened. Seeing the change in Loki's eyes, the Zodiacs froze. An incredible aura emanated from his eyes, briefly mesmerizing those who looked at them. While those mesmerized were distracted, Loki moved. Despite being controlled, his hand reached for the antenna on his neck, effortlessly removing and discarding it. Cheadle was speechless. The other Zodiacs were stunned. Jing, Pariston, Morel, and Nov stared at Loki. How did he do that? Wasn't he controlled? His aura didn't change. Was it his eyes? Doubt filled their minds. Loki didn't explain, simply smiling at Cheadle. "I accept your terms." Loki stood, stretching, his body weakening again. His red eyes slowly returned to normal. The others were still reeling from his sudden escape from control. He'd broken free without warning, a recently awakened, heavily injured man. And those eyes, those eerie markings seemed to possess a strange power, captivating anyone who looked at them. "Open the door. It's stuffy in here." Before anyone could process what had happened, Nov, seemingly entranced, walked towards the door, opening it naturally. Loki glanced at Pakunoda and Baze, noticing Hisoka's absence. "Is Hisoka dead?" Loki asked calmly. Pakunoda, surprised but quick to respond, shook her head. "We don't know. They didn't bring him back." Morel quickly explained, "We weren't trying to leave him behind. A chimera and threw him far away, we couldn't." Loki cut him off. "It's fine. Against such an opponent, Hisoka would have died happily." Loki walked towards the exit of the 4-dimensional apartment and left. Nov snapped out of his trance. "How did I get here?" Everyone looked at Nov, bewildered by his obedience to Loki's command, followed by his sudden amnesia. They realized the priority wasn't understanding Nov's state, but pursuing Loki in case he escaped. Cheadle and other Zodiacs rushed out. Jing and Paristan weren't as hasty. They believed Loki would keep his word. Emerging from the four-dimensional apartment, Cheadle saw Loki, unharmed, stretching. She collapsed to the ground. The other Zodiacs froze. Completely healed. Hearing Cheadle's fall, Loki turned his head, a slight smile playing on his lips. Surprised? I said even injured, you couldn't contain me. Emerging from the four-dimensional apartment, they were still in a massive underground chamber, clearly prepared for him. Bombs were placed in the corners, many of them, and powerful ones. Cheadle and the others stared at Loki, their eyes filled with shock. From severely injured to completely healed, underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 226, HHES, Chapter 226. 841 words. In an instant. No known healer in the association possessed such potent healing abilities as Loki. His injuries vanished in the blink of an eye. In an instant. No known healer in the association possessed such potent healing abilities as Loki. His injuries vanished in the blink of an eye. Even the most skilled healers couldn't achieve such a rapid recovery. Jing, Paristan, Morel, and Nov emerged, equally astonished by Loki's complete recovery. Unlike the others, Jing hesitated before reaching a conclusion. Loki had likely developed some kind of healing ability, probably unusable in combat, otherwise, he would have prioritized healing his wounds instead of attacking while injured. Alternatively, Loki might possess an item with powerful healing properties. Jing considered the latter more likely. I thought you'd need time to recover, Jing remarked calmly to Loki, but it seems we can act immediately. Only Jing possessed the aura to converse with Loki on equal footing. The others weren't afraid of Loki, but his aura heavily suppressed theirs. Equal conversation was difficult. Loki examined Jing, one of the world's 5 greatest nin users, an absolute powerhouse. When we have the chance, let's fight, Loki challenged abruptly. Jing stared at Loki, unsure if it was a serious challenge or not. Loki's words had shifted the momentum. Seeing Loki's battle-hungry gaze, Jing smiled. He really wants to fight me. He's quite the battle lover. After we deal with the Chimera ants, Jing replied. So after the Chimera ants, you'll duel me? Loki pressed, leaving no room for evasion. Jing met Loki's gaze. After a long silence, he closed his eyes, a hint of impatience in his expression. If you survive, we can fight multiple times. The Chimera ants aren't easy. He knew this, especially since Netero's body had been taken by the Chimera ants, likely already consumed by the queen. Loki didn't know how powerful the king would be, but certainly far stronger than in the original timeline. The king has been born, Jing confirmed. 5 days ago. Cheadle stood up. Jing looked at her. Give him the Chimera and intel. Turning to Loki, he asked, Are you hungry? Want something to eat? Coffee and bread, Loki replied. Coffee and bread? Your culinary tastes are rather simple, Jing remarked. It's enough to fill my stomach. That's not nutritious. No wonder you're so short, Jing teased. The easy banter between Jing and Loki surprised the other Zodiacs. Loki was soon taken to the dining area. Pakunoda and Baze followed. The other Zodiacs remained behind. Jing was talkative during the meal. Loki ignored him, eating bread and coffee, enjoying the feeling of his fully healed body, sensing an increase in strength. Senza beans are truly miraculous healing items. I wish I could get more. Loki had obtained 3 senza long ago, keeping them in his system inventory. He'd used one on Kurapika, and one on himself, leaving one remaining. Loki reviewed his acquired rewards. Netero's death had completed his world enemy mission. The final assessment was only B, but he'd obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi. This allowed him to use Amaterasu and Susanoo. His Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't activated by Netero's death, but by the mission completion and reward. He'd planned to use Amaterasu on Neferpitou, but his first attempt, while heavily injured, was too slow. Neferpitou evaded it. Forcing the Mangekyo Sharingan while injured had depleted his mental energy, causing him to collapse. Morel and the others had saved him. He'd survived Netero's zero-hand strike thanks to the fire spirit. Activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, using Amaterasu and Susanoo, while heavily injured, demonstrated his terrifying mental fortitude. He hadn't used Tsukuyomi on Neferpitou because his mental energy was too depleted. It was doubtful he could even use it, and he wasn't willing to gamble on whether a chimera ant could withstand it. While Loki and Jing planned against the king, the chimera ants wreaked havoc across the globe. After leaving the nest, they discovered the vastness of the world and the prevalence of weak humans. Each chimera ant squadron strived to create their own king. One squadron leader, Leo the Lion, a conjuration-type Nen user with the ability, Debt Issuance Machine, had yet to fully develop his ability, relying on basic Nen, and their inherent strength to overcome ordinary humans. "So, sir, is your goal world domination?" a reporter asked. Leo the Lion laughed. "Of course. You humans are too weak to rule the world. How was your species created? That's not important. What matters is that I'll rule the world with my power." Leo leaned back, smiling. "I initially thought humans were strong. I encountered 2 humans who terrified me, but then, after leaving, I found that strong humans are rare. Perhaps those 2 humans who frightened me are 1 in millions or tens of millions." The reporter was intrigued. "What happened to those 2 humans?" Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 227, HHES, Chapter 227. 797 words. Leo glanced at the reporter. "I know what you're thinking." He slowly approached, a wide, predatory grin spreading across his face. "Those." Leo glanced at the reporter. "I know what you're thinking." He slowly approached, a wide, predatory grin spreading across his face. "Those 2 humans. When we encountered them, they were fighting each other." Leo scoffed. "That's why humans don't deserve to rule the world. 2 incredibly powerful humans, engaged in mutual destruction. If they'd cooperated, we'd all be dead." Even this terrifying creature acknowledged their strength, a strength that instilled fear even in monsters. "Unfortunately," Leo continued, "their infighting left both fatally wounded. We killed one, the other escaped but unlikely to survive." The reporter's burgeoning hope crumbled. "What did those 2 humans look like?" she asked, clinging to a sliver of hope. "What if the survivor was still alive?" Leo pondered. "An old man and a young boy." He dismissed the old man. "He was killed, not worth mentioning." "The boy who escaped?" "Long, wine-red hair. Wearing a white cloak." Leo's expression shifted, a cold smile replacing his earlier grin. "You're thinking that if that boy survived, he could defeat us, aren't you?" The reporter, under Leo's terrifying gaze, stared in fear. Leo bared his sharp teeth. "Even if he survived, he couldn't recover quickly. By the time he's healed, A massive claw suddenly seized the reporter's head. "I've grown stronger." That human, if he faces me, will be killed. Swish. A flash of blood. The screen cuts to black. The situation spiraled further out of control. Nearby countries were helpless against the Chimera ants. Handguns and rocket launchers were ineffective. More powerful weapons risked civilian casualties, and might not even hit the incredibly fast Chimera ants. The Hunter Association's pressure mounted daily. Confirmed human casualties reached 5 figures, with countless more missing. In the East Gorto Republic, the king, witnessing the country's ruler as a useless hedonist, decided to conquer the world. With his goal set, the 3 royal guards initiated a human selection plan to create Chimera and soldiers, overseen by Poof. Except for Yuppie, Poof and Neferpita's abilities were fully awakened. Meanwhile, in a nearby country, 3 figures in black robes stood before a shop, staring at a television screen. Wine-red hair. White cloak. The brat. Boom. The television exploded. The 3 figures slowly walked forward. Leaving the city, they removed their robes, revealing Nobunaga, Finks, and Shizuku. Nobunaga clenched his fists, his body trembling with excitement. "We found that brat. He's injured," Finks stated gleefully. Shizuku nodded. "Severely injured. Our chance." Nobunaga grumbled, "Even uninjured, I could kill him." Shizuku ignored him. "We just need to find him." Finks' aura erupted, the temperature plummeting. A cold wind swept through. Shizuku adjusted her hair. Finks' voice was chilling. "Knowing that brat, severely injured and fleeing, once he recovers, he'll target those monsters." "Exactly. We don't need to find him," Nobunaga agreed, his hand tightening on his sword, killing intent radiating from him. "Besides us, we need a few more top-tier fighters." "Not too many," Loki said, handing his coffee cup to Pakunoda. Pakunoda took the cup and ordered him a new one. Jing nodded, looking at the 6 empty cups before Loki. "You agree? Too many people are useless against the Chimera ants, weak ones become liabilities." "The chairman found 2 good ones," Loki said, referring to Morel and Nov. "They couldn't kill the royal guards but could delay them." For Loki's mission, they were perfect, strong enough to delay, but not strong enough to kill the royal guards and leave the king isolated. The optimal strategy mirrored the original timeline. Morel, Knuckle, and Shoot would hold off Yuppie and Poof, while Nov would facilitate a surprise attack on the palace. Neferpitou would require additional personnel. Killua and Gon weren't strong enough yet. Jing approved of Morel and Nov, both possessed strength comparable to the Zodiacs. It would have been better if Kanzai, Mizaistum Nana, and Botobai Giganti weren't injured. "Can you instantly heal others like you did yourself?" Jing asked abruptly. Loki glanced at him. "What do you think?" "No?" "Then forget it." Jing understood that Loki's instantaneous healing was a unique ability. Shrugging, Jing considered the situation. Kanzai, Mizaistum Nana, and Botobai Giganti were unavailable, leaving the Zodiacs somewhat underpowered. The only other strong candidate was someone Jing would never choose, Pariston Hill. Jing didn't know his full strength, but it was undoubtedly substantial. "No choice." Jing sighed. "We'll have to get that guy." "Who?" "You fought him. He's strong enough for the king's guards." Loki pondered. His eyes flickered. "Something. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 228, HHES, Chapter 228. 900 words. "That guy, he's not bad, but can he even leave?" Loki asked, surprising Jing. "Of course," Jing replied, taken aback. You think they can? That guy. He's not bad, but can he even leave? Loki asked, surprising Jing. Of course, Jing replied, taken aback. You think they can't leave that? What are you talking about? It's not a prison. With the personnel decided, Loki rested in the room Cheadle arranged, awaiting Jing's return with the someone he'd mentioned. Jing said he'd need a day, action could commence tomorrow at the latest. Meanwhile, in Pariston's office, Pariston listened to a phone call, a smile playing on his lips. Cause some trouble for the association. I understand. He hung up, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Causing trouble was easy, especially during the association's current chaos. Even before the Chimera Ant incident, Netero's coma had destabilized the association. The Chimera Ant situation only exacerbated the turmoil. The root cause was simple, the chairman's absence. An organization without a leader couldn't maintain order indefinitely. Though Cheadle and Pariston were managing the association, they were only maintaining minimal functionality. Those with differing ambitions were vying for the chairmanship during Netero's incapacitation. The Pure Paladin squad was particularly active. Their core members, Pterodine, a refined middle-aged man advocating for hunter exam reform, and Bushidora, were struggling with the Chimera Ant crisis. Another team lost contact. Our hunters are professionals, they shouldn't be failing repeatedly, Pterodine exclaimed, his face grim, reflecting Bushidora's own displeasure at the loss of yet another team. Their goal was simple, resolve the Chimera Ant crisis to bolster their influence and seize the chairmanship during Netero's coma. The crisis provided the perfect pretext for a new chairman election. However, the Chimera Ant's strength far exceeded their expectations. Before Bushidora could speak, another core member, Loop, a retrieval hunter specializing in finding missing persons and objects, entered. Seeing their expressions, Loop knew their latest team had failed. He was unconcerned about the Chimera Ants, a wide smile on his face. Bushidora and Pterodine exchanged glances, sensing good news. What is it? They asked eagerly. Loop sat calmly, arms crossed. We can abandon the Chimera Ant issue. A new opportunity has arisen. What opportunity? They asked, exchanging questioning looks. The Zodiacs captured Loki, the wanted criminal. They're offering to drop the charges in exchange for his cooperation against the Chimera Ants, Loop said, his eyes gleaming. This is our chance. The association's cooperation with Loki was clearly to combat the Chimera Ants. This sparked a new plan in the Pure Paladin squad's minds. The Zodiacs couldn't handle the Chimera Ants alone, resorting to a wanted criminal for help. Pterodine's eyes lit up. Expose it. Let every hunter in the association know. Exposing Loki's cooperation with the Zodiacs would undermine the Zodiacs' authority, weakening the chairman's faction. They would show how the Zodiacs were collaborating with a criminal who'd injured the chairman and attacked the association. This would severely damage the Zodiacs' reputation, allowing the Pure Paladin squad to push for a new chairman election. Even if they failed to achieve this, they would at least seize control of the association's affairs during Netero's coma. However, Loop opposed Pterodine. Don't expose it. Bushidora and Pterodine stopped laughing, confused. This is a golden opportunity to strike at the chairman's faction, Bushidora argued. It was, but doing so would give the government a reason to interfere with the association. Loop explained this, causing Bushidora and Pterodine to regain their composure. During this unstable period, exposing the collaboration would give the government a pretext to intervene. They wanted to overthrow the chairman's faction, but not to let the association fall under government control. Pterodine pondered. Are we just going to let this opportunity slip away? Missing this chance would make it harder to oppose the chairman's faction once the Chimera Ant issue was resolved. Loop smiled mysteriously. The Zodiac's collaboration with Loki is our leverage. We can use it to blackmail the Zodiacs. Exchange it for control over hunter exam reform. Control over the hunter exam was significant, Future hunters would largely belong to the pure paladin squad, allowing them to grow and eventually replace the chairman's faction. Bushidora and Pterodine agreed, this was the best approach. Our priority is obtaining concrete proof of the Zodiac's secret collaboration with a Class S wanted criminal, Bushidora stated. Loop and Pterodine nodded. But how to obtain proof? The Zodiacs wouldn't leave written evidence. The only proof was Loki himself. Capturing Loki would provide the necessary evidence. But Loki wasn't ordinary, he could fight Netero. Bushidora, despite not having seen Loki fight, knew his strength. Pterodine shared this concern. Loop smiled. Didn't the Zodiacs capture him? He's strong but still human, a monster but not a true monster. They understood. There were many ways to capture a human beyond combat. That evening, Loki was studying his newly acquired Uchiha Itachi abilities, marveling at the strength of a character deemed only B rank, likely due to his early death. This was fortunate, otherwise, Loki wouldn't have been able to obtain Itachi's abilities. A knock came at the door. Loki looked towards the entrance. Your food. We've left it at the door. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 229, HHES, Chapter 229. 1,133 words. The person left after speaking. Loki opened the door, revealing a cart laden with gourmet food. He briefly, coldly glanced at the hallway The person left after speaking. Loki opened the door, revealing a cart laden with gourmet food. He briefly, coldly glanced at the hallway corner before taking the food back to his room. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Pterodine and Loop watched a screen displaying Loki. It's the brat. Pterodine exclaimed. They've left him inside the association, seemingly unconcerned about him escaping. The Zodiacs must have some kind of control over him. They couldn't believe the Zodiacs would so easily leave such a dangerous individual unsupervised. However, if the Zodiacs possessed a method to control Loki, then they had nothing to fear. Loop watched Loki pick up the food. All the food contains a specially formulated anesthetic. A minuscule amount is enough to incapacitate even an elephant, Loop explained, a smirk playing on his lips. He'll be unconscious within 3 seconds of eating it. Then we can quietly take him away. Pterodine nodded, satisfied with Loop's plan. On the screen, Loki ate the food at a leisurely pace. Over 10 minutes passed. Loki, sipping wine, appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself. Loop and Pterodine were utterly dumbfounded. Loki seemingly savored the food, then casually opened the door and pushed the cart outside. With the cart gone, Pterodine and Loop lost visual access to Loki via the cart's hidden camera. They turned away from the screen, exchanging a look of disbelief. Pterodine pointed at the empty food cart. Are you absolutely certain you put the anesthetic in? Loop adjusted his glasses, carefully retracing his steps. He nodded emphatically. I personally oversaw the addition of the anesthetic. There's no way I could be mistaken. Pterodine stared at him, his expression questioning. How could Loki eat it and show no effects? Loop was equally perplexed. Impossible, he exclaimed. This is a specialized anesthetic, even 1/10 of a gram can incapacitate an elephant. How could that brat be completely unaffected? After repeatedly confirming that he had indeed added the anesthetic to the food, Pterodine hesitantly suggested, could the anesthetic have expired? Loop turned to him, his face contorting in disbelief. His expression clearly conveyed, are you serious? Pterodine didn't believe it had expired either, but how else could they explain this? A 13-year-old boy. A 13-year-old boy had consumed enough anesthetic to incapacitate thousands, yet showed no ill effects, even seeming to relish the meal. The two men sat in stunned silence, utterly baffled. They couldn't comprehend how Loki remained unscathed. What kind of constitution did he possess? Even with his exceptional strength, he was still human. Human physiology simply shouldn't allow for such a thing. While they remained silent, Bushidora, having waited impatiently for the go-ahead to capture Loki, finally called, unable to contain his frustration any longer. He demanded to know when they would act. Pterodine could only relay the bizarre turn of events. Bushidora immediately left the Hunter Association and returned to the Pure Paladin Squad's headquarters. Entering the room, Bushidora looked at the two men. "You're serious?" The special anesthetic was ineffective. They nodded silently. Bushidora's eyes twitched. "This is impossible. Even a single gram of that anesthetic is incredibly expensive. We used enough for thousands and that brat is completely fine." "Is that brat truly a monster?" Pterodine shared his bewilderment. Thousands of doses of anesthetic had proven completely ineffective against Loki. The three men exchanged strange, uneasy looks. They refused to believe the anesthetic had been truly ineffective, suspecting some unique ability or other unforeseen circumstance. They simply couldn't accept that thousands of doses of anesthetic would fail to affect a teenager. Pterodine was growing increasingly anxious. If the anesthetic was useless, would they simply let this golden opportunity slip through their fingers? Bushidora and Loop felt the same. They were unwilling to abandon this chance. Bushidora clenched his fist, his gaze fixed on Pterodine. "If these methods don't work, then we'll just have to capture that brat directly." Pterodine and Loop were taken aback by his words. "But he's someone who could go head-to-head with Chairman Netero." "You." It wasn't that Loop and Pterodine doubted Bushidora's strength, but Loki's power was clearly beyond what an ordinary nin user could handle. Bushidora dismissed their concerns. "I'll admit, in a direct confrontation, I might not be his match. But what about a surprise attack?" he countered. "Nin battles aren't solely about the strength of one's aura." They both knew this to be true. Seeing Bushidora's unwavering confidence, they both nodded in agreement. Late that night, Loki, resting in his room, reflected on the anesthetic in his food. While his constitution wasn't entirely immune to anesthetics, with the combined abilities of countless top-tier individuals now integrated within him, neutralizing the anesthetics components using his flames had been a trivial task. Loki wondered if Cheadle had been attempting to ensure his capture with this method, perhaps out of a lack of trust. However, he remained unfazed. He had consumed all the food, sending a clear message to those who had attempted this ploy: such childish tactics were utterly useless. Deep into the night, Loki slept soundly. But soon, he awoke, his eyes snapping open. "Still playing games?" Loki thought, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He had no patience for Cheadle's games. He needed to focus on recovering his mental energy, preparing himself for the formidable enemy he would soon face. But these repeated interruptions were grating on his nerves. Loki slowly closed his eyes again. Several dark figures infiltrated his room through the window, while a series of footsteps approached the door. While they believed themselves to be utterly silent, their movements were far too obvious to Loki's heightened senses. The figures surrounded Loki's bed, observing him in his sleep with contemptuous expressions. Initially, they had been concerned about being discovered before they could even reach Loki's room. But it seemed that someone who had fought Netero was not as formidable as they had imagined. A brat was still just a brat. While his strength might be significant, his vigilance was clearly lacking. They had infiltrated his room without him even noticing. One of the figures stepped forward, seemingly preparing to activate their Nen ability. However, activating their Nen ability would undoubtedly alert Loki to their presence. Nen fluctuations were easily detected by even the least vigilant Nen users, who possessed an innate sensitivity to the subtle shifts in aura. A third group of figures approached Loki's room, maintaining the distance Bushidora had instructed. They proceeded without any issues. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 230, HHES, Chapter 230. 883 words. But how could they check on their previously dispatched comrades? If it weren't for the late hour, the Hunter Association's personnel on T. But how could they check on their previously dispatched comrades? If it weren't for the late hour, the Hunter Association's personnel on this floor would have already been dealt with by the Pure Paladin Squad faction. The dozen or so individuals currently stationed outside Loki's room, and the 7 or 8 attempting entry through the building's windows, would have been discovered long ago. Continued inaction would inevitably lead to discovery. So many people standing motionless were essentially waiting to be caught. Inside his room, Loki smiled faintly with his eyes closed. If the anesthetic in the food was a precaution taken by Cheadle, then the current attempt to capture him was certainly not her doing. Cheadle, the mastermind behind the Zodiacs, was a hunter who had witnessed Loki's power firsthand. She wouldn't be foolish enough to send such incompetent individuals against him. Clearly, news of his presence within the Hunter Association had been leaked. Loki didn't concern himself with how the leak occurred, but these persistent harassments were incredibly annoying. This was the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired genjutsu abilities. Loki's new ability, Uchiha Itachi's Genjutsu, proved remarkably potent. Itachi's Genjutsu wasn't limited to his Sharingan. In the Naruto world, a mere flick of Itachi's finger during his battle with Naruto had been enough to ensnare him in Genjutsu. Even without the Sharingan, Itachi's Genjutsu was formidable. Against these barely third-rate nin users, this level of Genjutsu was more than sufficient. Loki shifted in his bed, sensing the infiltration of a third group. Since you've come, don't expect to leave. The moment this thought crossed Loki's mind, the individuals maintaining a distance outside his room froze. Their expressions became vacant, their eyes devoid of light, resembling a state of catatonia. Bushidora abruptly lowered his binoculars, his teeth clenched. "What in the world is going on?" he muttered, utterly bewildered. There were no nin fluctuations, no unusual occurrences. His men stood frozen like statues. If this continued, they would be discovered by the Zodiacs at dawn. While not exceptionally strong, these were still qualified hunters. Their capture would be a significant blow to the Pure Paladin Squad faction, even if it were only a few dozen individuals. The association had a limited number of hunters. The Pure Paladin Squad faction had spent years cultivating these individuals. To lose them so inexplicably would be a devastating setback. Just then, his phone rang. It was Pterodine and Loop. Bushidora answered. Pterodine's voice came through. "How's it going?" Bushidora, looking at the motionless figures in the distance, didn't know how to respond. He gritted his teeth. "Don't worry, we'll bring that brat back soon." Pterodine and Loop trusted Bushidora's abilities. He was a 1-star bounty hunter and a disciplinary committee member of the association. His strength was undeniable. After hanging up, Bushidora stared at the association building. "No, I can't leave them like this." He had to intervene personally. He needed to discover what force had rendered his men into puppets. He descended to Loki's floor. At the end of the hallway, his men stood motionless, like vacant shells. Bushidora walked towards Loki's room. He could accept if Loki had eliminated his men. After all, rumors spoke of this brat fighting Netero, a user of fire nen, a monster. Even as a child, his strength wouldn't be underestimated. But this inexplicable situation was baffling. He needed answers. At Loki's door, Bushidora gently nudged one of his men. There was no response. Bushidora turned his gaze towards the room. Reason told him not to enter, but curiosity, a fundamental human trait, compelled him. He had come this far, he couldn't resist. Stepping into Loki's room, Bushidora froze. Loki stood by the window, calmly observing the scenery outside. The wind gently stirred his wine-red hair. A strange aura made Bushidora break out in a cold sweat. Loki wasn't emitting any nen, yet an invisible pressure weighed heavily upon him. Every movement of that figure exerted immense pressure. What's going on? Why this terrifying pressure? What kind of monster is this brat? Were these people sent by you? Loki's cold voice echoed. Bushidora swallowed hard. Loki's voice was like a chilling wind, sending a shiver down his spine. He felt as if he'd forgotten how to use his nen. His gaze was fixed on Loki's back, an ordinary figure, yet somehow terrifying. Without waiting for an answer, Loki slowly turned. Suddenly, crimson eyes locked onto Bushidora. 3 black dots appeared within those crimson eyes. Bushidora's face went deathly pale. Bushidora's eyes widened in terror. His complexion rapidly paled, his body froze, as if encased in ice. Under that gaze, it was as if a monstrous beast had opened its jaws to devour him. Bushidora felt his breathing become incredibly labored. He was a one-star hunter, a bounty hunter. He'd faced countless terrifying enemies, yet today, he realized that those encounters paled in comparison to this. Compared to this boy, his previous formidable opponents seemed as insignificant as grains of sand. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 231, HHES, Chapter 231. 995 words. A single glance. Bushidora instantly understood the insurmountable gulf between himself and Loki. Before this boy, he felt no urge to fight. A single glance. Bushidora instantly understood the insurmountable gulf between himself and Loki. Before this boy, he felt no urge to fight, only a strange, oppressive weight pressing down on him, an irresistible urge to kneel in submission. Any thought of resistance evaporated. Monster, he thought. What kind of gaze is this? Even a hellish demon's gaze couldn't be this terrifying. Loki, after that single, piercing look, turned away, his gaze drifting to the side. But that one glance, time itself seemed to freeze. A single second stretched into an agonizing eternity, perhaps the longest second of Bushidora's life, feeling like tens of minutes, even an hour. Only when Loki turned back to the window did Bushidora feel the crushing pressure lift. He gasped for air, frantically wiping at his face, his entire visage slick with sweat. Large beads of perspiration continued to roll down his cheeks. Get lost. Trash like you isn't worth the effort, Loki stated dismissively. Bushidora lowered his head, frantically nodding, his body trembling uncontrollably. He tried to speak, but lifting his head, he found himself still standing outside Loki's door. His eyes darted wildly, focusing on the figures lined up before the door, his men. Had what he experienced been real, or merely a hallucination? He couldn't tell. He touched his sweat-drenched face, unsure if he'd even entered the room. The experience was surreal, terrifying. Regardless of whether it was real or not, the individual inside was someone he couldn't possibly provoke. His men, one by one, regained consciousness. But their first action wasn't shouting or attacking, it was to turn and flee, leaving as quickly as possible. Bushidora, without hesitation, followed them, escaping the Hunter Association headquarters with all possible haste. When Cheadle arrived to investigate, the figures outside Loki's room were gone. She opened the door to find Loki lying in bed, slowly opening his eyes to look at her. Do you have to watch me even while I sleep? He asked. Cheadle, about to question him about the people outside, abruptly closed the door and left. She knew questioning Loki would be futile. She would investigate herself. Outside the Hunter Association, Teradyne and Loop anxiously awaited news from Bushidora. The longer they waited, the more their apprehension grew. Bushidora was taking far too long. Several hours passed without a single update, and none of the men he'd taken with him had returned. Finally, Teradyne and Loop contacted Bushidora again. Bushidora, on a train, dressed in plain clothes, stared at the incoming call on his phone, finally answering after a long moment of hesitation. Did you capture the brat? Teradyan's voice demanded. The moment Bushidora heard the word brat, his face paled, his voice heavy with a profound sense of dread. Give it up, he said, his voice strained. Give it up. That monster, you can't handle him. He's from a different dimension entirely. The Zodiac's cooperation isn't due to manipulation, even the Zodiacs are no match for that demon. Teradyne and Loop were completely bewildered by his words. Did you fight him? They asked urgently. Fight him? Bushidora gave a self-deprecating chuckle. With my strength against that, I'd be dead before I could even land a blow. He let out a long, weary sigh. I only saw his eyes. At the mere memory of those crimson eyes, Bushidora trembled uncontrollably. His voice trembled with an almost palpable fear. They were, he whispered, his voice barely audible, the eyes of a demon. You absolutely do not want to see those eyes. Unimaginably cold. Seeing that gaze, I never want to be a hunter again. I just want to be an ordinary person, to live a normal life. Bushidora had no desire to ever encounter that demon again. He had survived this time, but next time. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. The call ended abruptly. Teradyne and Loop tried calling back, but there was no answer. Back at the Pure Paladin Squad faction's headquarters, Teradyne looked at Loop, his face etched with worry. Bushidora's words implied that a single glance from Loki had stripped him of his courage as a hunter. What kind of gaze could instill such abject terror in a seasoned, experienced one-star hunter? What kind of gaze could make a seasoned one-star hunter so afraid that he would abandon his career and seek the anonymity of an ordinary life? Teradyne and Loop couldn't even begin to imagine the terror that must have been inflicted. Perhaps only by experiencing it firsthand could they understand why Bushidora had been reduced to this state by a single glance. As the moon yielded to the rising sun, Teradyne and Loop finally realized the full extent of their failure. In a single night, they had not only failed to capture Loki, but had also lost half their personnel. Those dispatched with Bushidora hadn't died, they had fled, likely never to return to the Hunter Association. This revelation sent another wave of shock through Teradyne and Loop. One person fleeing was one thing, an entire group, inexplicably driven away by a child, was utterly incomprehensible. Loop, now beginning to grasp the true extent of Loki's terrifying power, advised Teradyne, give it up. That brat, he's clearly beyond our capabilities. Even with Loop's assessment, Teradyne couldn't accept defeat. He had initiated this entire operation, and the thought of losing so many men, failing to achieve any of their goals, and losing Bushidora as well, was unbearable. He sat slumped in the Pure Paladin Squad faction's office, his fists clenching and unclenching repeatedly, his eyes bloodshot with frustration and a burning sense of injustice. He couldn't and wouldn't accept this outcome. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 232, HHES, Chapter 232. 994 words. His eyes, filled with rage and madness, were fixed on the distance. Cheadle had identified last night's intruders, members of the Pure Pallid. His eyes, filled with rage and madness, were fixed on the distance. Cheadle had identified last night's intruders, members of the Pure Paladin Squad faction. However, Cheadle wasn't concerned with their motive for attacking Loki, but rather, how they obtained the information. Aside from the Zodiacs, only the chairman's inner circle knew Loki was in the association. The leak needed investigation, but Cheadle lacked the time. Jing had returned, bringing someone with him. After learning of Loki's location in the association's rest area, Jing and his companion headed straight for it. Upon seeing Loki, Jing grinned. "You found this place, huh? Not many in the association know about this rest area." Loki didn't turn, merely replying, "I've been in the Hunter Association for a long time." Jing then remembered that this boy was Netero's prize student, though he hadn't followed Netero's intended path. Still, Netero was always proud of Loki. "Long time no see, Loki," said the person behind Jing. Loki turned to see him. Razor. Jing had brought Razor, one of the game masters, known for his role in the game's emissive systems, and as the final boss of a specific quest. The moment Loki looked at Razor, carrying his luggage, frowned. "It's been a while, and this kid's gotten even stronger." A palpable increase in pressure emanated from Loki, surprising Razor. Loki's rate of growth was astonishing. It wasn't simply talent, reaching Loki's level and still improving at this rate transcended mere talent. Jing clapped Razor on the back. "How about it? This guy should be up to par." Loki discreetly observed Razor. His aura was calmer than on Greed Island. Razor was undoubtedly stronger now. Jing sat down, looking at Loki. "The game, Greed Island, will be temporarily shut down. The longer it's down, the greater the impact." "Why tell me this?" Loki asked, confused. Razor smiled, understanding Jing's intentions, but refraining from interrupting, silently setting down his luggage and observing. Jing leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Loki's youthful face. "After the Chimera and extermination, let's remake Greed Island together." Jing extended his hand, inviting Loki. Loki's eyes flickered as he looked at Jing's hand, then back at his face. Jing's invitation felt unusual. The bright eyes and earnest expression were reminiscent of Gon's, showing a perfect inheritance of Jing's positive traits, avoiding his flaws. Just as Loki was about to speak, a notification appeared. "Mission triggered, remake Greed Island. Mission reward, 1 S-rank summoning chance. Objective, remake Greed Island to be even better than before." Loki paused slightly, causing Jing and Razor to tense. After a moment, a slow smile spread across Loki's lips. Jing, seeing Loki wasn't going to shake his hand, stood up and grabbed Loki's hand, shaking it forcefully. Loki, with an expression of clear displeasure, immediately pulled his hand away. "After that, it'll be our duel, right?" Loki stated. At the mention of a duel, Jing, unlike before, was visibly excited and eager. "I'm looking forward to it," Jing replied, his voice brimming with anticipation. Razor chuckled. "Let's focus on this Chimera and extermination first. We don't have much time, do we?" Jing turned to Loki. "Loki, you mentioned driving the ants towards the king for a decisive blow. How do you plan to do that?" Loki smiled. "It's quite simple, actually. East Gorto's capital, Peking. The palace. Maruam, the Chimera Ant King, though he didn't yet know his name, sat on what was once Diggo's throne, observing Poof, Neferpitou, and Yuppie. He was dining. A long table, draped in white cloth, was covered with bloody food. Maruam ate slowly, methodically. Neferpitou watched him, speaking respectfully. "Your Majesty, are you satisfied with the meal?" Maruam nodded slightly. "It's satisfactory. Much better than before." His approval was the ultimate motivation for the royal guards. "We're pleased Your Majesty is satisfied. These are exceptional humans, difficult to find, but recently, many have appeared, allowing your majesty to finally enjoy a proper meal, Neferpitou explained. Meruem paused. You mean humans are organizing to oppose me? The royal guards were taken aback. Poof quickly responded, Your Majesty, rest assured. While these exceptional humans are far stronger than ordinary humans, their strength is insignificant compared to Your Majesty's. Yes, Your Majesty. The three of us are more than enough to deal with any human resistance, Neferpitou added. Meruem shook his head. I'm not concerned about these so-called exceptional humans. The royal guards looked at him questioningly. Then what concerns Your Majesty? Meruem rose, his back to them. Every species has its king. Ordinary human kings are inconsequential, he stated, turning around, his eyes hardening. But among these exceptional humans, there might be a king among them. Poof and Yuppie were unsure why Meruem was concerned about a king among humans. Neferpitou hesitated. Your Majesty needn't worry. Meruem looked at Neferpitou. You've seen this king of exceptional humans. Yes, Your Majesty. Before Your Majesty's birth, I encountered two such kings. How strong were they? Neferpitou closed her eyes. Very strong. She wouldn't lie to Meruem, Loki and Netero had been incredibly powerful. However, she immediately added, but Your Majesty need not worry. While strong, they were only at our level, far inferior to Your Majesty. Poof and Yuppie turned to Neferpitou, surprised by her assessment. They'd never encountered humans at their level. Ignoring Neferpitou's concluding remark, Meruem continued, Where are these kings of exceptional humans now? Meruem showed disappointment. Neferpitou, sensing his concern, explained, Your Majesty, rest assured. The kings of exceptional humans I encountered are likely dead. One was consumed by the queen, and the other, severely injured, would be unable to survive with his human body. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 233, HHES, Chapter 233. 1,202 words. Dead. Then there's nothing to worry about, Poof stated calmly. He wouldn't allow any potential threat to the king to exist. Since it's DEA. Dead. Then there's nothing to worry about, Poof stated calmly. He wouldn't allow any potential threat to the king to exist. Since it's dead, there's nothing to fear. The 3 royal guards maintained a facade of composure, but the king's disappointment was palpable. Their eyes flickered slightly. The king continued, From that creature's belly, I tasted an unparalleled delicacy. It must have been the king of the exceptional humans. He touched his lips, a lingering expression of longing on his face. That flavor. I still can't forget it. I find myself constantly thinking about when I might taste it again. It's dead. What a waste, he sighed, his voice laced with genuine regret. Apparently unable to bear the thought of never experiencing that exquisite taste again, the king began to devour the food the royal guards had prepared with ferocious intensity. His savage expression caused Poof to pause, a flicker of concern crossing his features. Your Majesty seems addicted to this human flesh. Poof thought, his internal monologue laced with worry. Human flesh is delicious, but if it has a poisonous effect, influencing His Majesty's will, that's unacceptable. Suddenly, Poof noticed something extraordinary. As the king continued to consume the flesh of these exceptional humans, his aura was steadily, noticeably growing stronger. Poof's eyes widened in astonishment. It's not the human flesh affecting His Majesty, it's His Majesty's own power. Poof realized, a wave of a washing over him. Through the act of consumption, the king's power was increasing exponentially. This was the king's innate ability. Of the 3 royal guards, he and Neferpitou had already awakened their inherent abilities. Yuppie was still in the process. The king, whose inherent abilities far surpassed theirs, had seemingly shown no such talent beyond his already formidable aura. This had been a lingering question in Pouf's mind. But today the answer was revealed. The king's innate ability had been awakened all along. As the supreme king, Meruem's inherent ability was a perfect reflection of the chimera ant's nature, consuming to enhance strength. Any living being consumed by the king would become a part of his power, augmenting his already immense strength. This was the king's inherent ability, a power truly befitting his status. Possessing this power, Meruem would not only stand at the pinnacle of all creation now, but he would remain there, forever dominating the world as king, with all living creatures as his sustenance. In that moment, Pouf envisioned a grand, terrifying feast, a convergence of all life, culminating in the king's absolute dominion. All eyes were fixed on Loki as his aura erupted in a sudden, violent surge. A vast ocean of Nen, seemingly appearing out of thin air, crashed towards them like a monstrous wave. Looking up at the approaching wave of Nen, everyone felt a profound sense of their own insignificance. Compared to the sheer power emanating from Loki, their own aura felt minuscule, like a single raindrop lost in a vast lake, incapable of creating even the slightest ripple. This overwhelming sensation was fleeting. In the next instant, a flame materialized in Loki's palm. The moment the flame appeared, everyone was captivated, unable to look away. It was a small flame, yet it radiated an aura that instilled fear and dread in the hearts of all who witnessed it. 2 eyes, seemingly sentient, flickered within the heart of the red flame, calmly observing those around them. These eyes, much like Loki's own, were devoid of any discernible emotion, maintaining an unsettling stillness. Kurobina, the fire spirit, blinked slowly, surveying its surroundings with a curious, almost indifferent gaze. The very notion of a flame possessing its own consciousness sent a wave of apprehension through the onlookers. This ability was absent from the association's collected intelligence. This meant it was either a newly developed ability, or one Loki had kept carefully concealed until now. Peon, of the Zodiacs, watched the small, round Kurobina, resembling a small ball of fire with flickering eyes, finding it strangely cute. Peon, who harbored a fondness for adorable things, felt an irresistible urge to reach out and touch the fiery sprite. However, as her hand moved towards Kurobina, Loki spoke, his voice calm yet firm. "It's best not to touch it." Peon pouted, her expression suggesting Loki was being unnecessarily stingy. Ignoring her reaction, Loki continued his explanation. "It's a flame spirit. Without its consent, touching it could result in your annihilation." Turning, Loki placed Kurobina before Peon. "So far, only I can touch it. If you don't believe me, feel free to try." Pariston, keenly observing Kurobina, noted the immense power it radiated. However, he couldn't comprehend how such a small entity could possibly transport them all. After hearing Loki's explanation and observing Kurobina, Peon ultimately resisted the urge to touch it. Jing narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on Kurobina. "Loki, will this little guy really be able to transport us to East Gorto?" he asked, his voice laced with skepticism. Putting aside its apparent power, its diminutive size offered little indication of its capacity to transport such a large group. Loki turned to Jing, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Little guy," he echoed, his tone laced with amusement. "It's hardly a little guy," Loki corrected, casually tossing Kurobina into the air. The moment it left his hand, a deafening boom resounded, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. In an instant a colossal, shadowy form rose, enveloping Jing and the others. A gigantic, crimson behemoth had materialized before them. The small, ball-like Kurobina from moments before had transformed into a towering, 15-meter-tall fiery monster. Its immense size was not cumbersome, its form was surprisingly slender and humanoid, with long, graceful arms, broad forearms, and sharp, claw-like fingers that resembled spear points. A faint, ethereal starlight seemed to shimmer across its crimson body, giving it a jewel-like brilliance. Now, everyone finally understood why Jing had referred to Kurobina as a little guy. Loki's correction was entirely justified. Even for an Nen beast, a creature of this size possessed an unimaginable destructive potential. Moreover, it could seemingly levitate and possess the ability to fly. Even at this enormous size, the aura emanating from Kurobina was astonishingly powerful. Peon, who had previously found Kurobina adorable, quickly retreated, her expression now one of fear and awe. Kurobina gently lowered one of its massive arms, pausing before Loki. Loki stepped onto the outstretched hand, and Kurobina effortlessly lifted him onto its head. Perching comfortably atop Kurobina's head, Loki looked down at Jing and the others. "All right, everyone, let's get on," he announced. Jing's face twitched involuntarily as he looked at Kurobina's massive arm, lowered once more for them to board. He never could have anticipated that such a tiny flame could undergo such a dramatic transformation. One by one, the group cautiously climbed onto Kurobina's arms, before being carefully placed on its broad back. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 234, HHES, Chapter 234. 913 words. Loki glanced at Paristan, then turned and softly uttered 2 words, "Let's go." Boom. Kurobina shot into the sky. Its massive body moved with. Loki glanced at Paristan, then turned and softly uttered 2 words, "Let's go." Boom. Kurobina shot into the sky. Its massive body moved with incredible speed, leaving the Zodiacs staring in disbelief as it vanished in the blink of an eye. Its speed, unbelievable. Cheadle exclaimed, astonished. At this rate, they'd reach East Gorto in an hour, perhaps less. Sacho, his face slick with sweat, asked uncertainly, "At this speed, won't Jing and the others fall off?" Cheadle wasn't sure how to answer. Cluck and Gel exchanged worried glances. However, aboard Kurobina, Jing and the others, while initially shocked by the sudden acceleration, realized there was no turbulence. The wind wasn't strong, it felt as if they were stationary. At this speed, they should have been battling fierce winds, yet it was remarkably calm. Jing looked at Loki, his eyes narrowing. Loki's aura had extended far ahead, forming a protective sphere, enveloping Kurobina and everyone on board. Incredible control. To manipulate aura to this extent. He thought, awestruck. Morel and Shoot, both manipulation-type Nen users, were speechless at Loki's mastery of aura. An ordinary sphere couldn't withstand the wind created by this speed. The aura's density had to be increased, but this differed from the technique of creating a sphere. The outer layer had to be dense, but if the inner layer was equally dense, it would repel Morel and the others. The inner layer had to maintain a spherical state, while the outer layer formed an ellipsoid. This was no simple feat. Even Jing, after much deliberation, had given up on mastering this technique. Even if learned, its practical application seemed limited. Working with someone like this, the pressure is immense, Morel sighed. Shoot and Knuckle nodded. They'd initially thought they'd misheard when told they'd be working with Loki. They'd been enemies, tasked with eliminating Loki, only to be cooperating now. This drastic shift was difficult to accept. However, this association mission was a rare opportunity, they couldn't afford to miss it. Knuckle, staring at Loki's back, clenched his fists. My training is far from sufficient. He'd trained relentlessly after recovering, hoping for revenge, but the gap remained vast. Shoot, who had given up, looked at Knuckle, who continued to pursue Loki as his goal. Morel comforted Knuckle. Don't lose heart, Knuckle. Keep training, and you'll succeed. Baze watched them, a hint of amusement in her eyes. She'd been around Loki for a while. This boy was not only incredibly powerful but also improved at an astonishing rate. Catching up to such a monster was impossible. Jing, while appreciating Knuckles' determination, also doubted he'd ever surpass Loki. Jing addressed the group. "All right, let's review the plan. Morel and Nov will handle Poof. Knuckle and Shoot will take on Yuppie. Razor will handle Neferpitou." He patted Razor's shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll assist you against Neferpitou. We'll take her down quickly, then you can help others." Razor hesitated. "Isn't Jing going to face the king with Loki?" Jing sighed, looking at Loki. 5 minutes should be enough." Loki, sitting atop Kurobina, looked back at Jing. "Enough. 5 minutes against the king, failure was likely if they couldn't win." While short, 5 minutes was a long time for Loki. His battle with Netero had involved thousands of exchanges in mere minutes. Jing was satisfied with Loki's agreement. 5 minutes. I'll help you against the royal guards. I'll prioritize assisting Razor with Neferpitou. If successful, Razor can support you. If he's severely injured, he'll retreat, and so will you. If you can't defeat your opponent, stall for time. If you can't stall, escape. Escape meant their opponents would target others, potentially leading to mission failure for everyone. The consequences of failure were clear: the association could fall under government control, or be disbanded due to the Chimera Ant incident. If the team failed, nuclear weapons might be used, resulting in massive casualties and the destruction of a beautiful nation. For the innocent and the association, success was paramount. The weight of the association's fate pressed heavily upon them, even Jing. Netero's association can't fall. Jing smiled faintly, looking at Loki. Netero's most prized student is trying to save the Hunter Association. Those who resented Loki for attacking the association and injuring Netero wouldn't expect him to be saving it. Sensing Jing's gaze, Loki looked back curiously. Jing chuckled nervously. "Nothing. His senses are too sharp." Jing composed himself. "Loki, you mentioned drawing the scattered Chimera Ants back to the king. How?" Loki looked ahead, the vast landscape unfolding before them. "Direct extermination. Show the Chimera and squad leaders they're no match for us. They'll naturally seek the king's protection." Jing felt a surge of apprehension at Loki's plan. He understood: find the rampaging Chimera Ants and crush them with overwhelming force. After eliminating several, the remaining squad leaders would realize the human threat. They'd either face the humans or seek safety, but nowhere would be safe. Seeking the king's protection would be their only option. They wouldn't surrender. This would draw the scattered Chimera Ants back together. "Loki, that'll alert them." Jing expected Loki to be surprised or change his plan, but Loki laughed. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 235, HHES, Chapter 235. 939 words. "I never intended for us to operate in secrecy," Loki stated, his tone unwavering. Not only Jing but Morel, Nov, Razor, Pakunoda, and the "I never intended for us to operate in secrecy," Loki stated, his tone unwavering. Not only Jing but Morel, Nov, Razor, Pakunoda, and the others all turned to look at Loki with curious, questioning expressions. A direct assault, rather than a stealth operation. Without waiting for Jing to question him, Loki continued: "If we were truly aiming for secrecy, forcing the scattered squad leaders back to the king would be counterproductive. Chimera and squad leaders are formidable." Loki adjusted his cloak. "Their return to the king's side would make the Chimera Ants far more difficult to handle for our small team. Morel had harbored this same question when Loki first proposed gathering the chimera ants, but he hadn't voiced his concerns. Of everyone present, only Jing felt comfortable engaging Loki in direct conversation. Aside from Pakunoda and Baze, no one else dared to speak to Loki. The pressure was simply too immense. Jing, regaining his composure, understood. He wasn't concerned about ordinary ants, but Morel, Razor, and the others were. Even defeating them would require considerable effort. The scattered chimera and squad leaders, troop commanders, and ordinary soldiers returning to the king's side was certainly not ideal. Then why, Jing began. I have a way to lure them back to the king without them taking action, Loki interrupted, a smirk playing on his lips. These chimera ants infused with human genes, and especially the squad leaders, are unlikely to be truly loyal to the king. My analysis is this: when faced with danger, their first priority won't be the king's safety, but their own survival. They'll only assist the king when it benefits them. When faced with a direct threat, they won't choose loyalty to the king. Loki was referencing the chimera and squad leaders in the original storyline. While not human in form, their fusion with human genes had fundamentally altered their thinking. By launching a surprise attack on the king's palace, the chimera and squad leaders won't act rashly. They'll know our target is the king. I believe they'll observe first, only acting when the king's chances of victory are high. Jing was taken aback by Loki's perspective on the chimera ants. Their views were entirely different. While they considered the intelligence of some chimera ants, they didn't view them as Loki did, as humans, using human logic to predict their actions. This analysis, while insightful, left Morel and the others both impressed and apprehensive. If the chimera ants didn't act as Loki predicted, they would face a vastly larger enemy force. The 3 royal guards alone were a formidable challenge. Adding numerous squad leaders would exponentially increase the difficulty. Jing, considering Loki's words, realized a crucial prerequisite: they needed to demonstrate a power that would instill fear in the chimera and squad leaders during the surprise attack on the palace, a power comparable to the king's. Otherwise, the squad leaders wouldn't remain passive. Just as Jing was about to ask Loki about the surprise attack, Loki stood abruptly. "We're here." Jing was taken aback. Looking around, they had traveled a considerable distance. They were surrounded by forest. Morel and Nov also stood, gazing at the ground below Kurabina. "This is..." Morel said, turning to Nov. Nov nodded. They recognized the area. It wasn't unfamiliar. Loki turned, his white cloak billowing slightly. His aura had retracted. Now they felt the full force of the wind at this altitude, even while stationary. At high speed, the wind would be far more intense. Loki's aura was withstanding this wind resistance while maintaining Kurabina's speed. Multitasking to this extent. Monster and freak were inadequate descriptions. "What are you doing here?" Jing asked. Loki leaped from Kurabina. Everyone rushed to the edge, looking down. A chimera ant nest. Razor exclaimed, seeing the nest for the first time. Its size was astonishing. Knuckle frowned. "What's he planning?" Loki, suspended in midair, stopped, flames erupting from seemingly empty space, gathering on his arm. He raised his fist. "One punch should be enough," he stated dismissively. Loki raised his fist, flames dancing wildly along his arm. A blinding flash of light erupted. He looked down. Fire fist. A fiery vortex slammed into the nest below. In an instant, the nest was engulfed in flames, collapsing rapidly. Loki lowered his fist, nodding with satisfaction. Seeing Loki's seemingly random attack on the abandoned nest, Jing sighed. "Loki, you may not say it, but your anger towards the chimera ants is terrifying." The others, still puzzled, nodded in agreement. "The chairman's death. That boy must be heartbroken," Knuckle murmured, turning away. Shoot patted his shoulder. "Don't touch me, Shoot." "I'm not touched," Knuckle retorted. Razor shook his head. Pakunoda glanced at Baze. Only they knew Loki's actions weren't driven by grief or anger. They knew Loki didn't act on emotion. Even if grieving Netero, he wouldn't randomly destroy a nest. He had another reason. As they suspected, after destroying the nest, a system notification appeared. Ding! Nest destruction mission complete. Reward, 1 S-rank summoning chance. Summoning. Congratulations! You have obtained a special item. Loki hadn't expected a reward, but he'd completed the mission anyway. A healing item would have been nice. But what was this special item? An S-rank summon could yield special items. Before Loki could celebrate, his system storage expanded. It wasn't one item, it was many. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 236, HHES, Chapter 236. 834 words. Extraction successful. Host has obtained a deceased dragon and 7 petrified dragon balls. A deceased dragon and petrified dragon ball. Extraction successful. Host has obtained a deceased dragon and 7 petrified dragon balls. A deceased dragon and petrified dragon balls. This was the special item reward. The deceased dragon was merely a broken statue, shattered into numerous pieces. The petrified dragon balls were useless, just ordinary stones. Loki stared at the items in his system inventory, speechless for several seconds before sighing in resignation. He wasn't sure whether to consider himself incredibly unlucky or incredibly lucky. Discarding them felt wasteful, but they were useless as they were. Could he possibly repair the dragon? Loki took a deep breath. Perhaps I can try. However, as Loki turned to rejoin Kurabina, chimera ants flew out of the collapsed nest. He hadn't expected to find any. With the king's birth and the queen's presumed death, the chimera ants should have scattered. There shouldn't be any left. He was wrong. Chimera ants remained, including someone he recognized, Karuto, his expression vacant, emerged from the nest, several chimera ant soldiers trailing behind him. Karuto glared at Loki. Damn humans. You disturbed the queen's rest. Due to Loki's battle with Netero, Karuto couldn't seek human help as in the original timeline. After the king's premature birth, the queen, her insides destroyed by the king, had died quickly. The squad leaders had left, but Karuto remained to guard her remains. He was fiercely loyal, perhaps even more than just loyalty. Loki didn't care, Karuto had killed many humans. Loki looked coldly at Karuto. Where are the other chimera ants? Karuto glared. It's you. So you're still alive. Are you still in contact with other chimera ants? Loki pressed. Karuto frowned, aware he was no match for Loki. But Loki had disturbed the queen's rest, and that was unforgivable. He couldn't protect her, not even her final piece. Karuto's expression darkened. Loki's cold gaze mirrored the king's when he left the queen. Damn you. I swore to protect Her Majesty, you damned human. Karuto's aura erupted, filled with malice. Whitenin turned black, an incredibly terrifying aura exploding outwards, his strength increasing several times over. His body transformed, Nin solidified into armor, a knight's longsword appearing in his hand. The armor, instead of being shining, was crimson with malevolent Nin. Incredible aura. This is a chimera and squad leader. Knuckle exclaimed, shocked. If ordinary squad leaders were this strong, the royal guards must be even more terrifying. Morel frowned. Look closer, Knuckle. That's not his normal power. This ant, fueled by rage, unknowingly imposed restrictions and oaths upon himself. Those on Kurabina were stunned. Loki was recruiting a chimera ant, an enemy, untrustworthy. Morel's expression was grave, he disapproved. He's going to let that ant join us? Morel questioned. That's reckless. What if it's spying for the king? Nov agreed. Knuckle and Shoot exchanged glances, deciding to remain silent. Jing asked Razor, what do you think? Razor, arms crossed, said casually, didn't the intel say the king wouldn't influence these squad leaders? Bringing a chimera and squad leader to our side wouldn't be bad. Jing smiled, remaining silent. Below, Loki watched Karuto, waiting for his decision. Karuto clenched his fists, making his decision. Obey this human. Get revenge on the king. Make him pay for the queen's death. Karuto looked at Loki. I'll obey your commands as long as I can kill the king. With a chimera and squad leader, infiltrating the palace would be easier, and finding other chimera ants would be simpler. Loki had another reason for recruiting Karuto. You were there when Neferpitou attacked me, weren't you? Loki asked. Karuto, without questioning how Loki knew Neferpitu's name, nodded. I was. Did you capture the person Neferpitou threw away? Loki asked, referring to Hisoka. Karuto shook his head. That human was strong. He disappeared after being thrown. He paused. The two squad leaders pursuing him never returned. He probably killed them. Hisoka had dislocated his arms when thrown, the force was immense. Yet, he still killed two squad leaders. Impressive. But finding Hisoka would have to wait. The priority was the king. Loki brought Karuto back to Kurobina. After introductions, Karuto joined them. En route, Loki told Jing, with a chimera ant, we can learn about the palace and the royal guard's movements. Jing understood. You want him to infiltrate the chimera ants who pledge allegiance to the king, and gather intelligence, right? Jing nodded, knowing the palace layout before the battle was ideal. This gave Jing no reason to stop Loki from driving the squad leaders to the king. However, Jing felt something was off. Loki's actions seemed designed to create problems, not just stop the chimera ants or capture them all. Loki was human, and furious about Netero's death. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 237, HHES, Chapter 237. 911 words. What reason would he have for creating problems for the extermination team? Strange. Jing thought, unable to resolve the question, filing. What reason would he have for creating problems for the extermination team? Strange. Jing thought, unable to resolve the question, filing it away for later consideration. Loki, perched atop Kurobina, smiled faintly as they approached East Gorto. Creating problems for the extermination team was necessary. If the team succeeded in eliminating the royal guards, Loki's objective, protecting the king, would be impossible to complete. He needed the team to contain the royal guards, not kill or severely injure them. Therefore, creating additional obstacles was a prudent precaution. A moderate level of chaos, involving chimera and squad leaders, would suffice. Loki would control the number of surviving squad leaders, keeping them within the extermination team's capacity. Soon, they landed in a secluded location. The prearranged teams began their operations. The attack on the palace was scheduled for 3 days later. They had 3 days to prepare. First, they would gather the scattered chimera ants under the king's banner. Karuto would infiltrate the palace to scout it. Palm Siberia, Nov's disciple, possessed a near-omniscient ability, she could track anyone she'd seen. This would allow them to monitor Karuto, and use his observations of the palace. After Karuto's infiltration, Nov would use his abilities to create entry points into the palace, allowing the extermination team to enter from within. Everyone except Jing had a specific role. When the extermination team launched their operation, in a town within East Gorto, Hisoka, dressed in black, walked the streets. His fighting spirit was high. He had found a worthy opponent in Neferpitu, and was unwilling to leave. The Chimera and squad leaders were also interesting opponents. So boring. Chitu, the Chimera and squad leader, a cheetah-like creature, stood on a rooftop, observing the humans below. He'd lost interest in hunting slow-moving humans. Their speed was like watching turtles crawl. Recently, however, the number of exceptional humans had decreased. The king's preference for exceptional humans had led Yuppie to hunt them. In a few days, their numbers had dwindled significantly, leaving Chitu without targets. While searching for exceptional humans, Chitu spotted 3 individuals radiating strongmen. Today's targets, he grinned, his eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Better than another boring day. Chitu vanished, silently following the 3 humans, quickly leaving the town. Outside the town, the 3 Nin users headed into the wilderness. "How much further until we leave this damned country?" the largest of the 3 exclaimed, his voice laced with anxiety. His 2 companions looked exhausted. They were Nin users who'd come to investigate the Chimera and situation, hoping for a reward. Unfortunately, they were essentially suicide candidates. They weren't strong enough to fight Chimera and squad leaders. Even a Chimera and soldier could kill them if they were unlucky. Attempting to capture Chimera ants with their abilities was suicidal. However, unknown creatures were highly valuable on the black market. This attracted many hunters and Nin users, hoping to capture them. Most had died. The survivors, like this trio, desperately wanted to escape. Some succeeded, others, like them, were targeted by Chimera ants. Chitu appeared after following them for a distance. "Today's prey." "Greetings," he announced, striking a running pose. "No need for pleasantries, let the game begin. Run as fast as you can. I'll kill the last one every 10 minutes. Run for your lives." The 3 Nin users ignored him. "Damn monsters. They don't seem strong. Let's kill him quickly and leave." "Right. Let's go." The 3 charged at Chitu. Chitu shook his head. Why do humans never follow orders? The first to reach Chitu was instantly killed with a single claw to the heart. Blood sprayed into the air. The remaining 2 froze, their attacks interrupted. The sight of their dead companion, killed so easily, sent a wave of cold sweat over them. This was another extremely dangerous monster. "Run," they yelled, fleeing simultaneously. Chitu tossed the corpse aside, watching them flee. "That's more like it. The game is on. Run for your lives. The slowest one gets eaten." Crackle. A match flared in a lakeside campfire. A white cloak was drying nearby, next to 2 burning Chimera and corpses, emitting a foul odor. A figure emerged from the lake, its steps causing the water to freeze behind it. By the time it reached the shore, the lake was completely frozen. "This ability is quite useful, but that's all," Loki said, grabbing his dried cloak and putting it back on. He opened his system interface, checking the numbers. Mission, Chimera Ant Extermination. In a single day, Loki had killed 34 Chimera ants, 26 soldiers, 7 or 8 troop commanders, a crocodile squad leader, and a mantis-like squad leader. 3 days should be enough to complete the mission. Across the lake, 2 figures emerged from the forest, noticing the frozen lake. A frozen lake on such a sunny day was highly unusual. Before they could react, a voice called out, "Not running. If I catch you, you'll die." The 2 men, looking terrified, sprinted towards Loki. They spotted him by the lake. Someone. Seeing Loki, their expressions changed to hope. They ran towards him, smiling. Great. Their joy increased seeing it was just a child. underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 238, HHES, Chapter 238. 1072 words. Just as they were about to reach the shore, Cheetah's voice cut through the air. Time's up. The slowest player is out of the game. Swish. See. Just as they were about to reach the shore, Cheetah's voice cut through the air. Time's up. The slowest player is out of the game. Swish. The slightly lagging man, hearing Cheetah's voice, turned sharply. In that instant, his world seemed to tilt and spin. He collapsed onto the shore, blood spurting from his neck. A bloody head rolled onto the frozen lake, splattering a crimson stain onto Loki's freshly dried cloak. The other man, terrified by his companion's sudden, brutal death, stumbled and fell. He stared in sheer horror at Cheetah, who stood menacingly on the frozen lake surface. Cheetah surveyed the terrified man, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. The most entertaining aspect of hunting humans, for Cheetah, was watching their fear escalate with each passing second, reaching a fever pitch at the moment of death. The expressions of utter terror and despair as death approached were endlessly fascinating. Often, in their desperate struggle for survival, humans would resort to desperate, even amusing, measures, pushing each other aside, abandoning their fallen companions to escape alone. What Cheetah found particularly amusing was the fleeting mixture of relief and renewed terror on a survivor's face after witnessing a companion's demise, the knowledge that they were next in line for death dawning upon them. It was as if they were trapped in a slow, agonizing vortex, desperately struggling against an inescapable fate, yet clinging to the improbable hope of a miracle. Cheetah, content with the man's current state of terror, turned his head, his gaze settling on Loki, who was calmly tending to his campfire, only glancing at Cheetah briefly before returning to his task. Excellent luck. Another prey has presented itself. Cheetah carefully observed Loki, but his initial excitement soon waned. He sensed no powerful life energy radiating from the boy, he was just an ordinary human. With only one plaything remaining, the game had become rather dull. He decided to break the other man's leg, forcing him to flee with the human child, that would make for a more interesting spectacle. Cheetah approached Loki. Kid, get up. I hereby declare you a participant in my game. Run with that human. Fastest one wins, slowest one dies every 10 minutes. Loki remained silent. Cheetah, misinterpreting the silence as fear, chuckled. Don't worry, you're just an ordinary kid. You can't outrun that exceptional human. For fairness. Cheetah turned to the man who had just scrambled to his feet. Let's break your leg. You exceptional humans are far stronger than ordinary humans, a broken leg shouldn't be a problem. The man instinctively recoiled, preparing to plead for mercy. However, his display of terror only served to heighten Cheetah's amusement. Cheetah's movements were swift and brutal. Before the man could utter a word of protest, Cheetah had already snapped both his legs. The man collapsed to the ground, his eyes bloodshot with agony. Cheetah nonchalantly cleaned his ears. So annoying. Why do humans always scream after getting injured? He clapped his hands. All right. Let's get this game back on track. The man rolled on the ground, clutching his broken legs, unable to flee. Cheetah scowled. If you don't run, I'll kill you. The threat proved ineffective. Cheetah turned to Loki, who was calmly sitting by the fire. Kid, didn't you hear me? Don't run, and I'll kill you. Loki's eyes briefly met Cheetah's, a calm indifference in their depths. Wait. Loki meticulously cleaned and dried the bloodstain on his cloak. Cheetah watched him patiently, squatting on the ground. Finished. He glanced at the despairing man on the ground, who still clung to a desperate hope of survival, his eyes pleading with Cheetah for mercy. Cheetah turned back to Loki. That guy's given up. You're not running. By the rules of this game, you're slightly behind him now. Loki patted his clean cloak and slowly stood up. Cheetah nodded. Looks like you finally understand. Standing still means death. Loki's actions filled the injured man with a fresh wave of despair. Please save me. Don't leave me here. That monster will kill me. Loki turned his gaze to the man, his expression unreadable. If Loki hadn't been mistaken, the cold glint in the man's eyes as he approached had revealed their plan, to use Loki as bait to buy themselves time. However, Cheetah had been far faster. Loki walked towards the injured man. Cheetah watched his movements. Saving him. One of you dies in 10 minutes. A broken leg won't kill you. The injured man was taken aback. Cheetah was equally surprised. This kid's interesting, Cheetah mused. Loki turned to Cheetah. You're too noisy, too much talk. Like a fly. Cheetah's eyes narrowed. You dare compare me to a... Suddenly, Cheetah's words were cut short. His eyes widened in disbelief as Loki's figure blurred past him, impossibly fast. In an instant, Loki was gone. Cheetah felt a searing pain in his throat. He clutched at his neck, only to discover that Loki had ripped out his throat. Blood poured from Cheetah's neck. HSSS. Cheetah gasped, struggling to speak, his voice reduced to a mere rasp. He spun around, his eyes wide with disbelief, to see Loki standing behind him, holding a bloody piece of flesh Cheetah's throat. Purple blood stained Loki's hand. Loki looked at the bloody flesh with undisguised disgust, tilting his head slightly. Impressive, even for a chimera ant. A human would be near death with their throat ripped out. Whoosh! A burst of flame instantly incinerated the flesh in Loki's hand. Cheetah's eyes filled with bloodshot fury, a network of crimson veins spreading across the whites. HSSS. I'll kill you. Cheetah thought, his rage overwhelming him. I can't hear you. Loki taunted, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Cheetah's killing intent exploded, his aura surging, transforming him into a blur as he launched a furious attack on Loki. Facing Cheetah's onslaught, Loki calmly closed his eyes. Your fists are too weak. Cheetah's fists were mere inches from Loki's face, underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 239, HHES, Chapter 239. 990 words. Hearing Loki's words, the force of Cheetah's punch intensified, fueled by extreme rage. But it was all futile. His fist passed right through. Hearing Loki's words, the force of Cheetah's punch intensified, fueled by extreme rage. But it was all futile. His fist passed right through Loki's body, his entire being charging through Loki's form, as if he were a ghost. In that instant, Cheetah didn't understand what had happened. He turned around. Loki was still standing in the same spot, untouched, as if he'd never moved. He dodged it. Cheetah thought, glancing at Loki. That's impossible. He didn't move at all. He couldn't have dodged it. He raised his fists again, preparing to strike. Where are you looking? A voice said. Suddenly, Loki vanished from before him. The voice came from behind. Cheetah spun around. Can't even locate your enemy. Loki's voice seemed to emanate from all directions at once. Cheetah looked up sharply. He was standing on the frozen lake, Loki standing perfectly still on the shore, his wine-red hair swaying gently in the breeze. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Cheetah's face, dripping onto the ice. He slowly looked at the mirror-like surface of the lake. A pair of crimson eyes stared back at him from beneath the ice, piercing and intense. Those red eyes filled Cheetah with an overwhelming sense of dread. They were more terrifying than any gaze he had ever encountered. Even the eyes of the king, whom he considered the most fearsome being, didn't inspire the same level of fear as the red eyes beneath the ice. What's going on? What is this human, really? Why is he faster than me? Where is this all-consuming cold coming from? The eyes beneath the ice seemed to see through him, exposing his deepest fears and weaknesses. He suddenly remembered Loki on the shore. He looked back, but Loki was gone. He spun around, searching frantically. The sky darkened instantly. Ice spread rapidly from the lake, freezing the entire world in a matter of seconds. A bone-chilling cold swept over him, a cold unlike anything he had ever experienced. Cheetah curled into a ball, desperately seeking warmth, his limbs feeling as if they were turning to ice. At this point, Cheetah was no longer capable of rational thought. He couldn't comprehend why the environment had suddenly transformed into an apocalyptic wasteland. All he wanted was warmth, a fire to thaw his frozen limbs. Suddenly, a red light appeared in the distance. Fire! Cheetah jumped to his feet, his eyes fixated on the red glow. The red light was now his only hope. He started running, desperately sprinting towards the distant flames. There's fire. I'm saved. Boom. Suddenly, the ice vanished and the sky returned to normal. Cheetah's eyes widened in horror. He was surrounded by flames. On the shore, Loki stood calmly, watching him with an expression of utter disdain. The flames exploded across the frozen lake, engulfing Cheetah in a fiery inferno. He was reduced to a pile of ashes in moments. The injured men on the ground watched Cheetah's death in stunned silence. The events were so bizarre, so surreal, that they felt like a dream. Cheetah had stood still, allowing Loki to rip out his throat. Then, he'd acted like a madman, running towards the lake. He'd run in place, as if trying to escape something unseen. Then, Loki had casually created a ball of fire and thrown it at him. The attack was so slow, it should have been easily avoidable. But Cheetah had run straight into it. Everything was incredibly strange and unsettling. Only when Cheetah had been reduced to ashes did Loki turn to leave. The injured man on the ground looked at Loki, his eyes filled with terror. Saw. He managed to utter a single syllable before a pair of crimson eyes locked onto him, freezing him in place. He thought he saw a shadowy red figure behind Loki, its jaws wide, devouring Cheetah's soul. When he came to his senses, Loki was gone. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The events that had just transpired felt like a nightmare. The monster was dead. The strange boy had vanished as if he'd never existed. But the fire by the lake proved that someone had been there. He couldn't tell what was real, and what was a hallucination. That kid, was he human or ghost? He lay there, gasping for breath, the question echoing endlessly in his mind. SKKKRRRTTT. Killua stopped abruptly, sliding across the ground for several meters before regaining his balance. Gon stopped beside him. Why do you want to find Loki? Killua asked, looking up at Gon. Gon replied, his voice resolute, I need to get stronger quickly. Only Loki can help me. Killua's expression darkened. He opened his mouth to speak, then hesitated, unsure of what to say. Loki was a wanted criminal. Contacting him could bring trouble. However, Killua had to admit that Loki was incredibly strong, and might have a way to quickly increase their power. Despite this, Killua felt uneasy about contacting Loki. It wasn't just fear. Killua couldn't quite articulate the reason. Perhaps it was partly because he had always viewed Loki as an enemy. After all, Loki had attacked the Zoldyck estate, defeating his father and grandfather. Of course, Silva and Zeno hadn't fought seriously, but they had still lost. Whether it was due to carelessness or some other factor, two individuals whose combined age was several times greater than Loki's shouldn't have lost, even if they were holding back. Killua, who deeply respected his father, had harbored resentment towards Loki ever since that day. Perhaps it was jealousy, or perhaps it was a sense of foreboding. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 240, HHES, Chapter 240. 924 words. In any case, Killua didn't want to contact Loki. But looking into Gon's earnest eyes, Killua knew there was no stopping him. Once Gon made you. In any case, Killua didn't want to contact Loki. But looking into Gon's earnest eyes, Killua knew there was no stopping him. Once Gon made up his mind, nothing could change it. The person on Gon's back looked at the two boys. You're going to find that. Loki? Is there a problem, mister? Killua asked, his face cold. The men, unnerved by Killua's icy gaze, felt a chill run down his spine. No problem, he stammered, averting his eyes. Another scary kid, he thought. Gon glanced at Killua, then carried the men to his companions at the border. The two boys turned back towards East Gorto. On the way, Gon said to Killua, Killua, I'm sorry. I know you don't want to see Loki, but I have to do this for Kite. During their time together, Gon, Killua, and Kite had visited the Chimera Ant Nest, just as in the original storyline. Later they arrived at the site of Loki and Netero's battle. Looking at the devastation, the shattered ground, the burned forest, the intensity of the battle far exceeded Kite's expectations. Just as Kite decided to retreat, Neferpitou appeared. In a single exchange, Kite lost an arm. Killua knocked Gon unconscious and fled, leaving Kite to face Neferpitou alone. After escaping, Gon finally woke up. Gon was determined to return. In his mind, Kite was still alive, waiting to be rescued. So Gon had to go back, find Kite, and save him. Killua tried to dissuade him, reporting the situation to the Hunter Association, hoping they would send an extermination team. The first extermination team, led by Botobai, Kanzai, and Mizaistum, consisted of several dozen hunters. Gon and Killua followed the team, but the Chimera ants they encountered were quickly dealt with by Botobai and the others. They found no trace of Kite. Gon searched desperately, but Botobai and the others had already reached East Gorto. They encountered Neferpitou, and the extermination team was wiped out. After Botobai and the others retreated, Gon and Killua searched for Kite for several days, but they found nothing. Killua urged Gon to leave and find help. After leaving, they learned that the Zodiac's extermination team had been defeated. Gon finally learned the name of East Gorto. That was why they were here. As Gon and Killua traveled deeper into East Gorto, the men they had escorted to the border joined his companions. Looking at the sky, he wept. Finally, I'm out of that hellhole. The others wept as well, feeling as if they'd been reborn. Their time in East Gorto had been a living hell. As they escaped from hell, the other hunters and nin users who had gathered in the area also fled. News of East Gorto, the autonomous region, and the Chimera ants spread. The Hunter Association's extermination team, led by 3 Zodiac members, has been wiped out. Only the 3 Zodiac members safely retreated. The Chimera ants have fused with human genes, can speak, and use nin. Hunters and unlicensed nin users are advised not to enter that hellhole. Those confident in their abilities should consider the fate of those who died in East Gorto before making a decision. Countless reports about the Chimera ants appeared on black market intelligence websites almost overnight. The most chilling information was the confirmed list of casualties. Hunters and nin users who saw the list were shocked. 2-star beast hunter Gregorio, who'd captured hundreds of unknown creatures, entered the autonomous region at the beginning. He captured over 100 unknown creatures. How could he be killed by chimera ants? There's also Terry. He wasn't a hunter, but he was a famous poacher who specialized in hunting rare creatures and magical beasts. Poacher Terry evaded capture for decades, but he died there. Run! A desperate scream echoed through the forest, startling a flock of birds. Swift figures darted through the trees. The sound of flesh tearing filled the air, followed by a blood-curdling scream of agony. The remaining 5 or 6 figures ran faster, fear driving them. They burst through the thick undergrowth into a hilly area. The figures stopped, surveying the open terrain. Why did we have to run to this place? It slowly turned around. A white cloak emerged from the dark forest. He's still chasing us. That damned human. It was a chimera and squad leader, with the body of an ant and the head of a snake. Several chimera ant troop commanders were with it. These chimera ants, who should have been hunting prey, were now being hunted by Loki. 10 minutes earlier, the snake-headed squad leader jumped from a tree. Looking at Loki, who was walking towards them, it grinned. Another human kid has fallen into my trap. Loki stopped. Chimera ants emerged from behind the trees, surrounding him. The chimera ant soldiers and troop commanders smirked. But the moment Loki looked up and attacked the nearest chimera ant, their smiles vanished. In an instant, all the chimera ant soldiers were killed. After circling the group and eliminating the soldiers, the troop commanders and squad leader fled in terror. They were now running for their lives, just like the humans they had tormented. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 241, HHES, Chapter 241. 1065 words. Standing at the edge of the jungle, the snake-headed squad leader was drenched in sweat, watching Loki approach step by step. What is this? Standing at the edge of the jungle, the snake-headed squad leader was drenched in sweat, watching Loki approach step by step. What is this human? Why? Why do I feel this overwhelming sense of helplessness against a mere human? As it was gripped by a terror it had never experienced before, Loki stopped and looked at it. Have you given up? He glanced at the terrain behind the squad leader, which offered no cover. No wonder it wasn't trying to escape. Running was pointless in this open area. Then let's begin. Loki flicked his fingers lightly, and a small flame appeared on his fingertip. The snake-headed squad leader was stunned. He's turning men into flames. How is that possible? Fire bullets. Bang. The small flames shot out, instantly eliminating the chimera and troop commanders around it. The squad leader stared at the bodies falling one after another, completely dumbfounded. He took them down so easily. What was most perplexing was that it hadn't felt any powerful aura from Loki, yet he possessed such terrifying power. As Loki looked up at him, it began to speak. Human, spare me. I promise I'll never. Bang. A fist wreathed in flames slammed into its head. Purple blood exploded outwards. Loki slowly lowered his hand, the flames consuming the blood on his hand before extinguishing. The chimera and squad leader's body fell to the ground. Loki turned and tossed a ball of fire onto the chimera ant bodies, incinerating them. He opened his system interface. Chimera ant extermination work. There were far more chimera ants than Loki had anticipated. He'd already encountered several squad leaders who hadn't appeared in the original story. There were even more troop commanders and ordinary chimera ant soldiers. While checking the system, Loki appeared to be lost in thought. At that moment, high in a nearby tree. That human is strong. He can defeat squad leaders so easily. I never imagined someone like that existed among humans. As the Chimera ant hid in the tree, watching Loki, Loki suddenly turned and walked towards him. He's found me. Impossible. I've activated my ability, God's alibi. There's no way he could find me. The Chimera ant hiding in the tree was Meliaron, the chameleon squad leader. He had regained his human memories and developed his Nen ability, God's alibi. It allowed him to become invisible, undetectable even by N. He shouldn't be able to be found. But Loki was walking directly towards him. Suddenly, Loki's aura exploded, engulfing the surrounding area within 100 meters. Nothing, Loki said softly, sounding puzzled. He had clearly sensed something watching him. The one watching him possessed a power that concealed their aura. Whoever was watching him was not weak. But Loki's and hadn't detected anything. In this forest, with limited visibility, 100 meters was probably the limit for tracking and surveillance. Loki stood beneath the tree where Meliaron was hiding. His instincts told him the other was nearby. Loki was sensing Meliaron through an ability he'd extracted from Tsunayoshi Sawada. Hyperintuition. Strictly speaking, it wasn't just hyperintuition. It was a combination of hyperintuition and an ability that Loki himself had overlooked, giving him an almost preternatural sense of awareness. How Asakura's ability. Spirit vision, without seeing or asking, he could sense the inner power of others. Loki hadn't consciously realized he possessed this ability, but it had always been there, and in combination with hyperintuition, it gave him an almost freakish ability to sense people and things. Loki looked around. I definitely sense something, but there's nothing there. Although Loki spoke softly, Meliaron's face turned pale. He had activated God's alibi. He shouldn't be detectable. But Loki clearly sensed his presence. Impossible. I've already activated my ability. How can he still sense me? Before he had only been impressed by Loki's strength. Now Meliaron was starting to feel fear. To be able to sense someone even with God's alibi active. What kind of monstrous sensory ability was that? Listening to Loki's words, Meliaron realized that Loki hadn't actually found him. He had only sensed him. I should escape quickly. Meliaron thought. He needed to leave before Loki confirmed his presence. If Loki confirmed he was being followed, escape would be much harder. This was the first time Meliaron had felt such immense pressure while tracking a target. One wrong move and he'd be discovered and killed. He hadn't even felt this way when facing the king. But the moment he jumped to another tree, Loki's eyes snapped towards him. So there really is something following me. Meliaron stared in disbelief at Loki, who was looking directly at him. He even sensed my movement. Perhaps staying put would have been the better choice. Meliaron hadn't expected to be discovered while using his ability. This guy is terrifying. How can he have such monstrous sensory abilities? Loki looked in Meliaron's direction, although he couldn't see the invisible Chimera ant. He was certain that the target was there. Not going to show yourself. I'll give you 3 seconds. Loki began to count down. Meliaron was stunned. What is this human planning? Even if he sensed me, he shouldn't be able to pinpoint my location while I'm using God's alibi. 1. Loki smiled. Looks like you want to play hide and seek. Then I'll force you to reveal yourself. Loki vanished. He moved so fast that Meliaron saw only a blur. Then he felt a sudden chill on his legs. 0-point breakthrough, revised. Crackle. The sound of ice forming echoed through the air. Meliaron looked down. The nen around his legs had been frozen. God's alibi deactivated. He finally appeared before Loki. Loki looked at him, his eyes widening slightly. So it's you. Loki recognized the ugly chimera ant as the chameleon from the original story. He remembered his abilities: invisibility, God's alibi, and God's alibi. His combination with Knuckles' ability made them nearly invincible. Of course, that was only if Knuckle hit the target and they left quickly, never engaging in prolonged combat. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 242, HHES, Chapter 242. 1103 words. To make Knuckles' ability, Hawk-aware, even more devastating, they only needed to remember one thing: run. As long as they ran, no one could. To make Knuckles' ability, Hawk-aware, even more devastating, they only needed to remember one thing: run. As long as they ran, no one could defeat those two. Hearing Loki say, "So it's you," Melioron was confused. "You know me?" Loki paused, then shook his head. "You're a Chimera Ant squad leader, right?" "Ah well, listen to me. Even though I'm a Chimera Ant squad leader, I have no intention of harming humans," Melioron said, feeling unprecedented pressure from Loki's intense gaze. He spoke as quickly as he could, afraid that Loki would suddenly attack without listening to him. "I'm on your side. I hate the Chimera Ants and I hate the king. Please, believe me. I don't know what to say. I suddenly have all these memories that might not be mine, and now." As he frantically tried to explain, Loki raised his hand, and the ice around his feet melted. Melioron didn't know why Loki had suddenly released him. "Come with me," Loki said, turning and walking away. Melioron stood there, unsure of what to do. How had things suddenly turned out this way? Loki stopped and turned back. "Not coming. If you don't come, I'll kill you." Hearing this, Melioron quickly followed Loki. Why Loki had suddenly spared him didn't matter, surviving was the priority. Soon, they arrived at a massive tree. Loki pointed up at the tree. "Follow me up." Melioron nodded. They jumped up to a hidden platform at the top of the tree, a platform so large that 5 grown men couldn't encircle the trunk. Jing stood on the platform, looking at Loki and the Chimera Ant behind him. "You brought back another Chimera Ant. Loki, are you serious about exterminating the king?" Jing started to complain. Loki turned and glanced at Melioron. "This Chimera Ant is different." "How so?" "He can completely conceal himself and approach enemies undetected. Anyone he touches can also become invisible. Even and can't detect it." Loki gestured for Melioron to demonstrate for Jing. Melioron looked at Jing, sensing his powerful aura. Another terrifying human. He activated God's alibi. Jing was stunned. He actually has such a powerful ability. Melioron vanished before his eyes, leaving no trace. Jing tried to sense him with N, but found nothing. Just as he was about to praise Loki, Jing suddenly turned to him. "By the way, he has this ability. How did you find him?" "Instinct." "Instinct? What kind of ability was that?" Jing stared at Loki for a full minute. Loki looked back as if saying, "Can't you sense it?" They exchanged questioning glances. Could he sense it? Could he not? Finally, Jing sighed, rubbing his head in frustration. "I can't judge you with normal logic. Instinct." Melioron's ability, God's alibi, couldn't be countered with simple instinct. Jing looked at Loki's calm face. He had a realization. Loki probably doesn't even realize it, but his heightened awareness of his surroundings is something ordinary people can't possess. It was a special talent. Just like Jing himself. He could replicate nearly any striking-based Nen ability after seeing it once. That wasn't his Nen ability, It was Jing's special talent. Compared to Loki's special talent, Jing's ability to mimic attacks seemed impressive, but Jing knew it was far inferior to Loki's preternatural senses. To be able to sense an ability that was designed to be undetectable. Loki's senses could allow him to predict enemy attacks in battle. Watching Loki talking to Melioron, Jing thought about Netero. Netero, did you even realize what kind of monster you took in? Now Jing understood what Netero had meant. Releasing a monster like him, was it the right thing to do? So Jing, let him work with Knuckle. I think it will have unexpected results. Loki turned to Jing, who was lost in thought. What did you say? Jing snapped out of his reverie. He hadn't heard a word Loki had said. Loki sighed and repeated himself. Hearing Loki's suggestion, Jing frowned. Why should he work with Knuckle? Such a unique ability would be most effective when paired with a strong fighter. If Melioron and Loki teamed up. Imagine the scenario. Loki, using God's alibi to approach the king undetected, could unleash his full power, attacking the king without warning. What would happen? Even the king would be severely injured if not killed, if struck by Loki's full power while unprepared. There was an over 80% chance the king would be killed outright. Hearing Jing's question, Loki knew what he was thinking. Not using such a unique ability to attack the king, but instead pairing him with Knuckle, seemed like a waste. I understand what you're thinking, Jing, but Melioron's abilities might not work well with mine. He couldn't work well with him. Jing slapped his forehead, remembering a crucial point. Loki's aura was far beyond Melioron's. Melioron probably couldn't maintain God's alibi while Loki was unleashing his full power. Seeing Jing understand, Loki said nothing more. In reality, Loki and Melioron could work together. Using God's alibi, Loki could use the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu. If Amaterasu's flames struck the king, he would probably die. But Loki wasn't planning to do that. He wanted to ensure he received the S-rank reward. If Loki couldn't defeat the king head-on, he probably wouldn't get the S-rank reward. In that case, he might as well just kill the king with the poor man's rose. The worst he could get was an A-rank reward. He didn't need God's alibi for that. While Loki and Jing were silent, Melioron sat quietly behind them. Today was the most humiliating day he'd experienced since becoming a chimera ant. He felt like he'd been kidnapped by humans. A sharp whistling sound cut through the air. Karuto landed on the platform. Seeing Karuto, Melioron felt like he'd found family. Karuto. Melioron stood up and ran to Karuto, embracing him tightly. Karuto, caught off guard, was stunned. Melioron. What are you doing here? Melioron. After a brief explanation, Melioron omitted the part about being forced to follow Loki, and instead emphasized that he had chosen to cooperate with the humans in order to defeat the king. Good, Melioron. It seems you haven't forgotten Her Majesty's death. Karuto nodded, looking pleased. At that moment, Loki spoke calmly. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 243, HHES, Chapter 243. 1,207 words. Karuto quickly bowed. Loki-sama, the Chimera and squad leaders have discovered that powerful humans are hunting them down. I've contacted. Karuto quickly bowed. Loki-sama, the Chimera and squad leaders have discovered that powerful humans are hunting them down. I've contacted a few Chimera ants. They all plan to seek refuge with the king, hoping to gain power from him. Gain power? Jing asked, curious about this idea. Karuto explained. After fighting Loki-sama, Knuckle, Shoot, Morel, and Pakunoda, the squad leaders realized that Nen can be used to create powerful abilities. So to fight back against you. They're choosing to seek refuge with the king, hoping to gain abilities from him, since Neferpitou has already demonstrated their abilities. She probably knows how to help them develop their own powers. Jing nodded, chuckling. The Chimera ants, after fusing with human genes, have gained human intelligence and learned to exploit their own kind. Interesting. Even Jing. Morel had always thought that he and Jing shared the same views. But Jing was actually allowing Loki to run wild. Loki nodded to Jing, then turned and left, his figure quickly disappearing into the wind. After Loki left, Morel asked Jing, "Why are you letting Loki run wild at such a crucial time?" Jing turned back from watching Loki disappear, saying calmly, "Because Loki said he felt it was okay. Those controlled puppets are carrying out some kind of order. We can't let them do that in peace. We can save some people, at least. Isn't that a good thing, Morel? Saving people. Regardless of what mission those puppets were carrying out, they couldn't be allowed to succeed. Saving as many innocent people as possible was the right thing to do. But the main focus was the king. At least, Morel believed that killing the king should be the priority. And Jing's reason for trusting Loki was too flimsy. Just because he felt it was okay. But Jing-san, you're trusting Loki's judgment simply because he feels it's okay. Isn't that too reckless? Nov was also worried. They had risked their lives to come here and fight the Chimera ants. They carried the hopes of the Hunter Association and the lives of millions of people in East Gorto. If the king was alerted in advance and prepared, all their efforts would be wasted. Jing smiled and pulled Melioron forward. This is Melioron. In Pakunoda's words, he's a chimera and squad leader that Loki has recruited. Show them your ability. The others were confused. Why was Jing suddenly talking about Melioron? Melioron, annoyed by Jing's constant desire for him to demonstrate his power, was still obedient. God's alibi, activate. Nen surged. Melioron vanished before their very eyes, leaving no trace, not even a hint of his presence. Morel was stunned and used to sense the surrounding area. His N range wasn't large, but it was sufficient. Melioron, try to attack Morel. Bang. As soon as Jing finished speaking, Morel felt something touch his face, but it didn't hurt. Morel was confused. Why couldn't I sense him at all, even with my N active? There was no trace of him. This time, instead of Jing explaining, Melioron revealed himself and described his ability. After hearing Melioron's explanation, God's alibi and God's alibi, Knuckles' eyes lit up. A powerful ability. Morel stared at Melioron, scrutinizing him. He hadn't expected a chimera and squad leader to possess such a unique ability. Seeing Morel's expression, Jing knew he understood. The potential of someone working with Melioron was immense. Morel pointed at Melioron. Is that why Loki brought him back? Jing nodded. More or less. That's great. With God's alibi, Jing and Loki can approach the king silently and deliver a fatal blow without warning. Hearing Morel's words, Jing shook his head. Loki wants Melioron to work with Knuckle. Knuckle pointed at himself, looking confused. At that moment, Nov realized the key point. Loki and Jing's power was too great. Melioron's ability might not function properly. For example, God's alibi might suddenly deactivate. The others also understood after a moment of consideration. Then, Morel asked Melioron, how did Loki find you? Everyone was suddenly curious. This ability was so powerful. Even N couldn't detect it. How had Loki found Melioron? Hearing this question, Melioron's face fell. Loki said he could clearly sense Melioron's presence. What? He could sense God's alibi. Even Pakunoda and Phaeton, who had always maintained a calm demeanor, looked incredulous. This wasn't a matter of strength. How did Loki do it? Everyone's faces seemed to ask the same question. Jing looked into the distance. I think it's probably his special talent. Loki's instinct. Morel asked uncertainly. Jing turned back to the group. I have a special talent of my own. If I experience a striking-based attack once, I can mimic it with 70 to 80% accuracy. It's not my nin ability, it's my special talent. Jing's words surprised Morel. He hadn't expected Jing to have such a powerful talent. While it seemed incredible, at least it was a visible ability. But Jing said Loki's special talent was his instinct. Don't doubt it. He can sense even an ability as broken as God's alibi. That unique sixth sense is definitely a special talent. Jing said so confidently, looking so convinced that Morel and Nov were still skeptical. Meliaron spoke up. You don't believe it? Kid named Loki, he really did break my ability with just his instincts. Even I believe that his ability to sense things is definitely a special talent. Even Meliaron himself believed it. This was too unbelievable. It was difficult for everyone to accept. When Loki arrived at the nearest town, he could see Neferpiti's nin ability from afar. Terpsichore. The puppets it controlled were herding all the people in the town towards the palace. The king's human soldier selection plan has reached this stage. Although Jing and the others hadn't received news, they didn't understand the purpose of these actions. But Loki, having read the original story, knew that the royal guards were selecting excellent humans for the king. Then, using Poof's ability, they would transform these selected humans into ant soldiers for the king. This selection process was incredibly cruel. Those who weren't selected would die. Only 1 out of 100 people would be chosen. Even those selected wouldn't survive. Poof would use his ability to transform them into chimera ant soldiers. This selection process was filled with cruelty and bloodshed. Loki jumped to the top of a large clock tower in the center of town. He watched Terpsichore control the humans, herding them out of the town in an orderly fashion. Let's give them a little hint. He wanted to come out and deal with these controlled humans. It wasn't just to save them. He also wanted to kill as many chimera ants as possible. And eliminating these puppet soldiers would serve as a warning to the royal guards. Loki raised his hand, and a flame appeared on his fingertip. The small flame, the size of a marble, broke free from Loki's control. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 244, HHES, Chapter 244. 984 words. Loki's speed sliced through the air, instantly piercing a puppet that was threatening civilians with a gun. The first puppet fell. Soon, flaw. Loki's speed sliced through the air, instantly piercing a puppet that was threatening civilians with a gun. The first puppet fell. Soon, flashes of red light streaked across the town. In 3 seconds, all the puppets in the town, numbering in the dozens, had fallen. In the palace, Neferpitu, who was using it to protect the king, suddenly opened their eyes. Someone is interfering with the puppets, Naya. How annoying, Naya. To be able to eliminate so many puppets in an instant, they're not weak, Naya. After dealing with Neferpitu's puppets, Loki glanced around, preparing to move on to the next town. At his current speed, it wouldn't even take a minute to reach the next one. However, as Loki was about to leave the town using moonwalk, 2 figures caught his eye. Loki stopped abruptly and landed on the ground. Gon and Killua. He hadn't expected that, despite the altered timeline, Gon and Killua would still be here. He hadn't expected this at all. Hiding in an alley, Killua watched the puppets fall. That attack was fast. Who did that? The puppets here were also taken down. The attack was too fast. I didn't even see what killed them, Gon said. Suddenly, Gon sensed something. He turned around sharply. Loki stood behind them. Gon's eyes flickered. Before he could speak, Loki said, "You should leave this country." Gon and Killua were too weak. They could easily die against even a regular squad leader. If they were captured and eaten by the king, Loki wasn't sure what would happen. Hearing Loki's voice, Killua turned around quickly. "Was that you?" Loki nodded. "All right, hurry up and leave." "Loki, are you planning to fight the king?" Gon suddenly stepped forward and asked Loki. Looking at Gon, Loki saw that his eyes weren't as bright as usual. They were clouded with darkness. "Is Kite dead?" Loki asked abruptly. They hadn't expected Loki to ask that. But seeing Gon's expression, Loki knew that things had probably played out similarly to the original story. Kite had taken Gon and Killua to the nest, encountered Neferpitou, and been killed. "You want to save Kite?" Loki looked at Gon. Gon nodded. "Yes." Gon didn't know why Loki seemed to know about them and Kite. He didn't want to ask. Since they were already talking, Gon decided to state his purpose directly. "Loki, if you're going to fight the king, please let me join you. Please." Watching Gon suddenly lower his head and beg Loki, Killua stood silently by. Loki suddenly grinned. "Come with me." Gon's eyes lit up. "You agree?" "Not yet, but I am going to fight the king. Whether you can join will be decided soon. Let Jing make the decision." A father-son reunion under these circumstances would be interesting. Jing probably wouldn't agree to let Gon join the extermination team. But Gon would insist on joining no matter what. This would be very interesting. Loki guessed that Jing would eventually relent. Having Gon join the team would solve Loki's problem of Jing being too strong. With those two liabilities, even Jing wouldn't be able to fight at full strength. This would fulfill Loki's expectations. The royal guards would be contained. He could defeat the king and complete his mission. As for whether he would be injured after defeating the king and unable to fight the royal guards, Loki wasn't worried. He still had a senzu bean. If everything went smoothly, he could obtain 2 S-rank rewards. Following Loki, Gon and Killua arrived at another town. After dealing with the puppets in that town, Loki continued to the next. With Gon and Killua in tow, Loki's speed decreased considerably. But it only took longer to travel. Eliminating Neferpitu's puppets didn't take much time. Constantly running to keep up with Loki exhausted Gon and Killua. Loki didn't intentionally slow down, allowing Gon and Killua to keep up easily. Instead, he deliberately increased his speed, forcing Gon and Killua to exert themselves to the limit to barely keep up. After just a few hours of running, they were already panting heavily. Loki hadn't even broken a sweat. Gon and Killua lay on the ground, gasping for air. "I'm so tired. My legs feel like they're not even mine anymore." Gon glanced at Loki, who was still full of energy. Just traveling had exhausted him. If they encountered an enemy now, they wouldn't have the strength to fight back. Thinking this, Gon forced himself to stand and scan the surroundings. Killua, on the other hand, didn't want to move at all. "The gap is so big." He stared at Loki's back. At that moment, Loki's slender back seemed to grow further away, taller and more imposing. Like an insurmountable mountain. A voice echoed in Killua's mind. "Don't stay here. Leave quickly. Stay away from dangerous people. Ensure your own safety." These thoughts kept repeating in Killua's mind, unable to stop. This was why Killua didn't want to contact Loki. As Loki grew stronger and the gap between them widened, his mind couldn't find peace. "Have you rested enough?" Loki suddenly turned around and asked. Killua and Gon nodded with difficulty. Then let's keep moving. Loki's speed remained unchanged. The two boys watched Loki, who was almost disappearing before their eyes, and struggled to their feet, desperately trying to keep up. Ahead of them was the treehouse platform. The location of Jing and the others. Gon and his father were about to reunite. What kind of scene would that be? Someone is dealing with your puppets, Poof said to Neferpitou in the palace. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 245, HHES, Chapter 245. 1164 words. Yuppie, arms crossed, watched the two. Neferpitou, squatting on the ground, said, "It doesn't feel like a normal exceptional human did this." Yuppie, arms crossed, watched the two. Neferpitou, squatting on the ground, said, "It doesn't feel like a normal exceptional human did this, Naya." Yuppie looked at Neferpitou. "It's too fast. My puppets are being eliminated at an incredible rate," Neferpitou explained. Neferpitou spread their hands. "If a single exceptional human was acting alone, my puppets wouldn't be losing so many so quickly." Hearing Neferpitou's words, Poof thought for a moment. "Are you saying that a team of humans is targeting your puppets, or perhaps targeting us?" Neferpitou nodded. "Yes, Naya. If it's a single exceptional human, then that person is very strong. But after dealing with the puppets in one location, they take a long time to reach the next. So it seems their strength isn't that great." Poof said, "Didn't your puppets see who they were?" Neferpitou shook their head. "They move so fast. Even though my puppets are spread out, they're all eliminated within 3 seconds of being attacked. To be able to defeat Neferpitou's puppets without even seeing a shadow. Whether it was one human or a group of humans, they couldn't be underestimated." Poof frowned and continued, "Many squad leaders have come recently, saying that they've encountered a team of strong humans who are constantly attacking them. Most of the Chimera and squad leaders and soldiers have been eliminated by humans, and all of this has happened in just one day." Yuppie said, "So that's why those guys are choosing to seek refuge with King Muruam-sama." Poof nodded. He didn't have any goodwill towards the squad leaders who had come to seek refuge. But they were short on manpower. Under the circumstances, Poof had chosen to accept these Chimera ants. "I have a strange feeling about this, Naya," Neferpitou said. Poof nodded. "I think so too, but it's just the humans' death throes. Weak humans attempting to resist King Muruam's rule." In Poof's eyes, King Muruam was the king who stood at the top of all living beings. Ruling all creatures, including humans, was his undeniable right. Human resistance was meaningless. However, Neferpitou didn't think so. Judging from the way the puppets were dying, the humans responsible were far stronger than the humans they had captured and offered to King Muruam. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. It's best to be cautious. The squad leaders know something. We should question them carefully, Neferpitou suggested. But Poof and Yuppie laughed. No need. Yuppie snorted. They're just humans. There's no need to worry about them. Even if the humans want to struggle in their death throes, it doesn't matter. They can never be a threat to His Majesty, Poof said dismissively. Their underestimation of humans made Neferpitou even more uneasy. It's best not to underestimate humans, Poof, Yuppie. Seeing that they wouldn't take her concerns seriously, Neferpitou could only sigh. In any case, I'll do everything I can to protect His Majesty and monitor the entire palace. Although they looked down on humans, Poof and Yuppie were also concerned about the king's safety. All right, Pitou, your N is strong. You'll be responsible for monitoring everything except where His Majesty is. Yuppie, you'll guard the first floor to prevent any accidents. I'll personally guard His Majesty's side. Although it's impossible for humans to harm the king, I won't allow anything to disturb him, Poof declared. Climbing onto the hidden treehouse platform, Gon and Killua were fascinated by this platform hidden in the giant tree. Although chimera ants might be nearby, making the wilderness dangerous, they found it very interesting. Building a house in a tree. Many people had similar thoughts. Gon and Killua climbed onto the platform slowly, wanting to take a good look at this temporary platform. Loki had gone up ahead and seemed to be talking to someone. Nov and Karuto have already set off together to infiltrate the palace. Palm is also with them. Through Palm's eyes, Nov can gain some knowledge of the palace, a strange man's voice said. At that moment, Gon felt something strange. The voice seemed particularly unique. He climbed towards the platform, step by step. Gon was finally able to see the situation on the platform. Peeking his head over the edge, he saw Morel, Knuckle, Shoot, Pakunoda, Baze, and others resting in the shade. A figure blocked by Loki revealed part of his body. Seeing that figure, Gon froze. He hadn't seen Jing dressed like that before. But Gon recognized him at first glance. Even though he could only see half of his body. Gon stopped, halfway up the platform. Killua was confused as to why Gon had stopped. Had he seen someone special? Before he could ask, Loki, smiling, looked at Jing, who was talking to him. There's something I need you to handle personally, Jing. Jing, who had been dozing off, was half asleep. Hearing that Loki needed him to handle something personally, he looked up groggily at Loki. What is it? As he spoke, Loki stepped aside, revealing Gon's figure behind him. Jing, sitting cross-legged on the ground and looking half asleep, stared blankly at Gon. Suddenly, everyone seemed to sense a change in the atmosphere. They looked up at the two. Climbing onto the platform, Killua also felt something strange the moment he saw Jing. This man, why does he feel so familiar? Killua glanced at Gon. Then, it hit him. Could he be? After a few seconds of silence, Gon opened his mouth. Jing. Hearing Gon's voice, Jing's eyes widened. Father and son stared at each other from across the platform. One was full of surprise, the other's eyes were shining. Seeing Jing, the darkness that had clouded Gon's eyes was dispelled, replaced with light. The strange situation ignited the gossip instincts of the others. Who is that kid? Morel asked. Knuckle replied, we met him on Greed Island. Loki looked at the two. He didn't know if it was appropriate for Gon to meet Jing under these circumstances. But since they had met, he would let them see each other. This scene was quite interesting. Gon's voice became high-pitched, unable to contain his joy. Jing, on the other hand, looked completely lost, unsure of what to do with his hands. He quickly stood up. Because he saw that Gon was about to cry. Gon, don't get emotional. You can't cry. A good hunter can't cry easily, you know. Gon lunged into Jing's arms. Tears and snot smeared all over Jing. The powerful Jing-san was easily tackled by a kid. Without asking, the others understood what was happening. That was Jing's son, Gon. The others stared intensely at Jing and Gon. Being stared at so intensely made Jing feel extremely embarrassed. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 246, HHES, Chapter 246. 1,280 words. He grabbed Gon and looked at the others. You guys stay here and don't act rashly. I have some personal matters to take care of. Jing. He grabbed Gon and looked at the others. You guys stay here and don't act rashly. I have some personal matters to take care of. Jing. Kite. Looking at Gon, Jing felt more troubled than he would facing 1,000 enemies. He didn't have his usual calm reasoning skills. Although he tried to remain calm, his eyebrows, raised involuntarily due to nervousness, betrayed his inner turmoil. Stay here and don't wander around. I'll be back soon. With that, Jing grabbed Gon and suddenly jumped away, disappearing. He probably went to find a relatively quiet place for the two of them to talk. Jing and Gon were gone. The gossip was over. The others reluctantly turned away, each with a faint smile on their face. The show was over. Knuckle and Shoot continued to prepare, resting and conserving their energy. But at that moment, Morel's phone rang. Nov, how is it going? Have you infiltrated? Morel answered the phone. But as soon as he finished speaking, his expression turned grim. It became extremely unpleasant. Soon, Morel hung up the phone. Seeing Morel's terrible expression, the others became worried. Master, what's wrong? Knuckle asked, looking at Morel. Morel looked at Knuckle. He didn't know how to say it. Nov can't infiltrate. Shoot was puzzled. Because the ants have used N to cover the entire palace, and even a large area outside the palace. To cover the entire palace with N. How terrifying was the range of that N? Knuckle jumped to his feet. Master, you're not kidding, are you? Morel wanted to say he was joking, but Nov had told him that for sure. He couldn't be wrong. It's Neferpitou, one of the king's royal guards. Loki dusted off his white cloak. He looked up at the palace. Since we can't infiltrate with N, then we'll have to find a way to lure that guard out. The time-pressed extermination team was finally carrying out their plan, step by step. Although the process wasn't smooth, it was generally going well. At least they had reached the final step, allowing Nov to set up the entrance to his four-dimensional mansion inside the palace in advance. That had been completed. Nov's final destination was the same as in the original story. As he was about to continue, Yuppie appeared. Although he hadn't seen Yuppie, just sensing Yuppie's maliciousness was enough to stop Nov from proceeding any further. However, unlike in the original story, Nov hadn't been completely demoralized by Yuppie's aura. Because he had witnessed Loki and Netero's battle beforehand. His mental fortitude had greatly improved. The final plan had been completed. There was only 1.5 days left. After waiting for Karuto to send back as much information as possible, they would launch the operation. Now, all they had to do was wait. However, while the plan was proceeding smoothly, Jing faced the most difficult choice of his life. Refused to go back, no matter what. He insisted on joining the extermination team. Even if Jing didn't allow him to join, Gon stubbornly said that he would go to the palace alone to find Kite. Gon's determination to find his companion, even in the face of death, was admirable. But he was too weak. Against the Chimera ants, he probably couldn't even beat a squad leader. Under these circumstances, Jing couldn't agree to let Gon go. But if he forced Gon to stay, Gon might feel guilty and unable to let go for the rest of his life. Although Jing hadn't had much contact with his son, he knew this well. Because he was his son. On one side was Gon's safety, and on the other was Gon living with guilt for the rest of his life. Which was more important? This made Jing recall the exam he had faced during the hunter exam. Your son and daughter have been captured by villains. You can only save one. Who do you save? Although Jing had passed the exam, he couldn't come up with an answer. That was his answer when he passed. Faced with Gon's request, Jing also chose silence. However, Gon wouldn't change his mind. So in the end, Jing silently relented. Returning to the platform on the tree, Jing's expression wasn't good. Gon also looked grim. The two of them were so somber that the others, who wanted to ask what had happened, silently closed their mouths. Nov sent a message. He's set up the entrance to the four-dimensional mansion. We can move at any time. After saying that, Morel glanced at Razor. But because we needed to draw the enemy away so Nov could infiltrate, Loki went out and lured the enemy out. Although there was no actual fighting, the enemy must be on guard. Jing nodded. There are always gains and losses. It's good that we were able to complete the plan smoothly. There's nothing we can do if the enemy is prepared. Seeing that Jing said so, Morel had nothing more to say. As long as they could successfully eliminate the chimera ants, that was enough. Loki had already returned. He saw that Jing and Gon both looked unhappy, so he didn't say much. He sat alone at the top of the tree, watching the setting sun. Loki's thoughts drifted far away. Outside East Gorto. As the hunters and nin users who had escaped from East Gorto returned to the outside world, various pieces of information were constantly being spread. Even the Hunter Association couldn't suppress it. Of course, it wasn't being spread to ordinary people. The news was spreading quickly among the nin users. The hunters in the Hunter Association were questioning whether the association could handle this situation while the chairman was unconscious. In the eyes of hunters who didn't understand the situation, it was just an invasion by unknown creatures. Could the association not handle it? Were the Zodiacs, other than Netero, just for show? The reason for this question was the defeat of the first extermination team, led by Kanzai and the others. From the Hunter Association being attacked by Loki, to the chairman being injured and remaining unconscious, to 2 Zodiac members being killed. The culprit still hadn't been caught. This was a great shame for the entire Hunter Association, for all professional hunters. Now that this had happened again, the Hunter Association had completely lost face. Many hunters were even clamoring for a new chairman election, to find a chairman who could make the Hunter Association stronger and better. But holding a chairman election at this time was practically suicide. Wouldn't that give the government a legitimate reason to interfere in the association's affairs? Helpless, Cheadle could only announce that Jing and Razor had formed an extermination team. Jing's name still shut up many hunters. Although Jing's reputation wasn't good, the hunters in the association still recognized his strength as one of the world's top 5 nin users. But the matter didn't end there. The person who had escaped from East Gorto and seen Loki spread the information about Loki in East Gorto. The reason for spreading it was simple. Any information about Loki was extremely valuable. This news originally wasn't anything special. After all, there weren't many bounty hunters who wanted to capture Loki. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 247, HHES, Chapter 247. 1,330 words. But in this special period, things were different. That Loki who attacked the Hunter Association, he's also in East Gorto. But in this special period, things were different. That Loki who attacked the Hunter Association, he's also in East Gorto. Is he also targeting the Chimera ants? At an intelligence point that only catered to nin users, a professional bounty hunter saw this news and was enraged. If that person wanted by the Hunter Association solves a problem that the association can't handle, we professional hunters will be too embarrassed to call ourselves hunters from now on. The Mun said loudly. The other hunters and non-hunter nin users at the intelligence point looked up at him. The muscular man tore up the intelligence report. If the association can't solve it, then we'll handle it ourselves. Are we professional hunters worse than a wanted criminal? Anyone want to join me? Eliminate the Chimera ants and capture Loki. Let the association see that the Hunter Association isn't useless without Chairman Netero. What Zodiacs, what Jing and Razor, they're all old-fashioned hunters. It's time to show them the power of us rookies. The professional hunter who shouted those words was named Chris. He was considered the strongest of the new generation of hunters. Although the number of hunters wasn't too high, any hunter who hadn't made any contributions was basically considered a rookie. These rookies generally weren't very strong. The truly talented rookies had already made a name for themselves. However, the hunters who hadn't made any contributions but were still called rookies didn't think so. They felt that the older hunters had stolen the opportunities that should have belonged to them. The world was only so big. There were only so many opportunities. The hunters who had become professional hunters all possessed a certain level of nin talent. They believed that they were talented and deserved to shine. The reason they were unknown was because too many older hunters had taken all the opportunities, leaving the rookies with no chance to prove themselves. They didn't think they were weaker than the older hunters. In fact, hunters like Chris, who had been in the Hunter Association for over a decade, believed they were already very strong. So this time, in the eyes of hunters like him, was a great opportunity. Since the famous hunters in the association couldn't do it, they, the rookies who hadn't had a chance to shine, would prove them wrong. Chris's words ignited the fighting spirit of many hunters at the intelligence point. That's right. What monster Loki? He's just a kid. What use is his power if he can't use it? Exactly. Those useless Zodiacs are in charge of the association. If it were me, I would have sent a large number of hunters to deal with the Chimera ants and Loki. One by one, the hunters, driven by fame, money, and the desire to prove themselves, echoed Chris's words. Chris looked at the crowd gathering around him. This is our chance, the rookies' chance, to make a name for ourselves. We'll continue to call on more rookies to join us. The invading creatures, Loki, we'll take care of them all. Chris's call to action had begun. Hunters around the world received Chris's invitation. Some remained rational but many were swayed. After all, if they could really deal with the Chimera ants and Loki, the rewards would be immense. Fame, wealth, they could have it all. In just one night, almost a third of the hunters, regardless of their reasons, had joined Chris's team. Hundreds of professional hunters gathered, creating a powerful force. Many non-hunter nin users also joined the Hunter Association's massive extermination army. The 100-strong team gathered in a town near the East Gorto border. There was only one day left until the time Loki, Jing, and the others were scheduled to begin their operation. Hearing the news that this self-organized extermination team of Hunter Association members was about to take action, Cheetle was furious. She had explicitly told all the hunters not to go to East Gorto without permission. It was home to dangerous creatures. But at this time, the chairman's influence was evident. If Netero were alive, a single word from him would have been enough to make the members of the Hunter Association obey, even if they were dissatisfied. Because Netero himself was a legend among nin users. The strongest nin user in the world at one time. But now, Cheetle, as a Zodiac, didn't have the same influence as Netero. If 2 Zodiac members hadn't been killed by Loki and Krallo, the Zodiacs would still have been very authoritative. But the deaths of 2 Zodiac members had greatly diminished the Zodiac's authority in the association. The culprit still hadn't been caught. Under these circumstances, even if Cheetle issued orders in the name of the association, they would have no effect. Cheetle sat in her office. She almost wanted to smash the computer in front of her. Those idiots. They're all so self-righteous. Do they really think the Chimera ants and Loki are easy to deal with? They should look in the mirror. Guys who haven't even completed basic training are running off to join the fun. A hopeless bunch of idiots. Cheetle's rage made the bean sigh helplessly. The bean even thought, if Jing-san were here, he wouldn't be angry in this situation. He would calmly analyze the situation and its origins. Cheetle-san, please calm down. Could there be something strange about this? The bean asked. Cheetle couldn't calm down at all. What's strange? Those idiots are just going to die. Seeing that Cheetle was constantly complaining and couldn't calm down, the bean could only silently leave and report the situation to Jing on the front lines. Already troubled by Gon, Jing became even more annoyed after receiving the news from the bean. Jing didn't know how to solve this problem. Should he stop those people from going there? They didn't have much time left. Just carrying out the extermination plan was taking up all his energy. Unable to think of a solution, Jing ended his communication with the bean. He looked at the others, their faces grave. They had naturally heard the previous conversation. The phone wasn't quiet. Morel and Nov sighed helplessly. Just carrying out the plan was already a headache. Now these idiots are coming, Morel said. Now, not only Morel, but even the usually calm Nov sounded heavy. Jing-san, it seems we have to start the plan early. Otherwise, our hard-earned plan might be disrupted. Hearing their words, Jing looked up at Loki, who was sitting quietly on the top of the tree. Loki, what do you think we should do? A large number of Hunter Association members had gathered, deciding on their own to exterminate the Chimera ants. Although the bean, while relaying the message, had only said that they were coming for the Chimera ants, considering Loki's presence. He hadn't mentioned that they were also hostile towards Loki. But even if the bean hadn't relayed those words accurately, Loki didn't believe that the hunters who were coming to East Gorto had only one goal. Loki could sense that this matter wasn't as simple as the bean had said. The Hunter Association was a very free organization. Its cohesion wasn't very strong. Almost a third of the hunters had gathered overnight. Loki didn't believe that there was nothing behind this. Someone must have been pushing things to make them turn out this way. And these assembled hunters seemed to be below average in strength. Then, their coming to exterminate the Chimera ants was practically suicide. Thinking this, Loki smiled faintly. He jumped lightly from the top of the tree and landed on the platform. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 248. HHES, Chapter 248. 1,320 words. He looked at Jing. If it wasn't for Gon disrupting Jing's thinking, he should have noticed this sooner. But Loki didn't plan to remind him. He looked at Jing. If it wasn't for Gon disrupting Jing's thinking, he should have noticed this sooner. But Loki didn't plan to remind him. Because the act of sending so many Hunter Association members to their deaths was undoubtedly targeting the Hunter Association. It wasn't Loki's concern. Whether this matter would affect Loki's mission was Loki's primary concern. From that perspective, these idiots coming to die was actually a good thing. Because they could attract the Chimera ants' attention. The appearance of hundreds of human Nin users would attract the Royal Guard's attention, but with the strength of these idiots, they posed no threat to the king. To the Royal Guards, these assembled Hunter Association members were like a flock of sheep gathering together, trying to provoke a hungry wolf. They were just food being delivered to their mouths. Would wolves be afraid of sheep? Even if there were many sheep. Sheep were sheep. Wolves were wolves. They would attract attention, but they wouldn't pose a threat to the king. With them around, Loki could actually create opportunities. In any case, even in the worst-case scenario, they wouldn't disrupt Loki's mission. Thinking this way, Loki looked at Jing. Do you want me to be honest? Loki smiled. Since we can't stop them, then let them serve some purpose. Jing, Morel, Nov, and the others were silent for a moment. Suddenly, Morel looked up at Loki. You're planning to let these people go to their deaths. Jing and Nov's expressions darkened. Gon and Killua hadn't been paying much attention, but hearing Morel's words, they looked up at Loki. The others also fell silent, intending to listen to what Loki had to say. Loki looked at Morel calmly. I'm not sending them to their deaths. It's their own decision, isn't it? Even if those idiots ignore the association's orders and come to cause trouble, we can't just sit back and do nothing. Morel said righteously. Loki smiled. Then what do you want to do? Can you stop them? When a group of people firmly believed in a certain conviction and goal, they wouldn't turn back unless they were in a desperate situation. Morel wasn't good at persuading people. Of course, he couldn't stop those people. But even so, Morel didn't agree to let those people go to their deaths in vain. Although Loki hadn't said his plan, his meaning was undoubtedly to ignore them. Morel said righteously, even if we can't stop them, we can't just sit back and watch them go to their deaths. Then we should start the operation early and attack the palace. Loki said, laughing. According to Karuto's information, the royal guards are constantly by the king's side. I don't care. We can start the operation now if you want. Starting the operation now would undoubtedly have the highest chance of failure. Once they failed, the consequences would be far too severe. First, the association would bear all the responsibility. Second, since the Hunter Association couldn't eliminate the Chimera ants, then in order to eliminate this dangerous species, nuclear weapons would have to be used. They couldn't be allowed to continue to endanger other countries. The government would issue the order for a nuclear attack, but the association would bear the consequences. All the deaths would be blamed on the Hunter Association. The association being controlled by the government would be the least of their problems. In a serious situation, the Hunter Association would become history. And they would bear the blame for killing millions of people. Even if it only harmed the tens of thousands of ordinary people gathered in front of the palace, those tens of thousands of lives would cause a storm of public opinion. Morel was silent. But his eyes still held a stubborn look. This was another test of humanity. The lives of hundreds of people versus the lives of tens of thousands of people, or even more. Which to choose? There was never a right answer to such a choice. Even if it was just a choice between one person and millions of lives. No matter what they chose, they would be murderers. There was only silence. Morel, Nov, Knuckle, Shoot, Palm, Jing, Gon, Killua, Razor, Pakunoda, Baze, no one spoke. They all chose silence. However, in Loki's opinion, their silence meant that they had already made their choice in their hearts. They just didn't want to face reality. Loki smiled and returned to the treetop, closing his eyes to rest. After Loki settled down, he said calmly. You decide. Whenever you want to move, I'm ready. There was only 1 day left until the 10 days given by the government. In 1 day, the hunters gathered at the East Gorto border could reach Peking in perhaps just half a day. They weren't ordinary people. Their speed wouldn't be too slow. While Jing and the others didn't know what to do, the people who had gathered at the border wouldn't give them much time to come up with a plan. Led by Chris, 434 nin users had gathered. More than 100 were professional hunters. There were also about 50 nin users who hadn't obtained a hunter license. The extra 200 people were neither hunters nor nin users. But they believed they were strong. For various reasons, they hadn't taken the hunter exam. Some didn't even know about nin. Chris and the nin users naturally accepted this group of people. Because these ordinary people could be used as minesweepers. In short, they were cannon fodder. They could be sent up to die first if they encountered an enemy. If they could force the enemy to use nin, that would be even better. Regarding this approach, the fourth of the Hunter's Creed clearly stated that a hunter must not treat a fellow hunter as prey, but hunters who committed heinous crimes were not protected by this rule. In other words, the Hunter Association basically didn't care what professional hunters did to ordinary people who weren't hunters. as long as they didn't kill them directly. The mighty extermination army, which consisted of more than 180 NIN users and the rest ordinary people, couldn't possibly enter East Gorto through legitimate means. They infiltrated secretly, entering in batches. After entering East Gorto's territory, they regrouped. Chris and the strongest NIN users in this group formed the extermination team's command headquarters. There were 3 of them. One was Chris, representing the professional hunters. The other 2 were Rose, a 45-year-old middle-aged man who had been training in NIN for 15 years. Although he hadn't obtained a hunter license, his strength was close to that of a top-tier NIN user. He was considered the strongest in the team. He was also the representative of the non-hunter NIN users. He had been taking on missions to hunt for rare and exotic treasures for many years. Presumably, one of his clients was interested in the chimera ants, which was why he had come. There was also a representative of the ordinary people. Rich, a 37-year-old blonde man with glasses, even wore a suit for this extermination operation. He was a seemingly refined man with a cold and ruthless glint in his eyes. He was the representative of the ordinary people who didn't know NIN. He believed he could become a hunter at any time. He had over 10 years of bodyguard experience. He had joined Chris's extermination of the chimera ants and capture of Loki simply out of curiosity. He wanted to see what Loki, who had disgraced the Hunter Association, looked like. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 249, HHES, Chapter 249. 1,230 words. He wasn't concerned about whether the extermination team would succeed. Because he was arrogant. In his view, Loki was a good companion. He wasn't concerned about whether the extermination team would succeed. Because he was arrogant. In his view, Loki was a good companion. He had a great mission that required a strong companion. So, strictly speaking, he had come with the intention of recruiting Loki. As the initiator, Chris naturally had the most say. The people who had infiltrated East Gorto had basically assembled. Of course, a dozen people were missing. No one cared about the missing people. In a relatively open field, Chris found a rock and stood on it. He addressed the others. The agreed meeting time has arrived. Those who haven't arrived aren't worth waiting for. We are the elite. We don't need that kind of trash. Chris looked at the hundreds of people below, his face full of confidence. He pointed towards Peking. I've already located the invading creatures, the chimera ants. They're in Peking, the capital of East Gorto. We'll go directly there as quickly as possible. We'll reach the palace in Peking, eliminate the chimera ants and then search for Loki. We'll capture that kid who doesn't know his place. The crowd cheered and raised their arms, looking eager. Seeing this, Chris didn't waste any time. He waved his hand. Let's go. Even the ordinary people who weren't NIN users were skilled at moving quickly. There was no need to worry about them running out of stamina. The crowd moved forward, not bothering to hide their tracks. Of course, it was impossible to hide so many people. Several hours later, deep inside East Gorto, Chris instinctively felt that something was wrong. But he quickly decided that his worries were unnecessary. Rose discovered several chimera ants who were secretly monitoring them. Everyone became nervous when they saw the human-like chimera ants for the first time. But unfortunately, when those chimera ants saw so many NIN users radiating life energy, they turned and fled without hesitation. Seeing this, all the fear in Chris's heart disappeared. He shouted at the fleeing chimera ants, "Those strange creatures must be the chimera ants. Kill them all. The ordinary chimera ant soldiers were quickly eliminated. Watching the chimera ant corpses riddled with holes, Chris stepped on one of the bodies. He turned back to the others, smiling. We didn't need to be so nervous about these creatures. Even an ordinary person with a gun could take them down. As Chris spoke, he looked angry. The Zodiacs couldn't even handle these creatures. They've completely disgraced the Hunter Association. After he finished speaking, other hunters quickly echoed his sentiments. That's right. The Hunter Association is helpless against a kid. It's time to change the people in charge of the association. After this operation, we'll kick out the Zodiacs and show them that we can solve the problems they can't. Let's choose a new chairman. Chris smiled. We'll talk about choosing a new chairman when we return with honor. For now, let's deal with these. He looked down at the insignificant ant beneath his feet. These insignificant ants. What Chris had spent so much effort to bring from the East Gorto border wasn't a weapon. It wasn't something to use against the chimera ants. It was a camera, equipped with a powerful antenna. It could transmit the recorded footage accurately in real time. The delay wouldn't exceed 3 seconds. This expensive and inconvenient camera had been brought here by Chris. Seeing this camera, Rose and Rich understood what Chris was planning. This person wasn't just here to exterminate the chimera ants and capture Loki because of anger and the Hunter Association's incompetence. He was trying to increase his own influence. His goal was the position of chairman of the Hunter Association. Although they knew this now, Rich didn't care. Rose's expression changed several times, and he silently looked at his people. Is the picture adjusted? Chris asked the person who was setting up the camera. The person adjusted it slightly and gave Chris a thumbs up. At the edge of a cliff, Chris stood with his back to the camera. Not far in front of him was the king's palace. Under the fiery red sky, Chris's back looked imposing. He suddenly turned around. His dignified gaze focused on the camera. I am Chris, a professional hunter from the Hunter Association. What you're seeing now is the chimera ants gathering point, the palace in East Gorto's capital. He pointed to the front. That is where the creatures that even the Zodiacs couldn't handle are gathered. Suddenly, Chris turned to face the camera. Now, I will use my own power to tell all the hunters that the Zodiacs are not worthy of leading the Hunter Association. We need a new chairman. As he spoke, Chris looked sad. Chairman Netero still hasn't woken up, and the culprit who injured him is still at large. Veins popped out on Chris's face. He pointed at the camera. After I've dealt with these damned ants, I'll personally capture that arrogant kid. I'll show him true power. It's not that I, Chris, want to covet the position of chairman, but the Zodiacs are too disappointing. They've failed to live up to the chairman's expectations. Repeated failures, repeated displays of incompetence, they show that they're not worthy of leading the Hunter Association. He clenched his large hands into fists. Chris raised his fist in front of him with one hand. Since no one is willing to step forward, then I, Chris, will take the first step. I will prove that we can do it even without the Zodiacs, without the chairman. Chris put on a brave face, acting as if he was taking the lead. In 3 hours, I will begin to exterminate these damned ants. Everyone, please look forward to it. The camera stopped recording. Rose and Rich looked at Chris with disdain. He was too shameless. He said he didn't want to covet the position of chairman. If he really didn't want to compete for the position, why did he bring a camera? He was using these people to increase his own influence. He was acting so heroic. He clearly wanted the hunters who didn't know the truth to support him. Even if this operation failed, as long as Chris survived, he would be able to gain a large number of hunters who were willing to support him. This guy was too cunning. Chris didn't care about their gazes. They weren't hunters. Their opinions didn't matter. Even the hunters who saw through his plan didn't matter. Because if he succeeded, no one would believe what they said. If he failed, Chris could take the blame, which would still allow him to gain the support of many hunters. And the words of those who participated in this operation wouldn't cause much of a stir. Besides, how many of the hunters he had called upon to participate in this operation were truly smart? After Chris uploaded this video to the Hunter Association's intelligence website, the hunters who had been watching were shocked. Chris was actually leading people to exterminate the chimera ants. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 250, HHES, Chapter 250. 1,194 words. 10 minutes later. Even the hunters who hadn't immediately checked the Hunter Association's intelligence website received notifications. 10 minutes later. Even the hunters who hadn't immediately checked the Hunter Association's intelligence website received notifications from others. They logged into the Hunter Intelligence website to watch the video. Chris's imposing figure was seen by even more hunters. His muscular physique naturally gave people a sense of power. Many hunters who had previously harbored grievances against the Zodiacs, but hadn't completely given up, began to have expectations for Chris. At the Hunter Association, Cheadle, after being furious for so long, she had gradually calmed down. She began to realize the strange phenomena hidden behind this incident. But it was too late. Before she could figure out the key points, the Bean ran in, flustered, and showed her the video that Chris had posted on the Hunter Intelligence website. After watching it, Cheadle's mood, which had finally calmed down, was stirred up with intense anger again. That bastard! Cheadle's voice almost echoed throughout the Hunter Association. In the vice-chairman's office, Perry Stone leaned back in his office chair, looking at the sky outside the association with a faint smile. Still haven't reacted, huh? Cheadle, Jing is right. She's too easily influenced by emotions to make judgments and think clearly. He sighed. Perry Stone said with some dissatisfaction. It was more interesting when the chairman was around. For Perry Stone, Cheadle couldn't compare to Chairman Netero at all. She was still too green. Besides the chairman, there was also Jing. Perry Stone was somewhat wary of Jing. But unfortunately, Jing didn't want to be the chairman of the Hunter Association. After Cheadle released a wave of anger, she sat in her chair, covering her head. She said anxiously, "Mr. Bean, quickly contact Jing, and tell him about this idiot situation. No matter what, we must first ensure the success of the extermination mission. As for those people who are looking for death, if they interfere with the plan." Cheadle paused here. Her original intention was to say that it wouldn't matter even if those people were killed. But she couldn't bring herself to say it. In the end, Cheadle said weakly, "Let him judge for himself. After all our hopes are on them." The Bean looked at Cheadle strangely. In the end he left. Jing, who received the news, hadn't expected Chris to pull off such a stunt. He was planning to broadcast the extermination of the chimera ants to the whole world in real time. This was utterly foolish. He was trying to make a name for himself by dealing with such terrifying creatures as the chimera ants. Even Jing couldn't help but curse. Did those idiots really think the chimera ants were so easy to deal with? Upon receiving this news, Jing almost lost his composure. Knuckles stood in front of Jing, looking at him seriously. "Jing-san, we have to stop them. Once they show themselves and are discovered, even if the royal guards don't act, the squad leaders alone will be too much for them to handle." Jing knew what Knuckle was saying. Stopping those people now was the same as abandoning the extermination plan. Everyone knew this. Knuckle had undoubtedly chosen to save people and abandon the plan. This choice was surprising. Morel suddenly stood up and patted Knuckle on the shoulder. It seems that the master doesn't have as much resolve as his disciple this time. The two stood together, looking at Jing. Shoot shook his head helplessly. His master and Knuckle had made their choices. He couldn't be left behind. He also stood up. Under their gazes, Jing hesitated. At this time, Nov also stood up. It seems all our previous efforts have been wasted. I've also left a few coordinates outside the palace. It'll be much faster to go through the four-dimensional mansion. Hearing Nov's words, Knuckle looked surprised. Nov looked at Knuckle coldly. Do you think I would abandon the plan because of any accident? Seeing that Nov had seen through his thoughts, Knuckle scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Nov-san. I didn't mean that. At this time, Jing looked at Loki. You probably won't change your mind for any reason, right? Loki didn't speak, but just watched them quietly. His unwavering expression made Jing understand. Loki wouldn't be swayed so easily. Then let's change the plan. We'll go and attract the enemy's attention. Leorio and you will be responsible for a surprise attack on the palace. I'll try to lure out the royal guards. After saying that, Jing walked towards Nov. Killua was about to walk over as well. But Gon didn't move. Killua was surprised that Gon would make this choice. This time, Gon didn't look at Killua. Night gradually approached. Chris sat up from the stone. Everyone's rested enough, right? 3 hours of rest had only restored most of their energy. They hadn't fully recovered to their best condition. But Chris couldn't wait any longer. Rose and Rich also had no objections. They wanted to start as soon as possible. Attacking in this state would only result in more deaths. It didn't matter at all. Seeing everyone get up one after another, Chris's heart was shouting. My era, Chris's era, is about to begin. As long as I can successfully eliminate those damned Ents this time, I'll be able to shine in the Hunter Association. The position of the new chairman is mine. Chris turned and waved his hand. Let's go. The 100-strong team began to move according to the previous plan. The open area outside the palace had been specially cleared by the Chimera Ants to prevent anyone from sneaking close to the palace. So when this massive team appeared, Neferpitou, who was using N to monitor the entire palace from the top of the palace, spotted them immediately. Humans. Human soldiers. The next second, Neferpitou slowly stood up. They gazed at the crowd in the distance. They could only vaguely see a cluster of small black dots moving. Neferpitou's aura began to gather back. Poof and Yuppie in the palace immediately sensed something was wrong. Neferpitou's aura slowly spread towards the crowd. At that moment, black shadows suddenly appeared above the team, streaking past. The black shadows landed in front of the team. The violent roar kicked up thick dust. Chris was stunned and stopped abruptly. Who's there? The black shadows had appeared too quickly. Chris, Rich and Rose, who were at the front of the team, hadn't reacted at all. Everyone, stop. A loud shout came from the smoke. The voice was full of anger, making Chris and the others frown. The wind slowly blew. A black shadow slowly emerged. Then a second, third, and fourth figure appeared, walking towards them. When one of the figures stepped out of the smoke and revealed his face, Chris's eyes narrowed slightly. His throat moved. The Zodiacs. Jing freaks, you. Why are you blocking our actions? At that moment they appeared. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars for 5. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 251, HHES, Chapter 251. 1,366 words. Chris was somewhat uneasy. With his level, it was normal to feel pressure in front of Jing. Especially in front of Jing, whose anger was ink. Chris was somewhat uneasy. With his level, it was normal to feel pressure in front of Jing. Especially in front of Jing, whose anger was incredibly intense right now. The powerful aura emanating from Jing was only directed at him. Jing stared at Chris. The latter felt it difficult to breathe. He swallowed lightly. A hint of fear flashed in Chris's eyes. As expected of a member of the Zodiacs, Jing Freaks' aura is truly amazing. If he had encountered someone with such a strong aura in the past, Chris would have definitely avoided them. But now, he was only slightly afraid. While asking Jing a question, Chris inadvertently made a gesture. Someone behind him, after noticing the gesture, immediately began to act quietly. Jing didn't notice the gesture. First, he was staring intently into Chris's eyes. Because these damned idiots had completely ruined their previous plan. All their efforts had been wasted, and they were in a passive position. The Chimera Ant Palace was not far behind them. Jing couldn't predict what would happen. Everything had completely gone out of control. They could only let things take their course. For an excellent hunter, this was an extremely failed operation. Anger dominated Jing's emotions, so much so that he even overlooked Chris's subtle actions. The enemies here are not something you can handle, Jing said to Chris, trying to calm himself. But after hearing this, Chris asked Jing, why? Why are you blocking our path? Aren't you a member of the Zodiacs, Jing Freaks? Since you Zodiacs won't deal with the Chimera Ants, then let us do it ourselves. We don't need to rely on the Zodiacs. We can still solve these ants. You're no match for these Chimera Ants, Morel couldn't help but say. But Chris acted as if he hadn't heard Morel's words. He took 2 steps with his hands behind his back. The dignified Zodiacs can't even handle a few ants. We don't rely on you, and we're taking action ourselves, but you Zodiacs are blocking us. Chris raised his finger and questioned Jing sharply, what exactly are the Zodiacs doing? What are your motives? What is this idiot saying? Knuckle wanted to say something, but he was confused by Chris's words. Shoot also didn't understand what the guy, whose strength wasn't even half his, was saying. Was he trying to slander the Zodiacs? Adjusting his glasses, Nov suddenly frowned. He saw something shiny in the crowd. Looking closely through the crowd, Nov saw a reflective machine that looked like a camera. Jing suddenly stepped forward. What do you want to say? What do you mean by your words? At this time, Chris sneered. What do I mean? I think you should know very well, Jing. He began to laugh loudly. You're not dealing with those ants. Instead, you're blocking us. You don't want those ants to be eliminated that much, do you? We haven't encountered any ants along the way. These so-called ants are nothing at all. But you're claiming that these invading creatures are extremely dangerous. Chris spread his arms. If they're really that dangerous, why don't you gather the members of the Hunter Association and eliminate the ants as quickly as possible? A moron like you wouldn't understand the reason behind all this. No matter how much I explain, it's useless, Jing said coldly. His anger was even more intense now. It was these self-righteous guys who knew nothing, who had ruined their original plan, and disrupted the extermination of the Chimera Ants. But they actually thought that the Zodiacs were plotting something. What an extremely foolish guy. However, after Jing said this, Nov sighed suddenly. Hearing this, Chris was overjoyed. He looked at Jing, his emotions seemingly reaching a boiling point. He raised his finger and pointed at Jing. You're just trying to take the chairman's position while the chairman is unconscious. You created the chimera ant incident, telling other hunters that it's very dangerous here. You're not letting anyone else in. You're covering up the truth. Your real goal must be to get the support of more than half of the hunters and become the new chairman of the association, right? As he spoke, Chris snapped his fingers. Bring up those insignificant ant corpses. Someone in the crowd quickly threw out a chimera ant corpse. Chimera ant corpses were very valuable, so it was normal for hunters to carry chimera ant corpses. Chris stepped on the chimera ant soldier's corpse. This is what you call an extremely dangerous invading creature, the chimera ant. This kind of thing poses no threat to hunters at all. As he spoke, the machine behind him was recording Chris stepping on the chimera ant corpse. The hunters who were watching this scene on the Hunter Intelligence website were stunned. Chris was indeed stepping on a chimera ant. Wasn't this creature extremely dangerous? Weren't ordinary hunters unable to deal with them? Then the chimera ant corpse before them undoubtedly showed that the chimera ants weren't dangerous at all. The Zodiacs would actually do something like this for the position of chairman. Releasing false information, creating panic, and then the Zodiacs would come out to solve it, gaining the support of the association's hunters in one fell swoop. The Zodiacs have a good plan. If it weren't for Chris, we would have been deceived by the Zodiacs. Damn Zodiacs. I originally wanted to go to East Gorteau, but I was deceived by the information released by the association. Chris smiled at Jing. Although he didn't know why such weak creatures would cause the Zodiacs to prohibit other hunters from coming here. That wasn't what Chris cared about now. All he knew now was that Jing freaks had been rendered speechless by his words. Just stay silent. The longer you stay silent, freaks, the more people will believe me. Not only were the people who saw this scene through the video becoming more and more convinced by Chris's words. The hunters who were standing behind Chris at that moment also began to stir. They had felt it was strange before. Why would such weak creatures be classified as extremely dangerous by the association? So everything was planned by the Zodiacs in order to take the position of chairman. They're actually using this method to deceive everyone just to become the chairman of the association. Some people were indignant, expressing their disappointment in the Zodiacs. Others had been completely stirred up by Chris's emotions. Chris, we don't need to care about this guy. Let's go directly to that palace and see what other secrets the Zodiacs are hiding there. That's right. It's very likely that the Zodiacs are using these unknown creatures to attack this country, and even want to take control of the entire country by taking advantage of the situation. All sorts of baseless guesses came from these people's mouths. Jing's expression gradually darkened. They, the Zodiacs, were racking their brains to protect the association and eliminate the chimera ants. Now they had to face such accusations. Jing's suppressed anger was about to explode. At this time, Chris raised his hand, suppressing the voices of the people behind him. Now that Chris had gained the complete trust of these people, his actions were able to make these free-spirited hunters fall silent in an instant. This surprised Morel and the others, including Jing. Chris looked at Jing. Tell the truth. Zodiac member, Jing freaks. Truth. Hearing these words, Jing's hand clenched into a fist. He opened his mouth, preparing to say something. Nov stepped forward and said to Jing, Jing-san, that guy brought a camera. Hearing this, Chris laughed even louder. I've been discovered. But it doesn't matter. He turned around, and the crowd automatically parted, revealing the camera that he had put so much effort into bringing here. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 252, HHES, Chapter 252. 1422 words. This camera can transmit the footage to my companions in another location in real time, and then simultaneously transmit it to the professor. This camera can transmit the footage to my companions in another location in real time, and then simultaneously transmit it to the Professional Hunters Intelligence website. Chris said righteously. If you Zodiacs really aren't plotting anything, then I think it's okay to explain everything in front of the camera, right? Let everyone see for themselves. Jing hadn't expected this person to actually bring something like this. Jing. Chris crossed his arms, acting as if he expected Jing to confess. Jing's eyes flashed with killing intent several times, but in the end, he closed his eyes. You better get the hell out of here. These chimera ants are not something you can handle. Still want to struggle in your death throes? The facts are before our eyes. The chimera ants are nothing at all. Do you think you can still deceive the hunters in the association? As soon as Chris finished speaking, Jing suddenly widened his eyes, veins popping out on his face. He roared, "You idiots! Those are just the weakest chimera ant soldiers. You're celebrating after killing 2 chimera ant soldiers. If you encounter a chimera ant troop commander, you idiots will all die." Jing's anger made Chris smile even wider. The others were frightened by Jing's ferocious expression. At this time, Chris laughed. Ha ha ha. Jing looked at him. Jing freaks, so you're still trying to defend the Zodiac's conspiracy, saying that those are just ordinary chimera ant soldiers. Ants are ants. Are there ants stronger than that? Chris turned to look at the crowd behind him. Even if there are, with so many of us, are we afraid of a few ants? What you're saying is ridiculous. Morel suddenly thought of Loki. Perhaps we should have listened to Loki and acted according to the original plan. It's not worth wasting all our previous efforts for such a group of idiots. Even Morel wanted to beat these bastards. They had forced the extermination team to change their plan. All their efforts had been wasted. Now they were still suspecting the Zodiacs, suspecting the association. This was truly. Do you think you can defeat the chimera ants? Jing nodded. He raised his leg, wanting to walk towards them. However, Nov grabbed Jing's arm. Jing-san, don't go. If you attack, you'll fall for that guy's plan. That would prove that the association really has some kind of hidden conspiracy. Looking at Nov, Jing slowly retracted his intention to attack. Seeing that Jing didn't seem to intend to continue speaking, Chris looked angry, but he was secretly overjoyed. Even if you're one of the world's top 5 NIN users, now that the people in the Hunter Association are willing to believe my words, even if you're strong, no one will believe you. Thinking this, Chris turned to look at the crowd behind him. Let's continue moving forward. It seems that only by completely figuring out what's hidden in the palace can we unravel the Zodiac's conspiracy. The hunters responded one after another. At this moment, a loud sound suddenly rang out in the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky. Something seemed to flash in the clouds. It was like thunder. But not quite like thunder. In short, it was a strange roar. But it was fleeting and not particularly loud. Above the clouds, red lights were constantly flashing. This terrifying malice instantly made everyone feel a heavy weight on their bodies. It was as if they had hundreds of pounds pressing down on them. Their steps became incredibly heavy. Now, without Jing blocking them, these people, who had been running wildly just a second ago, stopped in their tracks. All of them were under the pressure of this terrifying NIN aura. Unable to move. Just sensing this massive aura was enough to clearly feel how terrifying the malice it contained was. With these people's levels, they had never felt such a terrifying aura. Even just sensing this aura had sent a chill down everyone's spines. A bone-chilling cold seemed to rise from the soles of their feet, enveloping their entire bodies. Chris's mind was blank. He even swallowed involuntarily. Is this aura emanating from the palace in the distance? Could this be the aura that the chimera ants are said to emit? The direction the aura is coming from is that. What kind of person's aura can spread to this distance? Just the appearance of this Nen aura had made more than half of the people, who had been full of fighting spirit just a moment ago, want to retreat. At the moment this terrifying Nen aura descended, they seemed to see death. The aura was completely irresistible. It was incredibly shocking. One person began to fear and showed it. The others seemed to completely lose their courage. The crowd began to become chaotic. Many people began to retreat quietly, preparing to escape. Even Chris himself was very afraid of the person who was emitting this aura. But he didn't want to escape like this. If he escaped like this, all his previous efforts would be wasted. The image he had created in the eyes of all the hunters would collapse. Thinking this, Chris gritted his teeth. He suddenly looked at Jing. Is this your last resort, Zodiacs? Chris spoke and the others stopped retreating. They looked up at him. Do you think you can scare us like this? Chris spread his arms. There are hundreds of us. Even if there's a strong Nen user, what can they do to us? There was strength in numbers. These words made the people, who had been frightened by the Nen aura, feel slightly more at ease. After all, there were so many people around. They wouldn't be afraid of danger. Seeing the crowd slowly begin to quiet down, Chris stared, continuing to question, as expected, you're hiding something in the palace, right? That's why you want to scare us away with this method. As he spoke, Chris had someone bring over the camera. The machine, which was the size of a small cart, was brought over and pointed towards the palace. Chris sneered. I want to see who's releasing such a powerful aura. This is being broadcast in real time. If you want to scare us away with this method, then let's see if the person emitting this aura dares to appear. Jing, who was also shocked by this aura, had originally thought that these people would flee in panic under the pressure of such a terrifying Nen aura. But Jing hadn't expected this guy to actually think that they were behind it. Jing resisted the urge to beat this guy. He looked back at the palace in the distance. Damn, they can even detect us from this distance. Neferpitou, who was in the palace, had already enveloped Jing and the others with N. There are so many exceptional humans, and there's even a guy with such strong power. Neferpitou frowned. After sensing Jing with N, these humans, who hadn't been worth paying attention to, couldn't be ignored now. But Poof didn't want them to disturb the king. Then, this team of humans should be eliminated outside the palace. Neferpitou thought for a moment. Yuppie! An army of humans has been discovered outside the palace. Go and eliminate them. Don't let these people disturb the king. Yuppie, who was guarding the staircase, received Neferpitou's order. He began to act. Outside the palace, Jing looked at Chris, who refused to leave. You want to scare us away? Impossible. The fear in these people's eyes had lessened, and they were gradually calming down. Chris needed to add more fuel to the fire. This way, these people could regain their courage to go to the palace. Even if there was real danger, he, Chris, could be the first to escape. Since you want to stay here and wait for death, then I won't stop you. Jing had given up trying to persuade them. He turned towards the palace. Morel-san, Nov-san, Knuckle, shoot, prepare for battle. As he spoke, he looked specifically at Knuckle. If the enemy appears, you and Melioron must cooperate immediately. Knuckle nodded. But he didn't know if Melioron had arrived yet. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 253, HHES, Chapter 253. 1,394 words. Moreover, there were people all around. If they saw Maruam, it would be even more difficult to explain. I will, Jing-san. Seeing that Jing. Moreover, there were people all around. If they saw Maruam, it would be even more difficult to explain. I will, Jing-san. Seeing that Jing and the others seemed to be discussing something in a low voice, Chris felt even more secure. As expected, these guys are just bluffing. Everyone, don't be scared. This is just a trick by the Zodiacs. Let's go to the palace together. Even if there's a terrifying monster, it won't be a match for us. After a series of encouraging words from Chris, the fear in these people's hearts gradually subsided. If one person wasn't afraid, the others wouldn't be afraid either. Watching the crowd prepare to move forward again, Chris felt much more at ease. But he slightly approached Rose as they began to move. As the strongest among them, it would obviously be safer to stay by Rose's side. The others didn't notice his subtle action. Suddenly, just as Jing and the others were preparing to fight, a red figure suddenly shot out from the palace, crashing down towards Jing and the others. In an instant, all they could see was a flash of red light. Jing, who was still speaking, instantly disappeared before their eyes. After a terrifying explosion rang out above the crowd, two black figures fell to the ground, one on the left and one on the right. Two consecutive sounds of impact rang out. The sudden explosion didn't give anyone time to react. The two figures who had fallen from the sky and crashed to the ground kicked up two high columns of dust. Chris stood there, wanting to say something to Jing, but the moment he heard the explosion, he realized that Jing had disappeared before his eyes. He turned his head, looking at the two columns of dust that had shot up to the left and right of the crowd. What just happened? Chris asked Rose, who was standing next to him, in a low voice. Rose, who was standing next to Chris, was also sweating. Too fast. I couldn't see anything. They couldn't see anything. Even the strongest person in this group couldn't see anything. Not to mention the others. Chris's heart sank. Things didn't seem to be as simple as he had thought. Ah, that hurts. A human's fist can actually hurt me. An impressive blow. A chilling roar came from the column of dust on the left. At the same time, a voice came from behind. Run if you want to live. The column of dust behind them was suddenly blown away by a gust of wind. Jing crawled out of a crater in the ground. His expression was terrible, and there were some scratches on his right cheek. This was caused by his exchange with the opponent just now. Jing was already completely aware that this ant's strength was no less than his. This strength wasn't referring to combat power. It was referring to the opponent's aura. Whether it was the quantity or the power, it wasn't weaker than his. But for Nin users, aura didn't represent everything. It only meant that the opponent was on par with him in terms of raw power. But even if Jing was confident in completely suppressing an opponent of the same level, he couldn't protect everyone from dying. Jing's persuasion not only didn't have any effect, but it had also caused Chris to say instinctively, unable to scare us with aura, so you're directly attacking to intimidate us. Do you think I can't see through that? Hearing these words, Morel and the others, who already looked grave, wanted to beat this self-righteous idiot. If Jing hadn't acted just now, at least dozens of these people would have died. The opponent's attack was clearly aimed at the crowd. But these people didn't seem to understand at all. Chris's words made the people, who had been about to scatter and flee, forcibly stay where they were. Seeing this, Jing was helpless. He didn't want to say anything more. The enemy was right in front of him. He couldn't spare any energy to save these people, especially when the opponent's raw power was no weaker than his. The wind blew. The column of dust on the other side also dissipated, revealing the person standing inside. His true appearance. A muscular body. Although he looked mostly human, his feet and ears were completely different from what humans should have. Seeing the opponent, Morel's eyes twitched slightly. One of the king's direct guards. Menthethe Yuppie. Yuppie's name was one of the pieces of information that Karuto had sent back after Palm had used her ability to investigate. They had already obtained information about the names of the 3 royal guards. According to the information Karuto had sent back, the king's direct guard, Menthethe Yuppie, should be the strongest of the 3 royal guards. He was a hybrid of a magical beast and a human. His strength was unfathomable. In Karuto's words, unlike the other 2 guards, Menthethe Yuppie's power could be clearly felt, even if he was just standing there quietly. Yuppie's appearance made Shoot and Knuckle feel immense pressure, because this was the guy they were supposed to be responsible for dealing with in the original plan. And that attack just now. If it wasn't for Jing, they wouldn't have been able to face it head-on. They could only have dodged. Shoot anxiously turned his head, wanting to see Jing's situation. But the crowd blocked his view. Shoot said anxiously, "Now you can see that guy, right? He's a chimera and one of the king's 3 royal guards. Why aren't you running away now?" At the same time, he thought, if I were you, I would run away immediately. But unfortunately, Shoot was a member of the extermination team. He couldn't run away. The people heard Shoot's words and reacted. That terrifying monster definitely couldn't be human. At this time, Chris was struggling. Was he going to miss this opportunity? If he went back, the Zodiacs would become heroes, and he would be scorned by all the hunters. He absolutely couldn't accept that. Chris took a deep breath. He pointed at Yuppie. "Everyone, don't be afraid. He may be strong, but he's just one person. There are so many of us. If we all attack together, even the strongest person will die." As he spoke, Chris glanced at a guy who obeyed his every command. After feeling Chris's gaze, the guy raised his foot and charged towards Yuppie. One person moved. The people behind him couldn't help but follow. When the crowd started running, the fear, anxiety, and worry all disappeared. Only the thought of killing Yuppie remained. Watching the crowd actively seek death, Jing's expression was extremely grim. Yuppie's gaze had originally been on Jing, but when the crowd started charging at him, he was stunned. In Yuppie's view, only Jing posed a threat to him. The others were just fodder. Now these fodder were actually coming to seek death. "If you want to die, then I'll grant your wish." Boom. Yuppie's aura suddenly exploded. Suddenly, a series of strange roars rang out in the sky. At that moment, Jing also suddenly unleashed a strong aura. He took a step and charged towards Yuppie. In that instant, Yuppie frowned slightly. He turned his eyes and looked upwards. Is there something in the sky? He saw a huge black shadow appear in the clouds. But before Yuppie could see what it was, Jing had already appeared before him. Jing's fist slammed straight into his face, instantly sending Yuppie flying. Yuppie, who was flying backwards, stared intently at Jing, who had attacked him. It's not a good tactic to launch a sneak attack while I'm distracted. Yuppie was sent flying by Jing. The crowd suddenly stopped. The target they were supposed to attack had been sent flying by Jing. Moreover, the speed at which Yuppie had flown backwards was not something they could keep up with. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 254, HHES, Chapter 254. 1112 words. Everyone stopped and quietly watched Jing. They wanted to say something, but they didn't know what to say. The strength that Jing had displayed. Everyone stopped and quietly watched Jing. They wanted to say something, but they didn't know what to say. The strength that Jing had displayed was enough to shock these people. Rose, who was standing next to Chris, looked at Jing with awe. As expected of one of the world's top 5 nin users. Is this the power that stands at the top of the world? Terrifying. Compared to Rose, Rich, who wasn't even a nin user, was completely speechless. He had previously been dismissive of nin. But at this moment the power that Jing displayed made him truly understand that nin training was called the true test of a hunter. If they didn't master this extraordinary power, ordinary people wouldn't be qualified to explore those mysterious areas. This was probably the fundamental reason why he had always wanted to prove himself, but had never been able to do so. Because he, Rich, hadn't learned nin. After hearing Rose's words, Chris completely lost his previous composure. His face was completely stunned. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to him at the moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jing. In front of Jing, Yuppie, who had fallen to the ground, instantly stabilized his body. The massive impact had caused a large part of the ground beneath him to collapse. But Yuppie didn't care at all. He looked up at Jing again. That attack was pretty good. Yuppie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Jing. Today, I will defeat you. Boom. The hoarse roar ended. Yuppie shot out like a cannonball. His arm instantly became incredibly huge in the air. He slammed it down towards Jing. As a hybrid of a magical beast and a human, Yuppie could freely change the shape of his body. He was now pursuing even greater power. His arm became incredibly huge without him even controlling it. As the fist, clenched tightly, headed towards Jing. Jing suddenly retreated. Yuppie's fist slammed into the ground. The intense vibration caused the crowd behind them to sway. They were still a considerable distance away from Jing. But even so they could feel the intense vibration. One could imagine how terrifying the power of Yuppie's punch was. Everyone's faces instantly changed. These people hadn't recovered from the shock of Jing's power, and now they saw Yuppie's terrifying attack. Now they wanted to run, but they found that they couldn't move their legs under Yuppie's aura. The person controlling the camera captured Yuppie's attack perfectly. The hunters who were watching this scene all over the world widened their mouths, staring blankly at the screen before them. That's a chimera ant. That's the creature that the Zodiacs classified as extremely dangerous. It's too strong. That monstrous power is not something ordinary nin users can compare to. But before they could react from their shock, suddenly the camera turned. The camera was pointed at the sky. Because Yuppie, after attacking, hadn't continued to pursue Jing. Instead, he had suddenly stood still and looked up at the sky. This strange action naturally attracted the attention of others. Even Jing. He was standing 5 meters away from Yuppie. He also looked up at the dark sky. All of these people seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. The others also gradually looked up in the direction they were looking. What are they looking at? Is there something in the sky? At this moment, hundreds of eyes were staring at the sky. Except for Jing, Yuppie, and a few others. Everyone, regardless of whether they were outside the palace or other hunters watching the sky through the video, didn't understand what was about to appear in the sky. At this moment, Neferpitou, who was using N to monitor the entire palace, suddenly stood up. Their eyes narrowed slightly. All the hair on their body stood on end. An extremely strong sense of crisis enveloped their entire body. It wasn't that they had discovered anything wrong. It was just their biological instinct that made them feel danger. It was very dangerous to stand here. A voice in their heart seemed to be telling them to run. In the palace, Poof pushed open the king's door. The king, who was playing gungi, looked at him coldly. Poof's heart turned cold. He wanted to say that it might be dangerous to stay here. He believed that the king must have also felt that extremely strong sense of crisis. But the moment he pushed open the door, the king's gaze was undoubtedly telling him that he would be killed if he made any noise. From the king's gaze, Poof also understood that the king knew there was danger. The king didn't seem to intend to leave. He moved his gaze from Poof to the chessboard. I am in checkmate. His hand slowly reached for the general piece. Since the other pieces can't block it, then let the general move out. Snap. The king made his move. But he placed it in a dead end. There was no way to retreat. The roar became more and more intense. In just a brief moment, the originally dark night sky suddenly bloomed with a light that was even more dazzling than the sun. The red light, breaking through the clouds, fell towards the palace directly below. The moment the light appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Red light, a light as dazzling as the sun, spread out madly. In an instant, the night seemed to turn into day. The world was filled with light. A terrifying aura descended from the sky. For a brief moment, it was as if time had been compressed. Neferpitou stood in the center of the light, looking up, watching the red light gradually expand from the clouds little by little. They wanted to rush into the sky, but they felt that their movements were so slow. In a daze, Neferpitou seemed to see a figure. Below the red light, there was a child. Below that red light, Neferpitou had indeed seen a human child. They were sure they wouldn't be mistaken. Although the distance was very far, the intense light made their eyes very uncomfortable. But they were still certain that they had seen a kid standing below the light. His movements underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 255, HHES, Chapter 255. 1060 words. It was as if they were holding up the red light. This scene was too strange no matter how you looked at it. How could a human child hold? It was as if they were holding up the red light. This scene was too strange no matter how you looked at it. How could a human child hold up such a large mass of red light? Neferpitou squeezed their sensory abilities to the limit. Time slowed down again. At this moment, the world was almost at a standstill. But Neferpitou didn't notice the situation at all. Their eyes were fixed on the red light in the sky. Finally, they saw clearly what that dazzling red light was. It was a massive. What was emitting such a terrifying light was fire. The raging flames were swaying wildly. The swirling flames were covered by the intense light, making people only able to see a mass of red light drilling out of the clouds, and unable to clearly see that it was a mass of fire. A mass of incredibly terrifying fire. After seeing the flames inside the red light, Neferpitou's eyes widened instantly. No. Cold sweat broke out on their forehead. Absolutely. They looked at Loki, who was holding up the huge fireball the size of a small sun. I can't let this human's attack fall. Once this attack landed on the palace, it would definitely be able to destroy the entire palace in an instant. Neferpitou couldn't even think about what would happen after that. Their eyes were only on Loki now. The muscles in their legs suddenly swelled. Perhaps even Neferpitou themselves didn't know what they were going to do next. But they suddenly jumped up, rushing towards the human kid in the sky who was holding up the huge flames. The moment Neferpitou jumped up, time seemed to return to normal. The red light gradually squeezed out of the clouds little by little, falling downwards. The people standing on the ground stood there blankly like wooden puppets. They looked. They watched. Like soulless corpses. The red light gradually magnified in their eyes, expanding little by little. At this moment, these people didn't know what was happening. But it didn't stop them from feeling terrified. Because most of the red light had appeared from the clouds, revealing its incredibly massive volume. Incredibly huge. This ball of light was almost bigger than the palace below. The force of the impact caused by the rapid descent formed ripples around the red ball of light. Deafening roars echoed continuously and became more and more intense. Jing had forgotten that there was a powerful Yuppie by his side. He was staring blankly at the red ball of light that almost occupied most of the sky. Based on Jing's eyesight and senses, he knew that it was definitely not a ball of light. It was a mass of flames. And it was precisely because he knew it was a mass of flames that Jing was incredibly shocked. How much aura is hidden inside Loki to create this kind of power? He clenched his fists tightly. This wasn't just a question of how much aura was hidden inside Loki. What shocked him even more was to condense and compress such a vast amount of aura, and then transform it, turning the aura into flames. How much mental strength would it take to perfectly control it? Life energy. Of course, the more there was, the greater the power. If the human body was compared to a bucket, cultivation was about expanding the capacity, allowing them to have more and more aura, and to unleash a powerful attack instantly. They needed to train their ability to release aura. It was like installing a faucet on the bucket. How much water the faucet could release in an instant was the key issue in determining how much strength an user could exert in battle. So the more powerful the move, the more time it took to prepare. Even if you were given enough time and allowed to accumulate your aura without worry. Without enough control, that aura couldn't be controlled easily. His attack, compared to the terrifying potential of releasing so much aura. What made Jing feel powerless was how much mental strength would it take to control such a large amount of aura? His body swayed, as if he couldn't stand still. In Jing's eyes, the scene in the sky now was as if the sun had fallen. Jing's lips moved slightly, but he didn't make any sound. Compared to Jing, Morel and the others looked as if they had seen a ghost. Knuckle couldn't help but say in a low voice. He's actually this strong. This feeling of oppression is even more terrifying than the chimera ants. Is this his full power? These words were all said unconsciously. He had completely lost the ability to think, staring at the red light. Shoot, who was next to him, was almost unable to suppress his desire to escape. Morel's hand, holding the pipe, was sweating profusely. Next to him, Nov's forehead was covered in beads of cold sweat. The red light finally appeared completely from the clouds. Traces of flames began to appear around the red light. After someone in the crowd shouted, "Fire!" the others also suddenly reacted. What was suddenly falling from the sky was actually, at that moment, few people could truly see the terrifying scene of the explosion clearly. In that blinding white light, almost everyone felt their eyes go blind in an instant. The sound of the explosion mixed with an ear-piercing roar was transmitted. After a few breaths, the blinding white light completely disappeared. The terrifying shockwave also slowly dissipated. After the terrifying explosion, the crowd outside the palace had almost been scattered by the strong wind. Few people could stand easily in the wind and glare. Most people were lying on the ground. Their bodies were covered with a thick layer of dust. One by one, they got up and shook off the dust. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 256, HHES, Chapter 256. 982 words. Their minds were blank. They seemed to have forgotten what they had just experienced. And the moment they looked up, they suddenly froze. Their minds were blank. They seemed to have forgotten what they had just experienced. And the moment they looked up, they suddenly froze. The movements of their hands all stopped. They just stared blankly at the scene before them. In the distance, the palace. There was only burning fire. A hellish ground. Raging flames rose. Chris walked out from behind a pile of rocks. He sat down on the ground. He widened his eyes, staring intently at what was before him. The palace, which had been reduced to nothingness. What is this power? One attack. Just one attack. Had made such a massive palace vanish from before their eyes. As if it had never existed. Only leaving behind some ruins. As if to prove that it wasn't just a barren wasteland. There had once been a magnificent palace. Now there was only a ruin. And it was still being burned by the flames, as if even the last remaining traces were about to be completely erased. The people who gradually crawled up from the ground were all completely shocked when they saw this scene. The palace is gone. One person pointed to the distance. There was no expression on his face. Only a numb look remained. Was that a missile or a nuke? No. That attack. It wasn't caused by thermal weapons. It's Nen. It was a Nen user's attack. Someone spoke the truth, but the others couldn't believe it. To be able to unleash such a terrifying attack with a human body. Everyone was silent. In the crowd. The camera that Chris had brought over had clearly recorded all the scenes from just now until now. And the hunters who were watching this scene through the Hunter Intelligence website saw it even more clearly than everyone at the scene. From the flames falling into the palace to the explosion. The unparalleled destructive power made all the hunters who saw this scene. Although they were scattered all over the world. Almost all of them froze at the same time. The attack just now was undoubtedly caused by a Nen user. But such terrifying power. Could it really be done by a human? The raging flames were still constantly rising in the distance. Rushing into the sky. Through the camera. The violent flames suddenly reminded people of a name. Loki. Flame Emperor Loki. The association's S-rank wanted criminal. The world's most vicious criminal. The hunters who reacted first, in different locations around the world, were almost all staring at the screen, and saying in a low voice. And the people who had witnessed everything firsthand were standing outside the palace. The wind that swept past carried a scorching warmth, making it impossible to calm down and think. They hadn't thought of the name Loki yet. But with such obvious flames, it wouldn't take long. After they calmed down, they would quickly remember the name Loki. This name, which had once made people tremble, would now be even more terrifying. Black figures shot out from the flames. They came out of the flames. Their bodies were covered with burns. But they had stubbornly survived such an attack. Those black figures jumping out of the flames attracted everyone's attention. They watched those black figures. waiting for the flames on their bodies to dissipate. Chris crawled up from the ground, looking through binoculars at the figures in the distance who were rolling on the ground, trying to put out the flames. Who are those people? When the flames on their bodies were extinguished, revealing their true faces, Chris was stunned. He saw faces that were hard to believe. Those guys with human-like bodies all had animal faces. They weren't human at all. Not human, they're chimera ants. Chris retreated in panic. The chimera ant squad leaders, who had been burned by the flames, looked even more terrifying now. No wonder Chris was frightened. However, just as Chris was frightened by those ugly monsters, a cold voice suddenly came from his ear. "Take care of her for me." Chris stopped moving instantly. He turned his head to look at the person speaking next to him. The moment he saw the other person, Chris's eyes narrowed sharply. The guy standing next to him had a long tail. Although his body was like a human, his joints and skin were clearly not human. It's a chimera ant. Chris wanted to turn and run, but the other person glanced at him lightly. At that moment, Chris felt cold sweat all over his body, and his body completely stopped listening to him. "Chris, what did you see?" Rich, who was next to him, had just opened his mouth to ask when he suddenly felt a terrifying aura from the bottom of his heart. His whole body instantly froze. Not just him. Everyone around Chris also sensed something was wrong. A bizarre aura made them feel as if they had entered some strange state in an instant. An icy cold aura enveloped everyone. A chilling sensation poured out from their limbs. Now, even with the hot wind constantly blowing, these people around Chris, their bodies, their hearts, were incredibly cold. They even couldn't help but tremble. Chris stared blankly at the monster before him. Just a look made him completely unable to move. The aura emanating from the other person made Chris feel as if he was hovering on the edge of death. A slight mistake would lead to death. He took a light breath of fresh air. Chris tried to calm himself down. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 257, HHES, Chapter 257. 1196 words. He looked at the human in the other person's arms. He took the human girl from the other person's arms. Chris didn't understand what the auth. He looked at the human in the other person's arms. He took the human girl from the other person's arms. Chris didn't understand what the other person was going to do. But after he took the girl, the other person turned and walked a short distance away. They sat down cross-legged and quietly watched the palace, which had been completely consumed by flames. Even though they looked like a chimera ant, they didn't attack these humans. This monster was strange in every way. Just as everything was silent, another person crawled up from the ground. And his position was not far from this chimera, and Shoot stood up in a disheveled state. He hadn't had time to prepare, and the shockwave from the explosion had blown him away. As Shoot was adjusting his condition, he first sensed something was wrong. Then he looked up. The people in front of him were all staring intently at his back like wooden puppets. Shoot followed the gazes of the crowd. Shoot's eyes widened. The king. His voice wasn't loud. But in the quiet surroundings, everyone could hear Shoot's voice. Hearing the words the king, Chris's hand, which was holding the girl, trembled slightly. That's the king. Not just Chris. Rich and Rose were also stunned. Unlike Shoot's fear, Rose and the Nin users who had come for the chimera ants had a cold glint in their eyes after a brief moment of fear. Ordinary chimera ants were already worth a lot of money. Then wouldn't the chimera ant king be even more valuable? If they could capture the creature before them, the money they would get would definitely be astronomical. At this moment they completely forgot what danger was. They forgot the terrifying pressure that the king's gaze had brought. Even Rose hesitated internally for a moment before resolutely deciding to attack. The palace had been destroyed by a mysterious attack. Their goal for this trip had also been destroyed, but if they could capture the chimera ant king, they could definitely make up for everything, and even get more money than before. Rose glanced at his dozens of nin users, his eyes locked on the king, ready to attack at any time. At this time, Shoot didn't notice that his body was slightly retreating. But he suddenly stopped. Because he was a member of the extermination team. Faced with the king, he should stay behind to protect the others and let them escape. But this was the king. Even just standing next to the king, Shoot could clearly feel the insurmountable gap between him and the other person. This gap was like an uncrossable chasm. Just as Shoot was struggling internally, the king suddenly turned his head and glanced at him. Then he turned back and said calmly, "You all better not seek death." Seek death? What was he talking about? Shoot didn't know what the king was talking about. But just as he decided to let the others escape and stay behind to buy time, even if it was just for a second, he suddenly saw the people around him charging forward. Capture him. That guy is the king. As long as we capture him, our trip won't be a waste of time. The king must be worth a lot of money. Figures leaped past him, charging towards the king, making Shoot freeze in place. These people. Are they crazy? That's the king. How dare they? Why do they dare to attack? He had made a huge decision to restrain himself from running away. But these guys, whose strength was clearly so weak, were actually preparing to attack the king. Since you want to seek death, then I shall grant your wish. Consider it a warm-up. The king slowly stood up. A nin user, who had charged behind him, gathered nin in his fist and slammed it towards his head. Seeing that the king didn't move at all, this person sneered and roared angrily. A mere ant dares to call himself king. You. Splatter. Suddenly, his head seemed to disappear in an instant. Blood spurted out wildly. The king's tail swayed slightly. The person's body slowly fell. Blood splattered everywhere. The others stopped at the same time. The excited expressions on their faces gradually faded, replaced by a look of horror as they looked at the king. With just his tail, he had blown someone's head off with a light flick. Could they possibly be a match for such power? Rose also stopped abruptly. Cold sweat was dripping from his forehead. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, he's actually this strong. Bang. Suddenly, two more sounds of flesh being torn apart rang out. The king's figure flickered slightly, and he appeared in front of two people. At the same time, a bloody hole appeared in their chests. Blood flowed freely. In less than a breath, 3 people had been eliminated. Everything had happened too suddenly. The king looked at these people coldly. You humans are too weak. Bang. Splatter. The king charged into the crowd. One by one, the people were casually eliminated by him. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. A scene like hell appeared before them. In 1 second. Perhaps even less than a second. After the king took action, he had instantly killed almost half of the people. The king's figure flashed, and he was already in the center of the crowd. He stepped on a head, crushing it. Blood splattered out. The king looked at the remaining people. A bizarre killing intent swept over everyone. Rose swallowed. He blinked and reopened his eyes, looking at the king. In just an instant, he had eliminated the elite he had brought. He couldn't possibly be a match for this power. The thought of capturing the other person had vanished. Rose only wanted to figure out how to escape without attracting attention. This monster actually has this kind of power. No wonder the Zodiacs classified him as an extremely dangerous creature. No. I have to escape. He looked at the unmoving king. Looking at that figure, he felt as if he was seeing death. It was too terrifying. The terrifying aura emanating from the other person made him feel like his heart was about to stop beating. Try this, you damn monster. Bang. A rocket was fired from the crowd, heading straight towards the king. Seeing this, Rose cursed inwardly, idiot. Even Nin users were being killed like tofu. How could a rocket possibly harm him? The person who fired it wasn't one of his people, nor was he a member of the association. It was one of the ordinary people who didn't even know Nen. These people probably didn't understand the king's terror. They were just treating him like the previous chimera ants. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 258, HHES, Chapter 258. 1,109 words. Boom. The flames of the explosion appeared. The king was hit. These ordinary people smiled, suppressing the fear on their faces. But the Nen. Boom. The flames of the explosion appeared. The king was hit. These ordinary people smiled, suppressing the fear on their faces. But the Nen users present knew that the other person couldn't have been hurt. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Using these toys to deal with me. The smoke dissipated. Chimera Ant King Maruam was unharmed. Instead, he looked at the person who had attacked him with confusion, as if asking, was that an attack? The person who was being stared at by Maruam sat down on the ground with a thud. The rocket launcher in his hand rolled to the side. He looked at the king with a pale face. How is that possible? Even a rocket. He had been hit head-on by a rocket, without even making any attempt to defend himself. Chimera Ant King Maruam had relied on his incredibly strong aura to withstand the rocket's attack. His aura was what made people feel so terrified. But only Nen users could see it. To ordinary people, the king had just stood there and let the rocket explode on him, and nothing had happened. They couldn't see it, so they wouldn't understand how strong the king was. Dozens of ordinary people walked out, not believing it. They raised the guns and cannons in their hands, aiming at Chimera and King Maruam. Damn monster, let's see how long you can last. Everyone attacked together. Blast this thing to death. Just an ant. You'll always be stepped on. Bang. For a time, dozens of rockets were launched simultaneously. All sorts of machine guns fired wildly. There were even people carrying explosive packs and throwing them at the king. Rose had just opened his mouth, wanting to stop these people from enraging the king. But before he could say anything, these idiots had already attacked. For a time, the king was completely enveloped in smoke. For a full minute, they didn't know how many bullets these people had fired at him. How many rockets they had launched. How many explosive packs they had thrown. The sounds of gunfire never stopped. It wasn't until a minute later, after they had used up more than half of the weapons and ammunition they were carrying, that they slowly stopped. At this moment, Rose and Chris both had the expressions of dead people on their faces. To enrage a monster like this, what kind of crazy attack were they going to face next? Rose didn't dare to think about it. He should be riddled with holes now, right? Heh. After being bombed by so many rockets and explosives, there probably isn't even a corpse left. Ha ha. Good riddance, arrogant monster. Did you think you could stand above humans just because you mutated? These people didn't know what they had done, or what the consequences would be. They were still laughing. A cold wind blew. The smoke rising from where the king was slowly dissipated. A crisp footstep sounded. The footsteps instantly attracted the attention of others. They all turned their heads to look in the direction the smoke was rising. A familiar figure appeared, swaying his tail. Not even a speck of dust had landed on his body. He walked out of the smoke, looking at the crowd. Is this the attack you launched against me? The moment the king appeared and spoke, everyone's smiles suddenly froze. Their eyes seemed to bulge out, staring intently at the king. He's not dead. He didn't even get a scratch after being hit by such a barrage of gunfire. Is this guy's body made of iron? Even the non-users, who had expected this, felt their hearts sink. It was as if they had suddenly sunk to the bottom of a dark lake. They also couldn't believe that the other person had been subjected to such a terrifying attack, and hadn't been injured at all. Although it was impossible to kill him, he should have at least been injured. The king not only wasn't injured, but his aura was as calm as before. It wasn't too intense. The king walked in front of a few people who had attacked him first. He glanced at them lightly. The king's tail moved slightly. Splatter. 3 sounds rang out in succession. The heads of 3 people were instantly shattered. The king casually tore off a person's head, and began to chew on it. After chewing a few times, he spat it on the ground. It's really disgusting. No wonder you use these toys to deal with me. He looked up at the trembling crowd. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Those ordinary people suddenly dropped the weapons in their hands and turned to run wildly in all directions. This monster is not something we can. Splatter. Before one of the fleeing people could finish speaking, he was killed by a stone that the king had casually thrown, piercing his head. Blood splattered. The ordinary people who were scattering and fleeing were attacked by the king the moment they turned to run. In just the blink of an eye, the number of people who had fled was close to 100. All of them fell one after another. And the king returned to his original spot, his eyes looking at Shoot. You're going to wipe it clean for me. As he spoke, he raised his tail, which was still dripping with bright red blood. Hearing the king's words, everyone's eyes focused on Shoot. To wipe the tail of an ant. And the blood on that tail was human blood. This was an insult to humanity, a trampling of human dignity. But the king before them could kill hundreds of people in an instant. He could withstand rockets and explosives without being harmed in the slightest. He possessed the power to completely crush everyone present. Do I have to say it a second time? The king spoke again. Shoot bit his lip hard. His body was trembling slightly. He helplessly closed his eyes and walked towards the king. Seeing Shoot's actions, the others lowered their heads. Shoot's actions, as well as the actions of these people, were clearly recorded and broadcast to the hunters around the world. At the Hunter Association, Cheadle also closed her eyes helplessly. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 259, HHES, Chapter 259. 1,291 words. This is the king. That speed, which she couldn't even see clearly, was unheard of. To be bombarded by countless artillery fire for Neural. This is the king. That speed, which she couldn't even see clearly, was unheard of. To be bombarded by countless artillery fire for nearly a minute, yet not suffer a single injury. From these 2 points, one could see just how terrifying the king's aura was. No wonder Shoot didn't dare to act. Faced with such a monster, what could Shoot do? The result of Shoot's attack would only be death. Even after witnessing the king's power, Cheadle even began to worry. If Jing were here, would he be a match for the king? If Jing couldn't deal with this king, then who could the association rely on? Thinking this, a name appeared in Cheadle's mind. But Cheadle was somewhat unwilling to admit that she would actually place her hopes on that person. That was the association's criminal, the person who had indirectly killed Jinta. How could she place her hopes on him? Cheadle suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at the screen, where Shoot was walking behind the king. He squatted down, tearing a piece of cloth from his clothes to wipe the king's tail. Shoot looked extremely ugly now. He was biting his teeth, and the veins on his face were bulging. Being subjected to such humiliation, the anger in Shoot's heart was quite intense. But he was standing next to the king, and he could clearly feel the king's power. He couldn't control his body to resist the king at all. It was as if he would die if he made any small movement. Squatting in front of an ant, wiping the weapon that had killed nearly 100 humans, through the camera that Chris had brought. This was completely transmitted to all the hunters. All the hunters who saw this scene bit their teeth tightly. Their hands were clenched into fists. Although they were thousands of miles away, scattered all over the world. Faced with this creature that was humiliating humanity, the anger in the hunters' hearts was no less than Shoot's. Not just hunters. Even non-hunters could see this video on the Hunter Intelligence website. Black markets around the world. Underground intelligence exchange points. The screens placed in the most conspicuous positions were all playing this scene. The originally bustling black markets, the noisy intelligence exchange points where drunks were rampant. The professional hunters who were carrying out their respective missions around the world. At this moment, at this very second, all of them silently stopped. Whether standing or sitting, they all remained motionless. Their eyes were fixed on the screen before them. The blood vessels in their eyes gradually spread out. Because of this scene, the Chimera Ant King had trampled on the dignity of the hunters. He had trampled on the dignity of humanity. This wasn't just a disgrace to the Hunter Association. It was a disgrace to all of humanity. A human was being forced by an ant to bow down and become his servant. To wipe the weapon used to kill humans for him. Even those who hadn't learned and wanted to kill the king. But they couldn't do it. Even the professional hunters of the Hunter Association had to bow their heads. Not to mention them. Moreover, the other person's power to instantly kill hundreds of people, and the body that could withstand countless bullets and rockets, was even more resilient than steel. This power made the people, who were filled with hatred, helplessly loosen their clenched fists. After Shoot wiped the king's tail clean, he collapsed powerlessly on the ground. Shoot didn't know what he should do anymore. The king glanced at Shoot. As expected, you humans are not worthy of ruling this world. Humans are only fit to be slaves or become my food. At an intelligence exchange point disguised as a bar, a waiter, who was about to serve a customer wine, suddenly slammed the tray in his hand on the ground. The shards of glass that had fallen to the ground scattered everywhere. The people in the bar turned to look at him. The waiter looked at the shards of glass on the ground and said fearfully, "Rather than being stepped on by such a monster, I would rather that unrestrained monster kid continue to be arrogant." His words stunned everyone. Monster kid. Who were those words referring to? Everyone knew very well. Monstrous being who had once destroyed an entire building with one attack, attacked the Hunter Association, killed Zodiac members, and injured Chairman Netero. Suddenly, a hunter, who was sitting in a corner, laughed. That's right. Rather than having our human dignity trampled on by such a monster, it's better to let that kid continue to be arrogant. Hearing his words, the waiter was stunned. He hadn't expected anyone to agree with him. Everyone in the bar looked up at the screen again. If it's that monster kid, he can definitely kill this strange creature. After all, he's a kid who can be called a monster among us humans. Isn't the monster kid here too? That fire that fell from the sky just now was his ability, right? I don't care if that kid is a wanted criminal. As long as he really solves this arrogant creature, I will respect him immensely from now on. At the moment this calm voice was heard, a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted, forming a huge shockwave, spreading out in all directions. Shoot quickly raised his hand to block the dust that suddenly rushed towards him. The wind and sand crashed into his face. But Shoot's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared before him. Hope instantly ignited in Shoot's heart. This voice is... And the next second, as the dust rose, the king's figure was suddenly sent flying, spinning rapidly in the air, before sliding along the ground for more than 10 meters before slowly stopping. Had been knocked back. What kind of power could knock back the king, who had displayed such terrifying power? Everyone kneeling on the ground, and the people who were watching this scene through the camera, were all stunned at the same time. They looked at the king's figure, which was constantly sliding backwards. Their mouths suddenly opened wide, staring intently at the king. He hadn't been moved even a step by bullets and explosives. But he had been suddenly knocked back. Was it that person, Shoot, who did it? If Shoot had that kind of power, then how could he have been afraid of the king's power, and wiped his tail for him? At intelligence exchange points and black markets around the world, people were discussing this incredibly surprising scene in low voices. No one could see the king's movements clearly. Under these circumstances, who had knocked him back? Everyone's hearts were full of questions. Could it be Jing freaks who finally arrived? Is it Jing? Jing, one of the world's top 5 nin users. If it's him, he should be able to solve this and, right. Everywhere else, they were guessing whether it was Jing who had acted. But at the intelligence exchange point disguised as a bar, everyone was staring intently at the screen. The person they were hoping for wasn't Jing. It was someone else. The smoke dissipated. The king also slowly raised his head. He looked at his fist. There were fine scratches on it. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 260, HHES, Chapter 260. 1,380 words. Even he was surprised. Such strong power. As expected of a human that even Poof and Neferpitou couldn't stop. The king looked up. Staring. Even he was surprised. Such strong power. As expected of a human that even Poof and Neferpitou couldn't stop. The king looked up. Staring straight ahead. A figure gradually emerged from the dissipating smoke. A large robe covered his entire body. All that could be seen were his feet moving forward, and a head of long hair swaying in the wind. Now, everyone was staring intently at the figure that had suddenly appeared in the smoke. A sudden gust of wind blew the smoke away instantly, revealing the true face of the figure in the smoke. Even without carefully seeing the person's face, a name suddenly appeared in everyone's hearts. It was actually Loki. These people's hearts skipped a beat, as if they were very excited. For some reason, Loki, who should have been hated and detested, made everyone couldn't help but get excited when he appeared at this time. Regardless of what kind of opinion they had of Loki, these people were clenching their fists tightly, looking at Loki, who had a faint smile on his face, with hopeful eyes. Loki looked at the king with extreme indifference. His eyes were extremely calm. Seeing Loki's gaze, the king said calmly, "You are the first human who can be so calm in front of me." Without waiting for Loki to speak, the king continued. "That attack from before was unleashed by you, right?" Loki nodded. "That's right. Are you disappointed that you didn't kill me?" "Not disappointed. That attack wasn't meant for you in the first place." Although the attack speed of the Great Flame Emperor wasn't slow, the momentum was too intense. It was normal for the enemy to discover it before being attacked. So Loki hadn't expected the Great Flame Emperor's attack to be effective at all. What he wanted was to eliminate the other Chimera, and besides the 3 royal guards and the king. The king stared intently at Loki, seemingly completely ignoring everything around him. In his eyes, there was only Loki at this moment. "Are you the king of humans?" Hearing this, Loki laughed. "Humans don't have a king." The king shook his head. "With your power, you should be able to become the king of humans." Loki raised his hand, and a flame appeared in his palm. "Rather than being the king of humans, what I want to do now is to make you, Mr. and disappear." If someone else had said these words, the king would have killed them long ago. But coming from Loki's mouth, the king wasn't too angry. Instead, he looked at Loki. "What's your name?" Loki was stunned for a moment and opened his mouth. "Loki. Loki, a good name. Since you took my punch, I can give you a chance. You can rule these humans, and you just need to submit to me." Hearing this, everyone watched Loki intently. They were somewhat afraid. What if Loki really agreed to this king's conditions? Then they would face 2 terrifying enemies. As everyone eagerly awaited Loki's answer, Loki suddenly said, "Do you know your own name, Mr. Ant?" The king was stunned for a moment. "Do you know? So you still don't know?" The king looked at Loki. "Tell me, what is my name?" Loki smiled coldly. "Defeat me, and I'll tell you." Staring intently at Loki for a few seconds, the king suddenly took a step forward. "Your meaning is to have me defeat you while not killing you, right? Interesting. I accept this request." Loki smiled and raised his hand, taking off the cloak on his body and throwing it to Shoot. "Take these people and leave quickly. Don't stay here and disturb me." Shoot caught Loki's clothes. He looked at Loki gratefully. Turning around, he said in a low voice, "Thank you." Hearing Shoot's words, Loki just nodded. He didn't say anything more. As Shoot led the others away, the king didn't stop them. It seemed that he didn't want these cumbersome wastes to stay here and disturb his battle with Loki either. As they were leaving, Chris even had people take the camera with them, placing it in a safer location in the distance, continuing to film Loki and the king. The crowd retreated to a location about 100 meters away from Loki and the king. In their view, it should be safe here. But seeing that these people weren't continuing to retreat, Loki shook his head helplessly. This distance wasn't safe at all. Loki could cross this distance in almost 1 second and rush to those people. It seemed that he could only lead the king towards the palace during the battle. After Chris had repositioned the camera, the view returned to Loki and the king. This camera could automatically adjust the viewing distance, allowing the people watching this battle through the camera to see even more clearly. Some people who didn't know Loki were somewhat puzzled. Who is this kid? Can he really deal with that monster? As they asked the people next to them these questions, The people next to them looked at them in surprise. You don't even know this kid. Although most people had heard of Loki's name, it wasn't possible for everyone to know. These people shook their heads. Soon, someone told them. If that king is a monster that evolved, then that kid, Loki, is a monster among us humans. A monster? Is he really that strong? Someone asked. Soon, someone said with a wry smile, strong. It's not just a question of whether he's strong or not. He's completely a freak. Don't look at him as just a kid. It's rumored that after Chairman Netero had the thought of retiring, he was the first disciple he had actively taken in decades. Hearing these words, some people were still worried. Even if he's a disciple that Chairman Netero values, he's too young. Is he as strong as Jing? Jing Freaks was the only person in most people's minds who could compete with the king. The reputation of being one of the world's top 5 nin users was still very trustworthy. But as soon as this question appeared, someone immediately retorted. The world's top 5 nin users should probably be renamed. It should be said that there are 6 great nin users in the world. 6 great nin users. Some people repeated this phrase. They were somewhat unconvinced. To be honest, any strong-looking person seemed more impressive than Loki. Loki was too short. And his body wasn't very strong either. No matter how you looked at it, he didn't seem to have great power. There were many people who doubted Loki. But the people who believed in Loki's strength didn't say anything more. Because the battle was about to begin. Loki stretched his arms and legs. The king also got into a stance. I'll give you one last chance. If you tell me my name now, I can spare your life. Stretching his arms, Loki slowly clenched his right hand into a fist. Are you so sure that your power is stronger than mine? The king said with certainty, I am a creature that stands at the top of all things. The efforts of the entire Chimera ant race, countless times and years, the final results are all presented in me. My present is the result of the Chimera ant race's continuous efforts over thousands of years. I carry the will of the entire race. The king suddenly clenched his fist, looking at Loki with a stern gaze. So I am the strongest. Just an ant. No matter how hard you try, it's useless. He suddenly stepped forward. In an instant, Loki only took one step. The terrifying speed caused a terrifying explosion behind Loki. Then Loki raised his hand and waved his right arm. Nen transformed into flames, forming like a violent wave in an instant, and spraying madly towards the king. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 261, HHES, Chapter 261. 1,398 words. At a place 100 meters away. The people standing here could only suddenly see a long wave of flames rising from the ground. Instant. At a place 100 meters away. The people standing here could only suddenly see a long wave of flames rising from the ground, instantly covering the location where the king had been standing. The red flames shattered the ground with the force of the impact. Successive explosions rang out. The flames surged. The storm caused by the raging fire could be clearly felt even 100 meters away. These nin users couldn't help but exclaim after seeing Loki's attack. What a terrifying attack! To release such a vast amount of aura in an instant and transform it into flames. Such an attack is a very strict challenge to the amount of aura and the control. So strong. The crowd's exclamations made Shoot dismissive. Although these people were nin users and had developed their own abilities, They were, after all, only hovering on the threshold of Nen. They were completely like people who hadn't seen the world. Such an attack was indeed very strong, but it wasn't so difficult to do that it deserved to be described in such a way. Unknowingly, the things that Shoot had become accustomed to were already enough to surprise ordinary Nen users. This astonishing amount of Nen release, and the terrifying destructive power of the flames, were amazing. But at the same time, a black figure suddenly appeared before Loki. Had completely relied on speed to dodge Loki's attack. He turned and swung his tail, lashing it fiercely towards Loki's face. Loki's eyes moved slightly. Loki's figure suddenly disappeared. The king's attack missed. He turned his head and looked in another direction. Loki, your speed is also good. It seems I underestimated you. The king unleashed an even more terrifying speed, charging towards Loki. It was almost impossible to see the king's figure. All that could be heard were the sounds of intense explosions. Loki also refused to be outdone. Stepping on Soro of the Rokushiki, he constantly shifted and moved. Flame attacks were constantly unleashed. The two figures suddenly disappeared. All that could be seen was the light of the flames constantly exploding and being directly suppressed by the more violent aura. Then the firelight reappeared. The people who had been surprised by the power of Loki's fire fist hadn't even finished exclaiming. Now the king and Loki had directly disappeared into thin air before everyone's eyes. To say they had left. But they could clearly hear the intense explosions caused by the battle. Firelight flashed. Wave after wave of violent gusts of wind swept through. The speed is so fast. I can't see their figures at all. What an intense battle. Even just listening to the sounds, I can feel the intensity. Boom. Suddenly, the ground in the distance was constantly collapsing. An intense vibration was transmitted. These people, standing on the constantly shaking ground, almost lost their footing. Looking at the cracks that were spreading over, these people felt even more terrified. The force can actually travel this far. It's too strong. Chris suddenly spoke, shouting loudly at the noisy crowd, quiet. Although people were somewhat dissatisfied with Chris's tone, they gradually quieted down. Compared to the others, Chris could still vaguely see a certain amount of both figures. But the more Chris watched, the more frightened he became. People like him, who had vaguely touched the boundaries of a first-class Nen user, could only vaguely see the figures of the two. If the other person attacked him, absolutely, he would only need one move. And he would die. This high-speed attack and defense tested not only speed and strength, but also a very agile mind. Otherwise, if they kept using simple attack and dodge methods, they would definitely be found a weakness by their opponent, and be hit in a fatal spot with one move. It would be impossible to fight for too long. The battle continued. Time was also passing second by second. The ground in front seemed to be constantly bombarded. The ground, which was constantly being blown open, was sinking deeper and deeper. After nearly 10 minutes of intense battle, the ground had sunk dozens of meters deep, and flames were burning sporadically on the collapsed ground. 10 minutes had passed. Chris's eyes were starting to ache. He was highly focused on capturing the figures of the two. Nen users with Chris's level could no longer continue to watch. Only Nen users with strength like Shoot could continue to watch this extremely intense battle without any pressure. Among the people around the world who were watching this intense battle through the screen, almost 90% of them couldn't see how the two people were fighting in the picture at all. So some people began to analyze it simply. The situation is not good. A Nen user with considerable strength was looking at the screen, his cheeks covered in cold sweat. Even if he was just watching through the screen, and couldn't personally feel the intensity of the two people's battle, he could still capture the figures of the two in the scattered scenes captured by the camera. That kid, Loki. His situation is starting to look bad. How can that be? The battle has only just begun, right? The person who asked this question was definitely a beginner in NEN. The length of a battle between NEN users had little to do with the outcome. When the basic abilities weren't too far apart, what determined the outcome was who could unleash more of their NEN abilities' power. Based on this point, this person looked at the screen and shook his head. Although the battle has only just begun, that kid is completely being suppressed. Suppressed? How can that be? Shouldn't the two be evenly matched? They only seemed evenly matched because the movements of the two were very fast, so it looked very intense. But if you looked closely, you would notice that Loki's number of attacks was decreasing, while the king's number of active attacks was increasing. That king seems to have completely figured out that kid's attack methods in just 10 minutes. From being evenly matched at the beginning, that kid is now completely being suppressed. Every time he throws a punch, he's dodged by the other person in advance. If this continues, the situation is not good. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, a loud crash sounded. Loki's figure was sent flying. Flying dozens of meters and crashing heavily on the ground. Instantly collapsing the ground within a radius of more than 10 meters. A huge crater suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The dust that was kicked up shot into the sky. The king stopped and reappeared in the picture. He shook his right hand. It took 10 minutes for me to hit you once. As he spoke, he looked up at Loki, who was shrouded in dust in the distance. Loki being knocked back made the people who had originally had confidence in Loki start to worry. Judging from the extent of the impact, the power of that attack is unimaginable. Is that kid not a match for the king either? As expected, a kid is just a kid. Although his potential is very good, he's still too far behind compared to the king. At the moment Loki was knocked down, Cheadle, who was also watching this battle at the Hunter Association, clenched her fists tightly. You're the monster who hit Chairman Netero, and the disciple he valued. You definitely won't be defeated so easily. Cheadle was actually cheering for Loki in her heart. Jing, where are you? Why haven't you appeared yet? If you and Loki were together, you could definitely defeat the king. As Cheadle was calling out to Jing in her heart. The hunters in the association also had the same thought. And at this moment in the picture, the king was looking in Loki's direction. Tell me now. What is my name? After waiting for a long time, underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 262, HHES, Chapter 262. 1,315 words. The dust gradually dissipated. Loki walked out of the smoke. He lightly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled faintly. The dust gradually dissipated. Loki walked out of the smoke. He lightly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled faintly. It was just letting you hit me on purpose. Is that considered defeating me? On purpose? The king frowned slightly, looking at Loki with a livid face. Clenching his fists again. You're a stubborn human. You say I hit you on purpose. Then I'll punch you again this time. Can you dodge it? Loki reappeared. No one knew what he had said to the king. But Loki's reappearance reignited everyone's hopes. Especially after seeing that Loki hadn't suffered any serious injuries after being hit by that attack. They were all surprised that Loki had actually defended against the other person's attack in that lightning-fast exchange. They knew that the king's casual attacks could crush humans like tofu. The powerful aura possessed terrifying power. And the attack that Loki had suffered was clearly even more powerful. But Loki hadn't suffered any serious injuries. In the high-speed attack and defense battle of Aura, if you weren't careful, and were hit in a weaker part of your body, even if the strength difference wasn't too great, you would suffer serious injuries. But Loki, whether it was because of his quick reactions, or because he was constantly defending with Ken, this powerful defense was enough to amaze people. However, before these people could be happy for too long, the king suddenly launched an attack. His speed increased by another level compared to before. Human Loki. Did you think I was using my full strength just now? I just wanted to see how capable you were. But now that I've figured out your strength, there's no need to play with you anymore. As the king's voice fell, his figure instantly appeared before Loki. His fist was aimed straight at Loki's face, slamming down fiercely. The powerful nin flowing on his fist stirred up terrifying gusts of wind, rushing towards Loki. At this moment, the people who saw the king attack all felt their hearts clench. The speed is more than twice as fast as before. Damn it, was that Ent not using his full strength before either? Not good. Can he dodge this attack? Loki stood there, as if he was caught off guard by the king's sudden burst of speed. As if he didn't have time to dodge. Seeing the approaching attack, everyone's hearts began to feel anxious. What is he doing? Why isn't that kid using Nin to defend? Even if he doesn't have time to dodge, he should use Nin to protect his body. Seeing that Loki didn't have any intention of using aura to protect his body. If he was hit directly, even someone with great strength would be instantly killed in the face of the impact of Nin without the protection of aura. In fact, those who could capture the scene of the attack could already see the scene of Loki's head exploding in their minds. He's actually been frightened at this crucial moment. He even forgot to use aura to protect his body. Is this the kid who was called a monster? So disappointing. Damn it, dodge. Use aura to protect yourself. Don't get killed like this. Just as everyone was worried about Loki at this moment, they saw a scene that made them speechless. The king's attack passed directly through Loki's body. The place where Loki was hit turned into burning flames, as if the flames had been scattered. And the king immediately felt that something was wrong the moment he hit Loki. His whole body passed through Loki's body. He slammed his feet on the ground, offsetting his own momentum. He slid for dozens of meters before slowly stopping. Turning his head, he saw Loki, whose upper body had almost completely turned into flames. Only his feet were still standing firmly on the ground. He maintained this strange posture. His upper body turned into flames, but his legs slowly turned, facing him. His scattered body was restored to Loki's original state by the flames that gathered from all directions. He looked at the king. I told you, I was just letting you hit me on purpose. The king's eyes trembled slightly. He didn't speak, but just looked at Loki quietly. Even the king felt very apprehensive about this bizarre ability. Turning himself into flames. The king thought in his heart. He was very surprised by Loki's move. Compared to the king, the Nin users who had never seen the ability to elementalize were completely dumbfounded. It took a long time before someone reacted. They asked the person next to them somewhat uncertainly. Just now, did his body turn into flames? The person next to him nodded with difficulty. Although he didn't know if it was real or fake, he had indeed seen Loki turn into flames and dodge the king's attack. One by one, the people came back to their senses from their surprise. What is this ability? Can abilities be developed like this? That's right. Nin can be turned into flames, but how can a person turn into flames? Turning Nin into other properties was something that every Nin user knew, but how could the human body turn into flames? Whether it was the people who had witnessed this scene firsthand outside the palace, or the people who were watching the video all over the world, couldn't understand it. They were all thinking about one question. How did he do it? No matter how they racked their brains and thought about all the possibilities, no one could give an answer. It wasn't until a long time later that someone opened their mouth and sighed. As expected of the disciple of the legendary chairman Netero. Such an ability that surpasses everyone's understanding has actually been developed by a kid, regardless of whether they were powerful NIN users or not. After seeing the ability to elementalize, they all began to realize how terrifying Loki was. What was terrifying wasn't just that he possessed such a freakish strength at such a young age. Just this one ability to transform his body into flames was enough to show how freakish Loki's talent was. Although no one said it, everyone was thinking about one question. Loki could transform his body into flames and dodge the king's attack just now. Wouldn't that mean that he was immune to all physical attacks? This thought appeared in everyone's minds, but no one said it. Because at this moment, the king and Loki seemed to be preparing to fight again. Loki slowly landed from the sky, standing dozens of meters away from the king, maintaining a relatively safe distance from him. It had to be said that the king's speed was indeed terrifying. The king's speed was achieved by relying on the explosive force of aura. And Loki was relying on techniques like Soru to barely keep up with the king. It was completely impossible to defeat the king in his current state. Loki sighed slightly. There's no other way. It seems I have to be more serious. Loki raised his right hand and clenched it in the air. In an instant, endless streams of aura converged towards Loki's hand. As if a huge gravitational force was pulling these streams of aura, gathering them madly towards Loki's hand. An aura that made people feel incredibly heavy spread out. Even Shoot, Chris and Rich, who were 100 meters away, could completely feel it. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 263, HHES, Chapter 263. 1,298 words. A powerful force was awakening. The king crossed his arms. Do you have any other tricks? The king didn't pay much attention to the sudden. A powerful force was awakening. The king crossed his arms. Do you have any other tricks? The king didn't pay much attention to the sudden pressure. This level of aura wasn't enough to make him feel danger. It was just slightly noteworthy. As the aura grew stronger, invisible vortexes of aura spread out from Loki's body. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound of wind breaking rang out. A short sword appeared in Loki's hand. The hilt was shaped like a underscore, and the snow-white blade shimmered with cold light. A very delicate short sword. The king smiled faintly. All that momentum from before was just to materialize a sword. He thought it would be some powerful move. Not only did the king underestimate Loki's Zanpakuto. Everyone who saw Loki spend a lot of aura to materialize the Zanpakuto was somewhat surprised. As everyone knew, it was better to buy a real sword than to spend aura to materialize one. He spent so much aura. And he just materialized a sword, and it's a short sword. As conjurers themselves, when they saw the Zanpakuto in Loki's hand, they all felt that this kid was nothing special. Even those who weren't conjurers felt that Loki's move didn't seem to be of any use. It would just waste a lot of aura for nothing. Did that kid decide to materialize a sword on the spur of the moment? If he needed a weapon, wouldn't someone here have a suitable sword? Foolish. To make such a mistake. What can that little knife do? Everyone was questioning Loki's move. Even Shoot didn't understand why Loki had suddenly materialized a short sword. He knew that this weapon didn't seem to increase Loki's combat power much. The king sneered, saying with a hint of mockery, "To spend a lot of aura to materialize a short sword. I'm starting to have a different opinion of you." The king wasn't really having a different opinion of Loki. Instead, he was somewhat looking down on Loki because of this action. He had originally thought that Loki was the best among humans. Now it seemed that he had made his conclusion too early. Loki raised the Zanpakuto in his hand, completely ignoring the king's words. He would regret what he had said now. This time, Loki took the initiative to attack. Sorrow allowed Loki to unleash an amazing speed. His figure flashed and rushed in front of the king. Loki's attack also followed. The Zanpakuto in his hand drew a faint light. In a flash, it grazed past the king's face. The king tilted his head slightly, dodging Loki's attack, while also looking at Loki. "Too slow. At this speed, I'm no longer interested in playing with you." Boom. The king attacked. The amazing speed he unleashed even left an afterimage that didn't have time to disappear in place. As expected, this state alone is not a match for the king. But Loki wasn't planning on using other powers now. If he activated Super Dying Will mode, plus the Bankai of Shinso, and the Sharingan, using these three abilities at the same time, Loki would be able to keep up with the king's speed. But he knew that these moves consumed a lot of mental strength. Loki couldn't use a lot of mental strength right now. Because once Loki needed to use the Mangekyo Sharingan, it would be bad if he didn't have enough mental strength at that time. Using multiple moves at the same time put too much strain on his mental strength. Now he also had the Mangekyo Sharingan, which consumed an extremely terrifying amount of mental strength. Loki wouldn't use multiple abilities at the same time unless it was necessary. The moment the king charged over, Loki raised his hand and caught the king's fist. The moment the two auras collided, an extremely intense explosion suddenly rang out. Almost instantly, this terrifying sound was like thunder suddenly exploding. "You want to catch my attack? Your power doesn't seem to be enough." However, just as the king was speaking, the short sword in Loki's hand was already aimed at him. The moment the tip of the sword pointed at him, the king suddenly felt a sense of danger envelop his entire body. He didn't know where this sense of crisis was coming from. Could it be because of that short sword? But judging from Loki's posture, he couldn't swing the sword at all. Even if he did swing the sword, this short sword didn't seem to be able to reach him. He shouldn't have to worry at all. Just as he was feeling confused, Loki was knocked back by the king's fist. But at the moment he was knocked back, Loki's mouth curved into a slight smile. "Shoot to kill. Shinso." At the same time the words were spoken, Shinso suddenly extended. The tip of the sword pointed straight at the king's throat. The sword made a series of sounds. The extension speed of Shinso in Shurkai wasn't fast. But the distance. At such a close distance, even the extension speed of Shinso in Shurkai was enough to make the king feel a sense of horror. The king unleashed a large amount of aura out of thin air, pushing his body to move a distance to the right in an instant, barely avoiding Shinso's assassination. The blade grazed past the king's neck. A cold chill spread from his neck to his entire body. The two retreated at the same time. Sliding a few meters after landing, they stopped almost at the same time. Shinso also returned to its original length. The two raised their heads and looked at each other at the same time. Loki felt somewhat regretful about the attack just now. If it was Shinso in Bankai, it would definitely be able to hit the king. But he knew that once he used Bankai, the king would definitely pay close attention to Shinso. Then it wouldn't have such a surprising effect. The king had indeed not anticipated Shinso's attack. Unfortunately, the king had suddenly had the idea of using the explosion of aura to apply a thrust to his body, allowing his body to move sideways for a distance, avoiding Shinso's attack in an incredibly dangerous way. Loki felt regretful. But the king was very shocked by Loki's attack just now. The sword could actually extend. It was as if it had turned into a gun. A weapon that was clearly for close combat had been changed into a weapon for ranged attacks. This incredible ability couldn't be viewed with common sense. Everything was incredibly quiet at this moment. The exchange between the two just now had turned the people who had been indifferent to Shinso, and even belittled it, into a stunned state. Just now. That sword. Did it suddenly get longer? But no one answered him now. These people were still replaying the scene from just now in their minds over and over again. How could a sword suddenly get longer? Who would have thought that a short sword that seemed to have no power, a short sword that was materialized by wasting aura, actually had such a move? People silently swallowed. At this moment, they seemed to understand what it meant to be a genius. Why others were called geniuses. How did Loki come up with such an unexpected move? Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 264, HHES, Chapter 264. 1,214 words. Perhaps after today, the ability users who had previously scoffed at conventional materialized items would all start trying this direct. Perhaps after today, the ability users who had previously scoffed at conventional materialized items would all start trying this direction of ability development. Admittedly, conventional weapons didn't have much power when materialized. But if they were given unique abilities, they would become completely different. However, no one had thought yet how difficult it was to develop unique abilities on materialized items. But Loki wouldn't tell these people not to try it, because they would definitely fail. A very good move. Too bad. The king said calmly. Loki also nodded. I was originally hoping that this move could kill you, or at least injure you. But I didn't expect you to dodge it in such a peculiar way. Hearing this, the king put away his smile. I won't underestimate you anymore. That was your only chance to kill me. Unfortunately, you didn't succeed. I won't give you another chance. Is that so? I don't think so. Loki raised his Zanpakuto and pointed it at the king. You want to use that move again? At this distance, that sword's speed can be easily dodged by me. Bankai Kamishini no Yari. Boom. Suddenly, a strong wave of nen erupted from Loki's body. The nen that suddenly spread out was like a volcano erupting, unleashing an incredibly terrifying momentum. The earth shook. Even the dark sky overhead made a series of strange roars. So you weren't using your true strength either. I thought you would die once you used your full strength. It seems I was worrying too much. The Bankai's explosive power stirred up the wind. One after another, sharp vortexes of aura erupted from Loki's body and spread out. On the battered ground, huge cracks spread out one after another. Like a huge spider web, centered on Loki. Spreading out madly. The nin users present all showed incredulous expressions at this terrifying scene caused by just the explosion of aura. They had thought that the battle between the king and Loki before was already the most intense battle. They hadn't expected Loki to still have such terrifying power that he hadn't unleashed. Just relying on aura. He had changed the color of the sky and the earth. How terrifying was that aura? Even 100 meters away. They could feel the aura like a wave, surging over wave after wave. Impacted everyone. It was equally frightening even when seeing this scene through the screen. The wind swept through the clouds and the roars echoed continuously. The sounds of the ground collapsing rang out one after another. All of this, like a doomsday scenario, was actually just because of the explosion of aura. Unable to personally feel it, but it didn't stop the people watching at this moment from using their imaginations, thinking about how they could only feel the amazing power through the screen. If they were really to witness this scene, what kind of terrifying power would they feel? With this kind of power, that king shouldn't be stronger than Loki, right? Monster. As expected of a monster kid. This kind of power has far surpassed other Nen users, right? Now, you say he's qualified to be the world's 6th great Nen user. I believe it. The world's 6th. Even if he's the strongest in the world, he's probably not far off. The wind raged, stirring up dust everywhere. However, this violent wind was as docile as a kitten in front of Loki. As if the stars were surrounding the moon, it lifted Loki up. A pair of bright eyes on his stern face stared intently at the king. The Kamishini no Yari in Loki's hand became even more dazzling. The blade shimmered with starlight, making it impossible to ignore. The king raised his hands towards Loki, slowly arching his body. He looked up slightly, gazing at Loki. To be able to do this with a human body, you're strong. But it ends here. Boom. Suddenly, a force that was no less than Loki's surged. The Nen that was emitting a terrifying aura from his body suddenly erupted, even faintly suppressing Loki's Nen after a moment. One Loki was enough to change the color of the sky and the earth, and now there was also a king. Two terrifying forces collided with each other, even more terrifying. The earth-shattering momentum soared into the sky. The dark night sky stirred up wave after wave of intense storms. Like ripples of water, they swept quickly across the ground. In the blink of an eye, they stirred up a terrifying cloud of dust. At the moment the blinding sand swept past, two forces that were evenly matched erupted. Loki's body was filled with red Nen light, as dazzling as stardust. The aura flowing on Loki's body was like a galaxy surging, filled with a terrifying killing intent. This was the mental consciousness emitted by Loki's aura. And the king opposite him. The aura that erupted from his body was dark purple. It even carried traces of black Nen within it. As if sinking into a quagmire, it made people feel despair. The mental will emitted by the king's aura was full of killing intent. He was the product of the chimera, ants gathering all the hopes of the entire race over thousands or hundreds of years. Even though he possessed human consciousness, he could never erase the primitive desire to kill from his mental consciousness. Two completely opposite, yet somewhat similar, auras collided with each other. The commotion caused was no less than a thunderclap suddenly appearing in the clear sky. The wind blew, making it almost impossible to open their eyes. The earth shook slightly, just as the sand blocked the figures of the two. Loki and the king moved at the same time. The speed was extremely fast. Perhaps you had just seen their bodies move. But almost at the same time, a deafening collision sounded one after another. The time between them was almost negligible. One after another, explosions rang out continuously. Two different colored auras remained in the air, still colliding madly, entwining and devouring each other, until they finally disappeared completely. After Bankai, Loki's combat power increased sharply, and the king also finally became serious, unleashing all of his power. The two were completely evenly matched. In 1 second, the two exchanged blows no less than 100 times. A dazzling battle. Even first-class Nen users couldn't see the two clearly now. All they could see were the constantly exploding auras colliding with each other. The increasingly intense aura erupted. But they never saw either of the two stop moving. Chris suddenly fell to the ground, his eyes staring ahead. Is this their true power? The previous battle had been shocking enough. But he hadn't expected that neither Loki nor the king had used their true power. Ordinary people had completely begun to feel numb. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 265, HHES, Chapter 265. 1,358 words. Even Shoot's face was filled with surprise. He wasn't using his full strength at that time either. The naive Shoot had thought that the X. Even Shoot's face was filled with surprise. He wasn't using his full strength at that time either. The naive Shoot had thought that the extermination team, which consisted of him, Knuckle, and Kite, had at least made Loki use some of his true strength. But judging from the way things looked now, Loki was completely playing with them at that time. He hadn't been serious from beginning to end. Suddenly, a series of ear-piercing sword sounds rang out. The figures of the king and Loki finally appeared. The Zanpakuto in Loki's hand was braced against the king's arms. His hands were crossed, blocking Loki's long sword. The king had actually been suppressed by Loki. Just as everyone was feeling shocked, the ground behind the king suddenly made a loud noise. Instantly, a crater dozens of meters wide collapsed. The terrifying force instantly shattered the original stones in the ground, crushing them into dust and scattering them in the air. This scene made people secretly bite their tongues. Such terrifying power. Was that the casual attacks that the two had unleashed in their exchange? A casual attack had this kind of power. Such an attack could easily kill dozens of ordinary nin users, right? People couldn't help but think. However, what was frustrating was that such terrifying attacks seemed to be just the power that the two had casually unleashed in their exchange. The king, who was being suppressed by Loki, didn't feel angry because he was being suppressed. Instead, he revealed a faint smile. I have seen the dawn of victory. The king suddenly raised his head and looked straight at Loki. His eyes were incredibly firm and full of confidence. Seeing the king's gaze, Loki felt somewhat disturbed. This was the first time Loki had felt a strange sense of pressure. Even Netero had never made Loki feel this way. But the king before him had actually made him feel this way. I can't delay any longer. Even if I'm not completely sure, I have to try. Loki's abilities had moves that were enough to kill the king. But if these moves were dodged, then they would have no effect. Instead, they would consume a lot of Loki's power, so he wasn't completely sure. Faced with an opponent like the king, rashly using a finishing move, once it was dodged, it would be even more difficult to hit the opponent a second time. So Loki had to be cautious. However, the strange sense of pressure made Loki decide not to play it safe anymore. The veins on his hands, which were holding the Zanpakuto, suddenly bulged. Loki knocked the king away with one sword. As the king was forced to retreat by the huge force, Loki held the Kamishini no Yari, looking at the Zanpakuto in his hand. Unleash your light. Shinso, let this guy who looks down on you see your true power. The tip of the sword slowly turned until it was aimed at the king. Koros, Kamishini no Yari. The cold words came from Loki's throat. At that moment, the Kamishini no Yari in Loki's hand turned into a white flash, flying straight towards the king. The extension speed of the Kamishini no Yari in Bankai was much faster than before. The king slowly raised his head. The white light was already approaching his face. Even the power of this move has been strengthened. At this moment, the king actually didn't think about how to dodge. Instead, he was praising Loki's excellence. The light filled the king's eyes. At this moment, He didn't have time to change the direction of his movement no matter what. The feeling of death. Am I going to die like this? In a daze. A mad roar rang out. Jing's appearance made the king, who had been planning to leave, stop. He turned his head, his eyes moving back and forth on Jing. Feeling Jing's aura, the king's eyes narrowed slightly. Another strong human. The king had originally thought that Loki was a unique existence among humans. Now Jing's appearance made the king's wariness of humans increase a lot. There were so many humans. There might be many people like Loki and the Jing before him who could pose a threat to him. I must become stronger. This was the first time the king had felt a sense of crisis because of survival. Yuppie, who had been attacking Shoot, almost hit Shoot, but Jing's sudden appearance blocked his attack. Yuppie looked at Jing with a gloomy face. You damn human, why are you always haunting me? Jing threw off Yuppie's arm, which had transformed into a whip. Of course I'm going to haunt you. You're our target. It would be bad if we lost you. As he spoke, Jing patted Shoot on the shoulder. Your performance just now was very good. But you showed courage without showing wisdom by facing 2 enemies alone, Shoot. Shoot hadn't expected Jing to say this. He nodded. I know, but... All right. There's not much time to talk. The enemies are right in front of us. Let's solve the enemies first. Hiss. A thick cloud of white smoke drifted over. Seeing the familiar smoke, Shoot's eyes lit up. Master. Yuppie turned his head and looked to the side. Someone's coming. So it's in this place. It took us a long time to find you. Morel slowly walked out of the smoke. Morel, carrying a huge pipe, looked at Yuppie with a calm face. The appearance of Morel, Shoot, and Jing made Yuppie instinctively feel uneasy. Your Majesty, you go first. I'll block these people. Maruam glanced at Yuppie. Yuppie alone probably couldn't block these people. Although only Jing seemed to have the power to fight among these people. After Morel and Jing appeared, the fear in Shoot's eyes had gradually become firm. The king believed that the strength of these people wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. Just like the lesson that Loki had taught him before. A short sword that seemed to have no power had almost killed him. The king wouldn't underestimate any humans now. Because the impact that Loki had left on him was too profound. I also want to see what the power of these humans is like. Yuppie wanted to say something, but the king had already walked towards Jing. Seeing this, Yuppie knew that it was useless to say anything more. He couldn't shake the king's will. Morel and Shoot stood to the left and right of Jing. The 3 looked up at the king and Yuppie before them. Jing, where's Loki? Shoot raised his hand, unleashing his 3 fists. He was knocked away by Yuppie. The situation may not be good. Morel was stunned for a moment. Was that terrifying commotion from before caused by him? Shoot nodded. That's right, I couldn't interfere in his battle with the king at all. Hearing this, Morel was stunned for a moment. Thinking back to how he had just stabilized himself from the aftermath of the terrifying flames, and not long after, he had heard a terrifying explosion. Calculating the distance, even the straight-line distance was probably several hundred meters away. He could still feel the earth shaking. Morel could vaguely imagine how intense the previous battle had been. He turned his head and looked at the crowd standing in the distance. Then he turned back and looked at the king and Yuppie before him. The battle was about to begin, and he didn't have time to continue to care about the lives of these people. The extermination team. They're the extermination team, Jing Freaks. That's Jing Freaks. The extermination team has finally appeared. If the extermination team appears, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with those 2 monsters, right? underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 266, HHES, Chapter 266. 1,241 words. Of course there won't be any problems. That's the extermination team. Hearing the voices coming from the crowd. The people who were what? Of course there won't be any problems. That's the extermination team. Hearing the voices coming from the crowd. The people who were watching the scene through the video couldn't see the faces of Jing and the others at all through the camera. They were still wondering who these 2 humans who had suddenly appeared were. Hearing the people at the scene say extermination team. These people finally breathed a sigh of relief. The extermination team had finally appeared. Since it was the extermination team sent by the association, they should be able to deal with the king. Moreover, they had also heard the name Jing Freaks. How much this name had been hated in the past, was how much it was anticipated now. Compared to Loki, Jing was even more reassuring. After all, Jing was one of the world's top 5 nin users, known to the world. And no one knew about Loki hitting Netero. They only knew that Loki had attacked the association and injured Netero. In everyone's eyes, Jing's power was more worthy of anticipation than Loki's. Especially after Loki had been knocked away, and no one could stop the king. Jing's appearance had almost become the last hope for all the hunters. Loki was able to fight the king to a standstill. Jing Freaks should be fine too, right? Of course. Jing Freaks is a genuine one of the world's strongest nin users. That kid Loki has a lot of potential, but he's still too young. I remember that Jing Freaks can apply for a 3-star hunter license, right? That's right. But Jing thought it was too troublesome and didn't apply. He's still a 2-star hunter. Something to look forward to. Jing Freaks, a 3-star hunter. Since he's taking action, he can definitely solve the king. These people were full of confidence in Jing, as if they had forgotten that Loki had been called their savior just before. These thoughts weren't just held by ordinary hunters. Even Cheadle felt much more at ease after seeing Jing appear. Compared to Loki, she was also more willing to believe in Jing. Don't let me down. This may be a good opportunity to quell the chaos in the association. Thanks to Chris, if Jing could solve the powerful king in front of all the hunters, then Jing would definitely be pushed to the position of chairman by all the hunters. Even if Netero's death was announced, there wouldn't be any problems. In Cheadle's room, Beans looked at Jing Freaks and the others who had appeared on the screen. Instead, he began to feel somewhat worried. It would have been better if Jing-san had arrived sooner. Beans said this. Cheadle also felt somewhat regretful. If Loki and Jing had joined forces, then dealing with the king would definitely be no problem. Loki, who was able to suppress the king, might have killed the king if it hadn't been for Yuppie interrupting his attack at the end. That white light that had suddenly appeared at the end was so fast that even Cheadle had been taken aback. When Loki and Netero had fought before, Netero had also been defeated by that white light. Cheadle hadn't seen what that white light was at the time. But this time she saw it very clearly. The sword had suddenly turned into light, shooting out unexpectedly, coupled with such a terrifying speed. The king couldn't have blocked it. It was all Yuppie's fault for coming at the right time. Cheadle shook her head, shaking these things out of her mind. Restoring her firm gaze to Jing Freaks' back on the screen. There won't be any problems. Cheadle clenched her fists tightly. The one of Zodiac's son, Jing Freaks, is a nin user who the old man personally admitted was no worse than him. A mere king will be solved quickly. Please. Jing. At this moment, the hunters scattered around the world. Even those who hadn't received the news at first. After the battle between Loki and the king began, the shocking scenes of the battle made the hunters start telling other hunters about it, letting everyone come and see this battle of the century. But unfortunately, the people who came later didn't see the battle between Loki and the king. Instead, they saw Jing Freaks' appearance. The extermination team's entry. More and more hunters logged into the Hunters' exclusive intelligence website. Now, almost 80% of the hunters were watching the Hunter Association's extermination of the Chimera ants. Sadits, who had just come out of the ruins, was holding a computer. While wiping the dust off his body, he stared at Jing Freaks. Even Jing-san has been dispatched. It seems these creatures aren't simple. At an outdoor camp, Pakal, seeing Menchi carrying a strange creature back to the camp, immediately greeted her. Menchi, come over here and take a look at this. Menchi put down her prey, having people start preparing it. She walked behind Pakal, looking at the screen before him. This is the Chimera ant that appeared in East Gorto. Yeah. That's right. Pakal nodded. Menchi was stunned for a moment. That's Jing. It's Jing Freaks. He's also been dispatched. It seems this creature invasion is very serious. After Pakal finished speaking, Menchi's expression became even more serious. Why? Why isn't Chairman Netero here? Hearing her mention Chairman Netero, Pakal was stunned for a moment and turned his head to say, the chairman is still unconscious, right? Unconscious. Menchi didn't continue to say anything. She didn't completely believe that Chairman Netero was unconscious. The Zodiacs had lost 2 members, but they hadn't supplemented the personnel immediately. Faced with an invasion of unknown creatures, the first batch of the extermination team that was dispatched had been defeated. They had no choice but to let Jing Freaks take action. People like Jing Freaks would never take on the association's mission unless it was absolutely necessary. Since even Jing had taken over, it was clear how serious the situation was. Perhaps what was serious wasn't just the creature invasion. It should be fine if Jing takes action. Menchi shrugged. Although I hate this guy, I know his strength. As she spoke, Menchi prepared to turn around and leave. At this time, the picture finally had new changes. In the picture, Shoot was charging towards Yuppie. Not many people recognized Shoot. But someone quickly found Shoot's information and posted it on the homepage. Pakal glanced at Shoot's information. This person is very strong. He even participated in a mission to exterminate Loki once. Although he failed, he didn't die after the battle. The information of all the members of the extermination team had been exposed. Shoot's information seemed to be among the top tier of hunters. But the next scene showed Shoot charging in front of Yuppie, almost being killed in one move. This made the people who had felt that Shoot was very powerful just a second ago directly freeze. Shoot's aura didn't seem weak no matter how you looked at it. But the power that Yuppie displayed was even more amazing. The battle began. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 267, HHES, Chapter 267. 1,343 words. The picture became blurred. In the sky above the palace, the knocked-away Loki directly fell into the huge crater left by the destroyed Pa. The picture became blurred. In the sky above the palace, the knocked-away Loki directly fell into the huge crater left by the destroyed palace. Loki's attack, the Great Flame Emperor, had not only destroyed the entire palace, but had also directly smashed a huge crater into the ground. The size of this crater was the same as the terrifying destruction caused by Pain's almighty push when he destroyed Konoha. Loki crashed heavily in the center of the crater. The moment he landed, Loki spat out a mouthful of black blood. Not bad power. As expected of Menthithiyupi, a combination of a magical beast and a chimera ant. Loki felt like his body was falling apart. However, just as he was lying there, around the palace, shadows appeared around the crater. They looked at Loki, who had suddenly appeared below. He's still alive. He was knocked away here. Damn human. If it wasn't for humans, we wouldn't have ended up under the king, and we wouldn't have been attacked by flames for no reason, leaving us scarred. These shadows, one after another, seemed to be the chimera and squad leaders who had joined the king out of desperation. They were now looking at Loki, who was injured and lying in the giant crater. Their eyes were very gloomy. Loki climbed up from the ground. His right hand was covering his chest, and his bones seemed to be somewhat broken. Successive sounds rang out. One after another, black figures fell from the sky. Loki looked up at the chimera ants surrounding him. Do you know who attacked the palace just now? Tell me, and I can let you die a little easier. Loki raised his eyes. The one speaking to him before him was a chimera, and whose face had been mostly burned. But he could still vaguely see the other person's face. It was probably the lion chimera and squad leader, Leol. Of course, besides him, there were other chimera and squad leaders around. There were quite a few of them. There were even chimera and troop commanders. In just a short while, the number had reached nearly 100. It seemed that the remaining chimera ants were probably all here. Whether they were squad leaders or troop commanders, the aura on their bodies was very strong. It was probably after joining the king that their potential had been further developed. However, Loki didn't know if they had developed their own abilities. I'm asking you a question. Leo glared at Loki fiercely. The pain on his face made him hate the person who had unleashed the flame attack and destroyed the palace to the bone. He had originally been the overlord of the grasslands. After becoming a chimera ant, he had been forced to obey the queen. Later he had been forced to leave because of the king. However, after escaping, he faced the extermination of humans. He had no choice but to return to the king's command. As the king of beasts, Leol had long been fed up with this. His step-by-step concessions had instead resulted in his face being destroyed. It was absolutely unforgivable. He didn't care how strong humans were. He had to take revenge on humans. Not only did Leol have this thought. The other chimera ants had similar thoughts. Having obtained new power, they now believed that they would never run away as they had before when they saw powerful humans. Quickly tell me, human kid. If you don't want to die an incredibly painful death, tell me who the human who attacked the palace was. What did he look like? Leol raised his hand and gently touched the half of his face that had been burned. I will repay this humiliation twice over. Leol, it's not just you. My share has to be included too. Another chimera and squad leader also walked out. He stared at Loki and licked his lips. This human kid seems very delicious. The pain that those damn humans inflicted on us will be repaid by you first. Human kid, you can only blame your bad luck. The chimera and squad leaders gradually closed in. They looked at Loki and let out sinister laughter. Loki looked around at the chimera and squad leaders. He shook his head somewhat disappointedly. I thought I could eliminate all of you. There are so many left. Leol's smile suddenly stopped. What do you mean by that? Loki raised his head, a faint smile on his face. You want to find someone. I think he's not very tall. Hearing Loki start to describe the characteristics of the culprit, Leol smiled again. Very good. Keep talking. I can let you die a little more comfortably. Loki didn't care what Leol was saying. He didn't care about being surrounded by chimera ants. Instead, he walked around casually. He has long, burgundy hair. He likes to wear black pants with a strange patterned belt. Oh, and his favorite food is bread and coffee. Leol was stunned for a moment. Bread? The other chimera and squad leaders also frowned. Coffee? Suddenly, a troop commander looked at Loki for a long time. He asked somewhat uncertainly, Leol-sama, those characteristics that this human is saying seem like him. After he finished speaking, the other chimera ants suddenly realized. Wasn't Loki the one who wasn't very tall and had long, burgundy hair? Black pants. With a strange belt hanging on them. Leol was stunned for a moment, and then his expression began to turn gloomy. Human kid, are you toying with us? Leol, who already had a bellyful of anger with nowhere to vent, suddenly erupted with uncontrollable anger. His huge claws, gathering powerful aura, slammed fiercely towards Loki's face. Leol attacked, and the other squad leaders watched silently. Among them, Leol's strength was considered to be among the strongest. With him taking action, this human kid would definitely not survive. The surging wind slowly spread out. At this moment, all the chimera and squad leaders slowly widened their eyes, staring straight at the scene before them. Leol's attack had been casually caught by Loki with one hand. This scene stunned Leol and all the other squad leaders who had surrounded him. Leol felt Loki's aura, suddenly pulled back his arm, and jumped away. Standing in the distance, his expression was extremely grave. My attack was blocked so easily. How could this human kid possess this kind of power? Leol-san obtained new power from Neferpitu-sama. How can he even be defeated by a human kid? Loki closed his eyes, ignoring the surprise of these ants. What a group of ignorant ants. In his cold eyes, a terrifying gaze swept over each chimera, and I'll leave the fire spirit to you. The chimera ants didn't understand who Loki was calling. Was the fire spirit a new enemy? Leol, who was standing directly in front of Loki, had his eyes suddenly widen the moment Loki's voice fell. He stared blankly at the huge figure that was slowly appearing behind Loki. At the same time, an icy cold aura that seemed to erupt from the abyss enveloped his entire body. When Leol saw clearly what that red figure was, a red light pierced through his body. At this moment, there was no pain. Leol clearly felt his body being pierced, but no pain came. All that was there was endless cold, letting his senses gradually disappear. Is this the feeling of death? Thud. The other chimera ants suddenly realized at this moment that a huge shadow had enveloped them all. Was that your full power? Maruam stopped his attack, looking at Jing Freaks coldly. Jing clenched his fists tightly. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 268, HHES, Chapter 268. 1,358 words. He shook his head. No. Show me your true power. Otherwise, I don't have time to waste with you. True power. Jing smiled. He had original. He shook his head. No. Show me your true power. Otherwise, I don't have time to waste with you. True power. Jing smiled. He had originally thought that 80% of his power would be enough. But it seemed that he had underestimated the king's combat power. With just one exchange, Jing had completely felt the aura on the king's body. Whether it was the quantity or the intensity of the aura, It was far more terrifying than his. Jing's legs bent slightly, his body arched, facing the king. Full power. Then let's try full power. As the words fell, Jing suddenly took a step forward. At this moment, all of Jing's power erupted. In everyone's eyes, it was as if a huge grizzly bear had suddenly charged out. The roaring and hissing appearance was demonstrating its powerful strength and terrifying power. However, Jing charged out directly. His body turned into a golden light. The speed was already at its limit. The moment his figure disappeared, the ground he had stepped on just now suddenly collapsed. Dense cracks spread backward madly. Thick smoke billowed backward. What a fast speed! He adjusted the state of his aura to the best in an instant, and the form of the aura's flow is also very perfect. Is this the world's top 5 nin users? Jing and the king didn't know how others were marveling. Their eyes only had each other. The power that Jing unleashed made the king's eyes flicker slightly, revealing a hint of praise. King Maruam raised his hand and gently grabbed Jing's fist. He wants to grab my fist. Is he looking down on me like this? The king. Even Jing was somewhat angry. He was being looked down upon like this. He was just a mere ant. Jing felt some anger in his heart, and the power in his fist became even stronger. This punch unleashed a thunderous explosion. A deafening roar rang out. The king still didn't change his posture, steadily catching Jing's attack. The moment the two auras collided, as Jing had expected, a terrifying shockwave erupted. Invisible waves spread out from under the feet of the two, spreading in all directions. Stood in place, looking at the king before him with great surprise. The other person actually had really caught his attack. The ground suddenly suffered a huge impact, and the ground within a radius of 10 meters all caved in. The king and Jing also descended a distance, looking at the aura flowing on the king's body. In Jing's eyes, there was an unbelievable light. Not good. The power coming from the king made Jing somewhat unable to believe it. What was that terrifying power like a wild beast? The king's figure wasn't too big, but his power made Jing unable to pull out his arm at all, as if it had been clamped by iron pliers. No matter how hard Jing tried, it was useless. The storm formed by Nin spread out. A perfect blow. That attacked that and shouldn't be able to block it, right? As expected of Jing, one of the world's top 5 Nin users. The angle of attack, the release of aura, all the movements are close to perfect. There's not a single flaw that can be picked out. As the people who had logged into the Hunter Intelligence website later, and missed the exchange between Loki and the king were constantly praising Jing. The smoke that had enveloped Jing and the king finally dissipated. The scene that had been expected, Jing knocking the king back with one punch, didn't appear. Instead, the king had steadily caught Jing's attack. Even watching Jing try to pull out his arm, but being firmly grabbed by the other person, was completely opposite to what they had imagined. How is that possible? How could he block Jing's attack with just defense? That's Jing. How did that ant do it? However, while these people seemed very surprised, some people were very calm. Some hunters who were gathered together watching the battle with a computer looked at their companions, who had a calm expression. They didn't understand why they were so calm. But they didn't have the mind to ask now. The king voluntarily released Jing. To be able to do this much with your full power is not bad. Maruam looked at Jing coldly, the killing intent in his eyes even stronger. Morel and Shoot were dealing with Yuppie, they originally didn't have the energy to pay attention to the situation here. However, they suddenly saw Jing retreat. Judging from Jing's expression, he seemed to have encountered trouble. As expected. As expected, it's as I guessed. Jing's face seemed to be about to freeze over. During his first exchange, Jing had felt strange. Why didn't the king use his abilities? However, after the second exchange, Jing understood. From the aura that erupted from the king's hand, Jing sensed an extremely terrifying thing. The king's aura, in all aspects, was balanced. It seems that the king's ability isn't an inability for combat. Jing's eyes flickered slightly. His forehead began to break out in cold sweat. It's likely to be the same type of ability as me. The reason why Jing didn't use his ability was because Jing's Nin ability couldn't be used for combat either. Jing's Nin ability was an ability to remove restrictions for humans. This ability allowed Jing to temper his Nin to a very balanced state. However, what made Jing feel somewhat frightened wasn't just this. Trying to imagine what the king's ability would be if he had the same type of ability. The characteristic of chimera ants was to eat and mate. If the king also had this characteristic, wouldn't the king be able to continuously become stronger just by devouring other people's aura? If that's the case, I definitely can't let him continue to live. But Jing's situation wasn't good right now. Jing's aura had no weaknesses. But because he pursued balance too much, Jing's aura also had no strengths. For example, enhancers would focus on training the power of their aura. Emitters would strengthen their aura's attack moves. Jing, who had no weaknesses, had strong basic combat power, but lacked a powerful move to defeat the enemy. If he was up against other Nin users, even if the enemy's aura was stronger than Jing's, it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with. Because the enemy would definitely have flaws. So Jing only needed to rely on his rich experience and super combat talent to defeat the other person. But the king was different. He, like Jing, had almost no weaknesses. The most crucial point was that the king's aura seemed to be stronger than Jing's in terms of basic abilities. Jing's face gradually turned gloomy. The only thing to do now is to try to find this guy's weaknesses. A head-on battle would always put him at a disadvantage. It was impossible to defeat the king. Jing had to find the king's weaknesses and target them for this battle to have a chance of winning. After making up his mind, Jing immediately launched an attack. His figure turned into a golden light, charging towards the king. Jing's active attack made the people who were watching this battle around the world fill with confidence in Jing again. Two figures were intertwined. The intense sounds of collision came one after another. That's right, keep attacking, Jing freaks. Defeat that arrogant ant in one go. How could one of the world's top 5 Nin users not be able to solve a small ant? That ant must have used some special ability to block the punch just now. People only saw Jing taking the initiative to attack. The battle was in a stalemate. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 269, HHES, Chapter 269. 1,400 words. But they didn't realize that in the battle scene, Jing had already been suppressed. The king was faster than Jing. Although he wasn't so fast that Jing couldn't fight back, even if Jing attacked first. The king would take the initiative instead. Every time Jing and the king exchanged blows, Jing tried his best to avoid the king's sharpness, using superb skills to barely maintain a standstill with the king. Reaction speed. Jing was also slightly inferior to the king, but relying on his rich combat experience, Jing could still maintain a tie for the time being. But his opponent was the king, a creature with extremely terrifying talent. 3 minutes had passed. The scene on the screen showed that Jing and the king were still locked in a fierce battle. Every time the two collided, it would stir up a terrifying storm and make a huge commotion. People wouldn't get tired of watching such an intense battle at all. They've been fighting for so long. The two have probably exchanged blows no less than 1,000 times. Looking at the two flashes of light constantly colliding, the others who were watching this battle nodded. Probably more than that. Jing's power is already amazing enough, but it's already very good that the other person can last this long. Then how long do you think this battle will last? That person thought for a moment. Not too long. Such a high-intensity battle is an extremely severe test of mental strength, physical strength, and the control and maintenance of aura. A slight carelessness will lead to defeat. Will Jing lose? That person glanced at the guy who asked the question. The other person seemed to be just a novice hunter, his aura was so weak that it wasn't worth mentioning. He replied with a sneer, if even Jing loses, then I think there's probably no one in the Hunter Association who can defeat that monster now. Hearing this answer, these hunters, whose strength hadn't reached the standard line, also understood that Jing's power basically represented the strongest hunter in the Hunter Association. If even the strongest hunter was defeated, then it was indeed impossible for anyone to defeat this monster. To put it another way, as the strongest hunter in the Hunter Association, he might not be the only one. But Jing would definitely not lose. Without worrying about defeat, these people more safely appreciated this epic battle. The aura that was constantly exploding, and the various terrifying scenes that were produced were dazzling. Suddenly, a golden light shot into the sky. Jing himself suddenly appeared in the air, more than 10 meters high. The aura on his body erupted in an instant. Dense Nen bullets bombarded the king. The Nen bullets, like missiles, locked onto the king in an instant. The aura chased straight after the king. No matter how fast he was, the king couldn't dodge the pursuit of the Nen bullets. He was eventually hit by Jing's Nen bullets. Jing landed, breathing in large gulps of air. He clenched his fists tightly, staring intently in the direction of the king. The smoke stirred up by the explosion of the Nen bullets blocked the king's figure. No one could see what was inside. They only saw Jing's attack hit the king. The hunters began to cheer. He hit him. He finally solved him. After fighting for so long, it would be a problem for ordinary Nen users to even connect with one punch. That monster is pretty good to have lasted this long. Although he's an ant, he's still quite strong. But compared to Jing-san, he's still too far behind. At this moment, Jing himself didn't have any joy. If this attack can't injure the king either. After testing for so long, Jing hadn't found any weaknesses in the king. Helplessly, he could only try to use Nen bullets to attack. The power of his aura didn't weaken too much after leaving his body. So if the king was fine even after being hit by the Nen bullets, then that meant that he could also be blocked by the king if he hit the king with his fist. Even if it's just a little, at least you have to get injured. In the smoke, the king slowly walked out step by step. He patted the dust on his chest. Raising his head, he looked at Jing from afar. It seems that this is your last resort. The king's cold eyes locked onto Jing. To be able to contend with me for so long, relying on your rich combat skills despite being weaker than me, you can be proud of yourself. Maruam raised his hand and slowly clenched it into a fist. But I've already seen through your movements. With the next attack, I'll take your life. The king's words made Jing freeze in place. He had seen through his movements. The battle had only just begun a few minutes ago. Even if Jing admitted that he really couldn't do anything to the king, he absolutely didn't believe that the king could completely see through all his movements in such a short time. Even Loki's freakish talent, Jing didn't think he could do it. Not to mention the king. Jing looked at the king with cold eyes. If you can do it, then let me see it. You've only blocked my attacks. Don't get too cocky, little ant. Hearing Jing's words, a hint of anger faintly appeared on the king's calm face. What he hated the most was the human attitude of always looking down on ants. Even ants could one day stand at the top of all living things. This was also the mission of the king's birth in this world. Very well. You've angered me. Then what can you do to me? The king. Although Jing admitted that the possibility of defeating the king was very low. The same was true that it wasn't easy for the king to kill him. Because Jing and the king were the same type of ability users. Their basic combat power was very strong. To give an example, the attack power of an ordinary Nen user was 10, the defense power was 10, and using Nen to attack the enemy could unleash a combat power of 100. Then Jing's basic attack power and defense power were both 500. His basic combat power was very strong, but the price was that he didn't have powerful moves. And the king was the same. His basic combat ability suppressed Jing, but the same was true that he didn't have powerful moves. For them, the only move that could be considered powerful was to use code to gather aura to a certain point on their body and launch an attack. This kind of attack method wasn't very effective for battles of their level, because neither side would give the other too much time to gather aura. Moreover, once the aura used for defense was insufficient, being attacked wouldn't just be a matter of suffering a little injury. Especially Jing. A human body couldn't compare to a chimera ant's body, possessing both toughness and flexibility. The king's eyes radiated a gloomy light, staring straight at Jing. His figure disappeared in an instant. And Jing also disappeared in an instant. The two exchanged blows again. After they started fighting again. The hunters, who had previously thought that Jing had solved the king, suddenly reacted. The king was completely unharmed in the face of Jing's attack. He had blocked it easily again. The king's powerful strength made people start to worry. He had resisted Jing's attack without being injured. And not just once. This king is a little too strong. It's okay, it's just one attack. There's still time later, Jing will definitely solve that ant. Just as the words were spoken. Suddenly, a black figure was sent flying in the picture. Flying into the range of the camera's shot. This black figure suddenly attracted a lot of attention. After he crashed heavily on the ground, and the smoke that was stirred up dissipated. They could finally see his face clearly. That's a member of the extermination team, shoot. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 270, HHES, Chapter 270. 1,400 words. The members of the extermination team, the information of each person had already been investigated. Nin users like Shoot were considered to be not weak in the Hunter Association. But now he was covered in blood, and one of his legs had been crushed. Blood flowed out, staining a large area of the ground red. What kind of enemy could beat a Nin user like Shoot, who could be called an elite to this state? The hunter who was controlling the camera seemed to know what kind of scene people wanted to see. He immediately turned the camera to Yuppie and Morel. When Yuppie appeared in the picture, although they couldn't feel Yuppie's terrifying aura through the screen, they were still frightened by Yuppie's monster-like appearance. His body was covered with eyes, and his arms were slender like whips. His crimson body and the appearance that made people feel extremely horrified. All of this was enough to make ordinary people not even have the courage to face him. But what was surprising was far more than that. Yuppie's attack speed was also dazzling. Morel could only escape in a disheveled state, unable to get close at all. As one smoke clone after another was destroyed by Yuppie. Morel couldn't dodge in time, and Yuppie, wielding his hand that had turned into a whip, lashed out fiercely at Morel. Master! At the critical moment, Knuckle appeared out of thin air, blocking in front of Morel. With one blow, Knuckle was directly sent flying. At the same time, Potclean also appeared next to Yuppie. However, the numbers on it decreased by almost half in the blink of an eye. It became. Morel was even more surprised in his heart as he looked at the sharply reduced numbers. However, in the moment that he was stunned, Yuppie suddenly grabbed Morel's neck, holding him directly in his hand. Release this strange thing immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill him. The moment Yuppie finished speaking, in the distance on the battlefield between Jing and the king, a terrifying storm of Nen suddenly erupted. In an instant, Jing was directly sent flying out of it, spitting out scarlet blood in the air. Landing on the ground, Jing's speed didn't decrease at all. He slid towards the distance for dozens of meters before slowly stopping. The king walked out of the smoke that had been stirred up, looking at Jing with his arms crossed. I said, I've already seen through your movements. But you're also very good to have avoided a fatal injury and given yourself another chance to breathe. On one side was the king, who was unharmed, and Jing, who was spitting blood. On the other side was Yuppie, who had successfully grabbed Morel, Shoot, who was seriously injured and lying on the ground, and Knuckle, who had been sent flying with one blow. The situation had suddenly reversed. The camera, which was able to simultaneously capture the two battle situations, transmitted this scene to the outside world, letting all the hunters see it. How could it suddenly become like this? We were clearly in a position of absolute advantage just now. Even Jing isn't a match for him. Jing's two wonderful attacks from before hadn't been able to cause any damage to the king. And the king had knocked Jing away with one blow, making him spit blood. Although it couldn't be seen from the outside how seriously Jing was injured. That large mouthful of blood didn't seem like it was nothing serious. How could it suddenly become like this? Jing has been injured and Morel, a member of the extermination team, has actually been captured. One hunter grabbed the screen tightly, looking at Morel, who was being choked by the neck and was almost out of breath, with a pale face. Others learned from the information that Morel was very strong. But they didn't have a specific concept. He had personally fought with Morel. Not to mention Morel's abilities, even Morel's most basic abilities completely crushed him. Such a powerful Nen user was actually being held in someone's hand like a chicken, without any power to resist at all. Just how strong was that red monster Yuppie? Moreover, compared to the battle between the king and Jing, the battle between Yuppie and Morel and the others was completely one-sided. That powerful strength directly made Morel and the others not have much power to fight back. Even if Jing was allowed to deal with this guy, he probably couldn't solve him simply. One king, plus one royal guard. Although the extermination team had the advantage in numbers, it seemed that they were completely no match now. Moreover, the information also showed that the king's direct royal guard had 3 chimera ants. In other words, there were still 2 chimera ants with strength similar to Yuppie who hadn't appeared. If these 2 chimera ants appeared and joined the battle, would the extermination team be a match? I didn't expect that even Jing Freaks wasn't a match for the king. If Chairman Netero was here. Chairman Netero is very strong, but the chairman is already old. In terms of strength, he might not even be as good as Jing. But Jing Freaks has been injured by that king. How surprising the battle scene between Jing and the king had been before. Was how disappointing the current situation was. Even Jing, one of the world's top 5 Nen users, wasn't a match for the king. In fact, Jing hadn't lost in terms of power. But he had lost in terms of talent. King Maruam. Although he steadily suppressed Jing in terms of strength, there wasn't too much of a difference. However, the king's talent was even more terrifying. In just a few minutes of battle, he had seen through his movements and accurately found the flaws in Jing. That analytical and observational power that ordinary people could never compare to made the king show overwhelming power. Jing himself could also feel it. The king's power hadn't really made him unable to resist. But the king had really seen through all his movements. The king had only spent a few minutes to reach this step. During the previous exchange, Jing felt that his attacks had been completely predicted by the king. As if that series of moves had all been within the king's expectations. That was why he had almost been killed in one move. What a terrifying talent. I wonder if that kid Loki can compare to such a terrifying talent. The king's freakish performance made Jing couldn't help but think of Loki. However, Loki didn't know where he was now. The king looked at Jing, who was covered in sweat. It seems that you also understand the gap between you and me. Give up resisting. I'll let you die a little more comfortably. As he spoke, the king took a step forward. Jing slowly closed his eyes. Seeing this posture, the king also thought that Jing should have understood. No matter how much he resisted, it would be futile. Release morale. Knuckle, release your ability. Suddenly, Jing said slowly. Jing suddenly raised his head and looked at the king. King, you're targeting me, right? I knew it from the way you attacked. Jing smiled. You wanted to grab me with every move, rather than kill me directly. Perhaps me alive is more helpful to your ability. Hearing this, the king's expression changed slightly. But he didn't speak. He just looked at Jing silently. After a few seconds, the king turned his head and looked at Yuppie. It doesn't matter. Let that human go, Yuppie. I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Yuppie's expression was very tangled. He didn't want to let Morel go at all, because Yuppie had felt very aggrieved during the battle just now. He couldn't wait to crush the three people before him into meat paste. But he had to listen to the king's orders. Knuckle also spoke. I'll release my ability. You let go of my master. Glancing at Knuckle, Yuppie frowned and suddenly threw Morel towards Knuckle. Catching Morel, Knuckle also released Paklian at the same time. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 271, HHES, Chapter 271. 1,305 words. Run. Morel, Knuckle. The enemy's strength is too strong. You won't be of much use in the battle if you stay here. Morel and the others had done well enough to delay Yuppie for so long. If it had gone according to the original plan, the king would probably have been dealt with by now, even if he wasn't dead, with him and Loki attacking at the same time. Unfortunately, it didn't go according to the original plan. Jing's voice was transmitted by the camera to the ears of all the hunters who were watching this extermination operation at the same time. They couldn't believe it. The extermination team had really failed again. This time, it was still with Jing Freaks personally leading the team. They had failed. Is there really no one who can deal with the king? Is there really no way for the entire Hunter Association to deal with the Chimera ants? Along with Jing's words, telling Morel and the others to retreat, countless hunters began to feel fearful and uneasy. How were they supposed to deal with such powerful creatures? Just as all the hunters were feeling fearful, a voice came out. If that kid was here. Kid? What kid? Suddenly. In the picture. The originally dejected Morel, Knuckle, and even Jing suddenly raised their heads. A thick and majestic wave of Nun, forming a hurricane, swept past everyone at a rapid speed. Yuppie's words made a rare change appear on Loki's face. His dark eyes, with a hint of anger, stared straight at Yuppie. Loki wasn't angry about being injured by Yuppie. He was just regretful that Shinso's attack had been dodged by the king because of Yuppie. This move could have directly taken the king's life. But he had lost the only chance because of Yuppie. Using Shinso again, Loki didn't think the king would be hit. Some attacks were enough if they were used once. The second time, even if it was the same attack, it wouldn't have the same unexpected effect as the first time when dealing with an enemy like the king. The power could be said to have decreased by more than one level. Although Shinso's attack was fast, as long as he was prepared, he wouldn't be easily hit. This had originally been one of the few moves that Loki could use to kill the king. But it had no effect because of Yuppie. How could Loki not be angry? Looking at Loki's angry gaze, not only was Yuppie not angry, but he revealed a smile instead. It seems that the attack just now made you very angry, kid. Bang! A black shadow flashed. A small fist slammed fiercely into Yuppie's face, making his smile suddenly disappear. His body was bombarded by a huge force, directly flying into the air. Yuppie, who had been suddenly attacked, opened his eyes slightly, bloodshot eyes covering his eyes. So fast. This kid actually has this kind of speed. The power is actually so great too. Boom. Yuppie's entire body suddenly flew out, crashing heavily on the ground more than 10 meters away. And Loki, swinging his fist, was slowly retracting it. His body landed lightly on the ground, looking coldly in the direction of Yuppie with his eyes to the side. I'll deal with you later. Turning his head, Loki looked at the king. The two looked at each other silently. The previous battle hadn't ended yet. Now the battle continued. Loki's attack had ended. However, the sudden attack had stunned most of the hunters. They hadn't seen the scene of Loki fighting with the king before. But they felt Loki's terrifying power from this attack. What kind of monster was Yuppie? He was the king's direct royal guard. He was able to crush a team of Morel, Knuckle, and the like, seriously injuring one, capturing one, and sending one flying. But faced with Loki, he had actually been sent flying with one punch in one exchange. The speed that Loki showed was completely at the level of crushing Yuppie. And he had sent Yuppie's huge body flying with one punch. Loki's thin body, at this moment, gave people the feeling that there was a terrifying monster trapped in that body. Is that the kid who attacked the Hunter Association? Terrifying. He sent even the king's direct royal guard flying with one punch. This kind of power is too amazing. I didn't expect that such a kid would have this kind of power. He doesn't seem to have been training then for very long. Loki had only been training then for a little over a year. To reach this level, no one could imagine how terrifying it would be if Loki was given a few more years. Many people were shocked by Loki's terrifying attack. But Jing raised his head and looked at Loki with confusion. This kid's aura seems to have become stronger again. And it's not just a little stronger. He's actually improved a lot again. To be able to maintain his speed of getting stronger to this point. How could this not make Jing feel surprised? The reason that made Loki stronger was the Chimera ants. The Chimera and squad leaders who had been left behind at the palace had all been devoured by the fire spirit. As expected of the Chimera and squad leaders. Although one squad leader wasn't much. Devouring the souls of these squad leaders had made the fire spirit's power increase a lot. At the same time, it had also made Loki's power become stronger. That was why Loki had spent a little time. Yuppie, who had stood up from a distance, covered his face that had been attacked. His expression was extremely ferocious. Damn it. I'm going to kill you, bastard kid. Yuppie. As Yuppie roared madly, the king slowly spoke. He didn't move his gaze away from Loki as he spoke. This human is my prey. Yuppie was very angry, but the king's order made him feel very helpless. Leave the others to you. Don't let them disturb me. Yuppie was very unwilling, but he also nodded helplessly. Okay, king. I'll stop the other humans. After he finished speaking, the king flicked his tail lightly. Then let's continue now. Our battle. Loki nodded. Of course. The king and Loki almost frowned at the same time. Jing, who was behind Loki, covered his chest, wanting to walk towards Loki. I can still continue to fight. The king didn't speak, but Loki spoke first. No need, Jing. If you still have time, go help Gon. Jing was stunned for a moment, and then his expression suddenly became anxious. How is he? I think he's probably gone to find that guy called Neferpitou. Hearing this, Jing was stunned for a moment. His eyes trembled slightly, staring intently at Loki's back. How can you? That has nothing to do with me, Jing. Loki directly interrupted Jing's words. I'm not the babysitter you hired. I have no responsibility to take care of your child for you. That's Gon's own will. I have no reason to stop him, and I don't want to stop him. The anger on Jing's face gradually faded. He also understood that even if he stopped him, it would be useless with Gon's personality, not to mention Loki. He just hadn't expected Gon to be so stubborn. Loki didn't have time to care about Jing's problems. As for Gon, he was probably going to die if he went to find Neferpitou in his current state. Whether he could live or not depended on how stable his protagonist Hela was. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 272, HHES, Chapter 272. 1,235 words. Seeing that Loki had also refused Jing's intervention, the king smiled instead. It seems that you and I are the same. Both are very arrogant people. The king was saying that in his heart, Loki couldn't hear it. Loki didn't care what the king was thinking. He raised his hand, and a flame that was as dazzling as a diamond appeared. The king suddenly spoke. I'll give you a piece of advice. I won't be hit by the same move a second time. Hearing this, a smile gradually appeared on Loki's calm face. I also hate using the same move on the same enemy a second time. Don't worry. I'll let you see new power right now. New power. The king looked at Loki with a sneer. Then let me see what your so-called new power is. The king, Meruem, didn't care about Loki's words. Because no matter what form the power took, the total amount of aura determined the strength of the move. Even if Loki used some new power, it would be about the same as before at most. How much stronger could it get? However, Jing had a different opinion on this. New power. Could it be that this kid has developed some incredible ability again? If someone else had said these words, Jing wouldn't have believed them. He himself already possessed a number of abilities that ordinary Nin users couldn't imagine. Counting Loki's every move. It was enough for ordinary Nin users to constantly study and train for their entire lives. But Loki seemed to be not satisfied with this at all. One freakish move and ability after another were constantly developed by Loki. With Loki's talent, he might even be able to develop new moves during the battle. Jing saw the flame in Loki's hand. He suddenly realized that the flame in Loki's hand was different from the flames from before. This flame didn't seem to have any temperature. But it faintly radiated an aura that made people even more apprehensive. It was a sense of fear that came from the body, from the soul. Unable to control it. Unable to eliminate it. No matter how calm he was, no matter how clearly he knew that Loki wouldn't attack him. This feeling was like a sheep instinctively fearing a wolf. It couldn't be ignored no matter what. A faint sense of oppression erupted from Loki's body. But the aura on Loki's body was still calm. calm like a pool of stagnant water. There were no ripples on it. The aura was almost in a state of completely stopping flowing. It was impossible to observe this detail if you were far away. But Jing was now less than 5 meters away from Loki. His eyes could clearly see everything about the flow of aura on Loki's body. Jing's eyes quickly widened. How is this possible? Aura, which was life energy, and life energy flowed. You could train to strengthen your aura, but it was difficult to keep your aura in this almost static state. If you used Nen techniques to explain this phenomenon, it was Ren. Trained to the extreme. Perhaps you could make the ever-flowing aura become like it was on Loki's body now. However, this was just a situation that could theoretically occur. In reality, even if Ren was trained to the extreme, it would probably not be that simple to achieve this effect. Aura could represent mental will to a certain extent. Even Chairman Netero can't do it. This kind of aura. Loki's change also attracted the king's attention. The dismissive expression on his face gradually disappeared, and he began to look somewhat serious. It hasn't increased significantly, but where does this sense of oppression that makes me feel uneasy come from? Everyone was looking forward to it. They were all looking at the two who hadn't taken action yet. Loki and the king. Loki lowered his eyes, looking at the fire spirit in his hand. This power. I've only used it when the chairman forced me to in the past. Loki suddenly mentioned the chairman. Jing's eyes flickered. Only the chairman has forced him to use this move. These words made Jing's heart beat rapidly. Because no one knew better than Jing how terrifying Netero was when his strength was restored to its peak. Even he probably couldn't last too long when facing the chairman, whose strength was at its peak. Netero, who had once been known as the strongest Nen user in the world, was much stronger than them, the so-called world's top 5 Nen users. The passage of years had defeated this once world's strongest. But even so, Netero's power was still not to be underestimated. The 100-type Guanyin. That move was a move that could be called perfect. The aura was suddenly released at this moment. The Nen, as vast as the ocean, turned into huge waves, instantly spreading out in all directions. The red Nen light instantly turned into a sea, suddenly spreading to a distance of 50 or 60 meters. The moment they saw Loki's Nen surge, everyone's expression suddenly froze. That kid actually has such a terrifying aura hidden in his body. Monster. A genuine monster. Humans can't have this kind of aura. Monster Loki showed what real terrifying power was to almost all the hunters in the world. Just the explosion of this aura had already made 80% of the Nen users feel extremely shocked. Armored spirit body, black seed. The violent Nen, surging like raging waves, disappeared. In the blink of an eye. It disappeared without a trace. The sky and the earth seemed to have suddenly fallen into darkness. Extremely cold. The words that sounded like the biting cold wind in winter spread out. A harsh vibration sounded. Everything before everyone's eyes suddenly became pitch black. However, in this darkness, a dazzling red light flashed out. The flames were burning. The Nen was surging. The Nen, gathered from all directions, churned with terrifying air currents, gathering madly towards Loki's body. These auras gradually gathered into a strangely shaped armor, almost completely enveloping Loki's entire body. The diamond-like flame on his chest was burning. The fire spirit's head appeared on Loki's body like a breastplate. The violent air currents stopped flowing. Armored spirit body, black seed. Loki now seemed to be wearing an exoskeleton, or a form like an external soul bone. Wings, like metal, slowly unfolded behind him. The aura, which had been as powerful as a volcanic eruption before, had returned to calm at this moment. The armor that had never appeared before And the armor that was attached to his arms, but didn't completely touch his body, also moved accordingly with Loki's consciousness. As if floating in the air on Loki's body. A steady stream of power surged within his body. So this is the armored spirit body. The corners of Loki's mouth slowly rose. As expected, it's very strong. The armored spirit body, Black Seed, was like armor that had possessed the body's exterior. But it wasn't completely attached to the body. His movements weren't affected in the slightest. There was also no feeling of discomfort. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars4five. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 273, HHES, Chapter 273. 1,217 words. Loki in this form didn't have any aura that made people feel scared. It was just indescribably strange. Even the aura on Loki's body had weakened a lot. He materialized aura into something similar to armor, and wore it on his body. Jing carefully looked at the strange armor on Loki's body. The feeling it gave didn't match the earth-shattering momentum from before at all. It felt somewhat useless. Even Jing couldn't help but feel confused. Is this ability strong? Conjuration abilities usually didn't perform too strongly in terms of combat power. They tended to be more auxiliary abilities. Jing muttered in a low voice, if it only provides defensive power, then this ability seems somewhat. Jing wanted to remind Loki that if it was only to defend against the king's attacks, then it wouldn't be of much use. Hearing Jing's words from behind, Loki naturally understood that Jing was reminding him. But Loki didn't plan to tell him that the armored spirit body was definitely not just for defense. Loki, who had appeared before everyone in this form. For the vast majority of Nin users, whether they were hunters or not, no one had ever seen aura used like this. But it was undeniable that Loki looked much cooler in this form than he had before. But what use was it to just look cool in battle? What was important was power. This ability looks like it has very strong defensive power. Someone marveled at the domineering appearance of the armored spirit body. But as soon as he finished speaking, a veteran Nin user next to him opened his mouth and smiled. What's the use of just having strong defensive power? If the attack power can't hurt the king, then no matter how strong the defensive power is, it's just being beaten passively. This move might be able to save his life, but it's probably impossible to defeat that king. Hearing the stronger Nin users say this, the hunters, who had been surprised and delighted by the exaggerated armor form, also began to feel somewhat worried. Why didn't he use the previous sword, and instead chose this ability to protect himself? It's better to attack actively than to be passively beaten. Defending all the time will eventually lead to defeat. Those who defend for a long time will eventually lose. No one didn't know this principle. Attack was the best defense. Although the armored spirit body, Black Seed, seemed very strong, it seemed unnecessary if it was only used for defense. King Maruam had waited for a long time, but he hadn't expected to just see Loki turn his aura into armor for defense. Even though the appearance of this armor had caused such a terrifying commotion before, the king no longer cared. It could only defend for a while. Even if this armor had very strong defensive power, he was confident that he could find a flaw and defeat Loki's armor. Is this your new power, Loki? The king shook his head and sneered. How disappointing. Loki didn't immediately refute the king's words. He just looked at the king calmly. Whether you're disappointed or surprised, you'll know in a moment. Loki thought to himself. Morel, who had been helped up by Knuckle, was now staring in Loki's direction. Master, Loki's ability. Just from the appearance, do you think it can deal with the king? Morel didn't answer him immediately, because he always felt that Loki's appearance was very familiar. Morel chanted in his heart. He soon remembered a scene. Could that be the ability that blocked the chairman's last attack back then? He remembered that at the end of the decisive battle between Loki and Netero, the chairman had used all of his aura, releasing Zero Hand. This attack couldn't be avoided, it couldn't be dodged. It would have been enough to kill Loki. But when Loki crawled out of the pit on the ground, barely alive, he had something similar to this armor protecting him. A move that could even block the chairman's Zero Hand. Its defensive power was indeed very terrifying. However, Morel was also somewhat worried. The defensive power was strong enough. But what about the attack power? Master! Master! Seeing that Morel was staring at Loki in a daze, Knuckle called out to him in a low voice. Morel suddenly said in a cold voice, "Don't talk. Watch carefully." According to Loki's personality, Morel didn't think that Loki would develop a move that could only be used for defense. Perhaps the attack power of this move would be more terrifying than the defensive power. "Are you not planning to attack first?" The king smiled. Seeing that Loki didn't plan to attack, he got into a stance. "Then I'll take the first move. Be my guest." The armor on Loki's arms, which was attached to them, was like two arms formed of metal. If you had seen the fire spirit's appearance, you would understand that this wasn't any armor, but the fire spirit's hands, which were like lances. They were definitely something with extremely terrifying attack power. Meruem smiled faintly. "Then let's see how long your new ability can last in my hands." Bang! The ground shook violently. The king's figure swept towards Loki like lightning. At this speed, it was no different from teleportation in the eyes of ordinary people. The king's fist struck straight at Loki. The king has attacked. The speed is so fast. The hunters, who could vaguely see the king's movements, began to worry. Jing had been injured. He wasn't a match for the king. If even Loki was no match for the king, then who among humans was a match for this monster? However, in the eyes of the worried crowd, an exceptionally crisp sound of impact rang out. The armor that was supposed to protect Loki seemed to have transformed, turning into a huge fist, slamming directly towards the king, who was rushing over at high speed. With one blow, it sent the king, who had been rushing over at high speed, flying. The king, who was sent flying, suddenly made a sharp sound of the wind breaking. His figure flew backward at a rapid speed, flying more than 30 meters away in almost the blink of an eye. Sliding along the ground after landing, the speed didn't decrease at all. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened. Their eyes were wide open, as if their eyeballs were about to fall out, staring intently at the unbelievable scene before them. The king was sent flying with one blow. Is this real? But it's nothing special. This kind of power doesn't seem to be enough to hurt me. Although he said that, the king's gaze seemed very heavy. His attack just now was a change made by the armor attached to his body. The king carefully recalled the scene just now. It seemed that Loki had just waved his hand, and the armor attached to Loki's body had suddenly moved. The speed was completely much faster than his speed. Behind him, Yuppie suddenly let out a roar. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 274, HHES, Chapter 274. 1,230 words. Thump 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 thump. With heavy steps, he charged directly towards Loki. Although Yuppie made a lot of noise, his speed was also extremely fast. Although it couldn't compare to the king's freakish super high-speed movement, it was still quite fast. Loki, be careful. A gust of wind howled. Yuppie charged directly from behind Jing. Jing, who was reminiscing about Netero, didn't react for a moment. This was Jing's fatal oversight. If Yuppie had attacked him just now, perhaps Jing would have died. But after reacting, it was already too late for Jing to stop him. He could only loudly remind Loki. However, it was also a little late when Loki heard Jing's voice. Yuppie, who was born from the mixture of a magical beast and a chimera ant, didn't care about the individual's form at all. At the moment of attack, in order to pursue the most powerful attack power, Yuppie's fist suddenly swelled up. One fist became bigger than Loki's entire body. A familiar scene appeared again. Not good. Last time, this guy ambushed him from behind and sent Loki flying. This time, he's actually ambushing him again. These damn chimera ants. Dodge. Loki. He didn't notice because of the angle of the view. Yuppie's violent and unparalleled aura erupted. The terrifying aura oppressed everyone present, making it difficult for them to breathe. At the same time, everyone silently squeezed a handful of sweat for Loki in their hearts. Don't get hit. Even the strongest Nen user, being hit when defending, wasn't a joke. To use your Majesty's words, do you think I'll be hit by the same attack twice? Loki's cold and clear voice rang out. Yuppie, who was performing the attack, his eyes suddenly shrank. In his eyes, a terrifying phantom appeared. An incomparably huge red phantom, turning its head to gaze at him. Time seemed to be compressed. That pair of terrifying eyes, which seemed to be able to devour people's souls, locked onto him firmly. Yuppie looked at the dust floating before him, incredibly slowly. His movements were clearly extremely fast, but at this moment, it was as if he had slowed down. And it was a slowness that was almost stopping. What's going on? Yuppie didn't understand why this feeling of time being compressed had appeared. But by the time he reacted, the black armor raised high behind Loki, something like black wings, fanned at him fiercely. A huge force acted on Yuppie's entire body. Not only did it repel his fist, but the tyrannical force directly crashed into his entire body. Lying on the black wings on Loki's back, an intense explosion of aura rang out. Yuppie was directly sent flying by Loki, who didn't even turn his head. Thump thump. He crashed heavily on the ground dozens of meters away, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. Loki slowly turned his head and glanced at him. You want to die, then I'll fulfill you. Loki, whose killing intent erupted, looked even more frightening than the chimera ants at this moment. The wind blew Loki's burgundy hair. All the hunters silently swallowed, looking at the incomparably domineering Loki. He had knocked down Yuppie, who had ambushed him, with one blow. This kind of freakish power seemed to be just a casual blow. Without even turning his head, he had completely solved his opponent very easily. This crushing power made everyone silent for a time, not daring to speak. They could only say silently in their hearts, this is Monster Loki, even more terrifying than the chimera ants. There's no need to worry about this kid at all. Ha ha ha. So he was prepared all along. This is too strong. Seeing this, Jing also breathed a sigh of relief. But he was even more troubled. It was good that Loki was so strong that it was almost despairing. There shouldn't be any problems dealing with the king. But the problem was, what after solving the king? Even Jing couldn't think of an answer to this question. Aren't you going to find Gon? Perhaps Gon is about to die at this time. Loki's words reminded Jing that since Loki had the power to deal with the king and Yuppie at the same time, then he could indeed leave here temporarily to find Gon. Jing closed his eyes, revealing a faint smile. Don't stay here and get in my way. After he finished speaking, Loki turned his head back and refocused his gaze on the king. Looking at Loki's back. Although he was just a kid, he gave people an incredibly safe feeling. As if with him, any enemy would be easily solved. I'll accept this favor. Jing was the captain of the extermination team. In theory, he shouldn't be able to leave here. But Loki said that he was getting in the way here. In Jing's eyes, Loki was a guy who was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. He seemed like a demon, but he was actually a kind person. Loki didn't know that Jing had given him such a label. In reality, Loki was just trying to prevent Jing from interfering and affecting the system's rewards. He was overthinking it. But Loki's words not only made Jing overthink, but they were even heard by the entire Hunter Association under the shot of the secretly approaching camera. All the people who had previously had some bad impressions of Loki were stunned for a moment. Then they all revealed a smile that was not a smile, looking at Loki, who had a cold face and an unhappy expression from beginning to end on the screen. Although they didn't know who the Gon that Loki was talking about was, someone quickly posted Gon's information. Don't underestimate the information collected by the Hunter Intelligence website. Basically in less than a minute, someone had posted all of Gon's information. Yuppie stood up from the ground in a disheveled state. Purple blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Loki with great fear. The current Yuppie clearly understood the gap between him and Loki. It wasn't a difference of just a little bit, but a difference of an entire dimension. The two weren't on the same level. This huge gap wasn't determined by acquired factors. It was a difference in levels that was determined by birth. Loki, like the king, stood above everyone with that unmatched power. It couldn't be surpassed by hard work and training. This was the feeling that Yuppie had experienced after enduring Loki's attack. It made him feel as if everything was being controlled by Loki. His every move, every breath. Loki knew it like the back of his hand. So at the last moment, Loki's attack made him unable to avoid it, unable to escape. This human, like His Majesty, was born with a talent that ordinary people can never reach. After thinking for a long time, for some reason, two words suddenly appeared in Yuppie's mind. Loki was the nemesis of the Chimera Ant race. Overcoming this obstacle, perhaps the Chimera Ant race could truly become the supreme being standing above all living things. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 275, HHES, Chapter 275. 1,230 words. If they couldn't defeat Loki, perhaps all the efforts of the Chimera Ants up to now would be in vain. And the mission to defeat Loki naturally fell on the king's shoulders. King. Yuppie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Raising his eyes, he gazed at the two who were facing each other due to fate. The king, who stepped out of the dust, stood before Loki. Continue. He coldly spat out 2 words, as if he didn't care about Loki's previous attack at all. As if it hadn't had any effect on him. Then let's continue. Loki raised his hand, and the armor floating around his body quickly transformed into sharp lances. Seeing this, the king's eyes flickered slightly. He deliberately didn't use this form just now, and instead chose to counterattack with his fist. Was it to give me a hint? The king looked at Loki, recalling the advice he had given Loki before. And now Loki had given him a piece of advice as well. This arrogant attitude was no weaker than his. As expected. You and I are the same kind of people, Loki. Suddenly. This time, Loki took the initiative to attack. His body, dragged by the black seed, seemed to move far faster than the king. So fast. He's suppressing me in terms of speed. The king was somewhat surprised. Loki in this state had not only had his attack power and defense power terrifyingly enhanced, but even his speed had increased so much. Raising his hand, Nen flowed, gathering on the king's hands. The king wouldn't just defend passively. He wanted to try to grab the black seed covering Loki's body. Because almost 90% of Loki's aura was gathered on the black seed right now. He didn't have much aura for defense himself. As long as he dodged the black seed and attacked Loki's main body, then the king could instantly tear Loki's body apart. Let me eat you, Loki, and become my power. Boom. The armor on Loki's arms, which was like a lance, combined into a shape like a knife or a spear, and slashed fiercely at the king. A sharp cold light lit up. A terrifying sense of crisis attacked the king. Instinct told the king that he should retreat. But the king's gaze suddenly sharpened. Taking a step forward, his hands grabbed towards the sharp spear tip. Seeing this action, Loki was also stunned for a moment. You want to grab my black seed? You're being too whimsical, king. Loki, who was sneering, increased his speed again. Purple blood scattered in the air, like plum blossoms blooming, then scattering with the wind. Loki's figure flashed suddenly, appearing behind the king. The two stood back to back. Loki had a calm smile on his face. But the king's face seemed very indifferent. The picture seemed to freeze. Everyone watched the picture with rapt attention. Whose blood was that flashing by? Had someone been injured? Had the outcome been decided after just the second exchange? Questions, countless questions, surged in everyone's hearts. But they couldn't ask because they were separated by a screen. And the people present had long dared not make a sound, fearing that even a slight sound would affect the battle between the two monsters. How is it? It's too far away. I can't see clearly at all. Damn it. Why can't they get a little closer to film? Of course, everyone knew that getting closer to film was just looking for death. It was already quite good to be able to shorten the distance to this position. Although they still couldn't see very clearly, they could at least see the appearance of the two. It wouldn't be blurry. Was blowing whistling. Loki's voice rang out first. Can you still continue? Of course. How could I be defeated like this? The moment the king spoke, a conspicuous bloodstain suddenly cracked open on his chest. The blood had splattered out from his wound. By the time the king turned around to face Loki again, his wound was clearly filmed. Seeing that deep wound, everyone was stunned for a time. The king. He was injured. He was bleeding. Even Jing hadn't allowed the king to be injured in the slightest. But Loki had only used 2 blows. After being shocked, the crowd was ecstatic, looking at Loki with disbelief. It was too unexpected. This was completely a crushing power. And the object being crushed was the king. This blow amazed all the hunters. The movements of the two were so fast that the camera couldn't capture that level of terrifying speed at all. But it was enough to be able to see the result. At this time, Loki turned his head and glanced at the king's wound. The next attack won't be such a small injury. Hearing Loki's arrogant words, the hunters, who were laughing, stopped smiling. A small injury? You call this kind of injury a small injury? Please, it's almost to the point where the bone is exposed, okay? This kind of injury is already fatal, right? The king's combat power will probably decrease a lot because of this blow. However, this was just the thinking of ordinary people. From what Loki knew about the condition of the chimera ant's body, this kind of injury could indeed only be called a small injury. Even ordinary chimera ants wouldn't be too bothered by this kind of injury. The king's injury was serious for humans. But it wasn't much for him. It might slightly affect the smoothness of his movements. It didn't change the overall strength too much. This was the chimera ant. Their bodies possessed both the flexibility of humans and the firmness of the chimera ant's carapace. When the queen gave birth to the king, her goal was to make the king stand at the top of all living things. And the king had indeed achieved it. But only his body had reached the limit of the individual. However, that didn't mean the king was invincible. Life energy was related to the strength of the individual. But it wasn't completely related. Like humans. With a human body, they could constantly enhance their aura, becoming a powerful being that surpassed all living things. So there were too many mysteries in the training of aura. Seeing the fighting spirit in the king's eyes becoming more and more intense, Loki waited for the king to attack. He wasn't in a hurry to understand the king because Loki was very unhappy. He was very unhappy with the king's gaze that looked down on all living things. Now the fire spirit, who had devoured a large number of chimera and squad leaders, had provided Loki with power that surpassed the king. So Loki wanted to crush the king's gaze that despised everything. Ants were ultimately just ants. The king seemed to understand Loki's meaning. The more Loki showed this, the more unhappy the king became. From the moment he was born, he had stood at the top, looking at everything with a downward gaze. Only Loki was looking down at him with the same gaze. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday off. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.